Hello, tankers. Today, we'll talk about what vehicles are in the game, which are best for new players to research, and how to accelerate the process. All vehicles in the game are divided into 5 types: heavy tanks, medium tanks, light tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery. Heavy tanks hold the line and push through enemy defenses. Medium tanks are versatile fighters. Light tanks are quick and stealthy. They're the eyes and ears of the team. Artillery is a support type that fires at a curved trajectory. Tank destroyers either provide fire support from afar or in the thick of the action, depending on their role. Roles are a more precise division than types. It's like a wizard can throw fireballs, or be a healer, or a necromancer. 3 mages play completely different roles in battle. The same goes for vehicles. Sniper and assault tank destroyers are designed for completely different actions on the battlefield. Don't rush to the front line in a sniper TD, and don't stand behind everyone in an assault TD, even though the vehicle type is the same. We won't cover every role here since their names speak for themselves. Just know that tanks within one vehicle type can play differently. What exactly should you research? What types, roles, and branches suit newcomers best of all? Generally speaking, any. But it's probably best to choose breakthrough heavy tanks or assault heavy tanks as your first branch. They forgive your mistakes and, most importantly, help you to get to grips with the gameplay basics. Heavy tanks are the skeleton that the teams and the whole battle are built around. That doesn't mean other types and roles are worse. You can always start with medium tanks or tank destroyers, but it'll be easier to learn the ropes playing in the IS-4, IS-7, E100, or 60TP. To purchase a tank, you need to research it using XP accumulated in the previous vehicle in the branch. Then purchase it for credits and recruit a crew if you need to. Don't recruit a new crew for each tank. It's usually enough to retain your crew from the previous tank to the next one. The next step is module research. Players call vehicles stock and top. Pretty much any vehicle only reaches its full potential when it's top, meaning all its modules are researched. Players often research a new gun first of all, and then everything else. There are many ways to accelerate your research of a vehicle branch. Blueprints provide you a big discount on research. For free XP, you can research modules or even a new tank. Premium account and personal reserves will help you earn XP and credits faster. Joining a good clan that activates clan reserves often will also help. Missions and Battle Pass will allow you to earn a lot of useful resources. Sometimes you can also go to your depot and sell vehicles, modules, or shells you don't need. Premium vehicles will come in handy for earning credits for purchasing vehicles, equipment, and other things. You receive them in top state. You can assign any crew from a vehicle of the same nation and type to a premium vehicle without any penalties to perk efficiency. Premium vehicles are always available for purchase for gold or money, but there are several ways to get them for free. First, Battle Pass seasons sometimes feature an additional chapter. Secondly, the Bond Shop also offers premium vehicles, among other things. Bonds are a currency that you can't buy. You need to earn them. They are earned in random battles with Tier 10s and Tier 9 premium vehicles and as rewards from battle passes, special events, and more. Don't confuse premium vehicles with reward vehicles. The latter also don't require module research, and the crews can be reassigned to them without penalties, but they don't have an increased credit and XP earning rate either. So we've chosen a branch and purchased a tank. How do you equip it for battle? There are 2 classic consumable sets. The first is cheaper, small repair kit and first aid kit, and a fire extinguisher. The second set is for playing for result. large repair kit, first aid kit, and a food consumable for the crew. Most tanks are most effective with this set. If you're looking for an alternative to a food consumable, consider any type of fuel. It will improve engine power and traverse speed. Your equipment selection depends on the type and specific vehicle. Improved hardening is almost a must-have for heavy tanks. Turbocharger is useful for all vehicles, but especially for medium tanks. Coated optics helps light tanks the most. And almost all tanks with cyclic loading can't do without gun rammer. The optimal loadout can change from one vehicle to another. Crew perks also depend on one vehicle type, but to a lesser extent. For example, Brothers in Arms and Repairs are useful for all tanks in the game, while Concealment shouldn't be trained first for many vehicles. Field Modification is additional tuning for an elite vehicle that has all its modules and next vehicles in the branch researched. But the key isn't just equipping your vehicle correctly, it's mastering how to play it. Focus on your tank's type and role. In a heavy tank, position yourself on the front line. Learn how to absorb damage and trade shots efficiently. Be where your team needs you. Play your role, play smart, and watch how your skills naturally improve. That's it for today. See you soon.
Is like a magic hat that you can put anything into. From priceless art masterpieces to entire tanks. Isn't science fascinating? Soon, we will be able to produce them on an industrial scale using Professor Casada's drawings. This ingenious device creates pocket dimensions based on my unique properties. Just imagine what opportunities it opens up. You can move any volume of payload anywhere and whenever you want. Isn't it wonderful?
What's up, tankers? Let's get our teeth into the best scouts and raiders on tracks, or wheels. That's right, light tanks. To get the most from these nippy little vehicles, you'll need to practice and to brush up on view range and concealment. Not long ago, we did some videos about those, so check them out if you need to. The links are in the description. Lights are often quick and tricky to spot, and they can have high-caliber howitzers or even autocannons. Low-tier lights don't have rolls, and calling them scouts would be a stretch. They're versatile, and their characteristics can vary a lot, and so can their armor. You can fight in them like a medium or sometimes even a heavy tank. From about Tier 5 or 6 upward, that's no longer the case. At that point, you start getting some real niche specialists. They're raiders and scouts that spot for teammates. Lights also gain a shared trait. They can move without it affecting their concealment. Whether standing or moving, you still won't get spotted before the same distance. This vehicle class only has 2 roles: tracked versatile light tanks and wheeled ones. First, let's deal with the Old Faithful, and then later we'll get to the wheeled lights and how they differ from their tracked classmates. Light tank gameplay depends less on the role and more on your own play style. Think of it in terms of passive and active. Passive players settle in and capitalize on their concealment. Active ones monopolize the map with their movement. Any light tank can play both ways. You can set yours for either passive, active, or somewhere in between. So how do you prepare a scout for battle? First, a lick of paint. Any camo on a vehicle's hull boosts its permanent concealment bonus, which is vital for a light tank. The more, the better. Train crew perks that improve view range and concealment. Keep your radio operator on your radar. They have a few good perks that are very handy for light tanks. More perks than slots, in fact, so choose wisely. As for consumables, food ones will pad you out in all the right areas: view range, concealment, and firepower. Equipment can improve your scouting ability, making you harder to spot or boost your firepower. Mix and match to suit your playstyle. A good scout will want coated optics and commander's vision system mounted. For passive spotting or for mid-tier lights, consider binocular telescope. If you want a ninja on tracks, then mount low-noise exhaust system. If you also want to focus on shooting, consider something like a rammer or stabilizer. Improved ventilation gives you a little all-round boost. In place of turbocharger, you can equip the mobility improvement system respectively to bolster your ride that bit more. Make sure you research field modifications to build up 2 loadouts for different maps. For example, the first would have coated optics, commander's vision system, and low-noise exhaust. And the second would have ventilation, stabilizer, and gun rammer. That way you'll feel right at home, whether you're playing on Prokhorovka or Himmelsdorf. Phew! We've finally set up our dream light tank and are eager to head into battle. But what should you do in battle? How can you contribute? First, look at how many other lights are in your team and where they're headed. Scouts should spread out across different positions and even flanks. In the first minutes of battle, do some initial spotting for your team. Your teammates will really appreciate knowing how many opponents are on whichever flank. To spot enemy vehicles, you need to quickly get to a place that lets you see their approach route. To do that, you need to know the maps and remember the routes tanks take. It's safest to spot from bushes, but I came, I saw, I fled tactics can work too. That way, you'll likely get spotted. Just the time to remember how to rally drive. Then you can find a bush and spot from there. It's safer. If necessary, move from bush to bush, approaching or fleeing if there's danger. A moving light tank's non-reducing concealment comes in really handy for those short bursts. When you approach bushes, don't forget the proximity spotting circle. If you want to scout, you need to know about this. So how do we know where's the best to spot from? Look at where your teams and the enemy's light tanks are located, and remember the positions. For example, on steps, it's usually best to take a central position. On Lakeville, you should be on the central line or near the town. On mines, the bushes, both on the hill and in the water, are best. On Prokhorovka, you want the line of bushes on the alley or the hill if your team has enough lights on the alley. On Outpost, head for the bushes in the middle of the lake. Those are just a few of the well-known bushes, but all these maps offer light tanks plenty of ways to play. Commit good positions to memory and get experimenting. Don't forget, a felled tree is as good as a bush. And you can fell them yourself with HE shells. Remember that the thorn in a light tank's side is another light tank. You can throw a spanner in the enemy's scouting works by spotting them and destroying them. And you can stop them doing the same to you. Remember where you've seen enemy light tanks and think about how to beat them. Pure scouting is only an option on open maps. In urban locations without bushes, you'll have to come to the aid of mediums, dodge the enemy, and cause damage.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. Together we advance gaming. Moff, it's playoffs time. How are we feeling?
Well, personally, I'm not feeling too hot today. I got a bit of a stomachache, but I'm going to power through, and we'll see how it goes from there. But like you said, this is the playoffs. This is the big time. This is the postseason. Everything up until this point, it's all been leading to this moment. We've got 4 teams on EU battling it out for the championship. We've got some NA games coming up as well. And you can see there's been a lot of play days just to get to this point.
Yeah, there has been 10 days, I think, in total leading up to these playoff phase. The teams have battled it out. We lost 2 teams in phase 1. We lost 2 more after phase 2. And now the best 4 are going to be duking it out for the lion's share of the prize pool. But today and tomorrow, a lot of drops at stake as well, Moff, to complete your collection for the in-game token store, where you can spend those tokens, where you have a little bit of everything. Tanks, styles, 3D styles, 2D styles, equipment, premium days, consumables, and personal reserves.
Yeah, if you're playing catch-up and haven't managed to catch all of the OLS season, this is the time to do it. The drops tokens are going to be rolling in over this Super Saturday and Super Sunday. Of course, you can still buy the bundles to contribute to the prize pot. However, you cannot go for the prediction bundle anymore.
No, but next season, I think the prediction bundle will be back as well, so that's something to look forward to over there as well. Lots of stuff on the line. I think you can buy those bundles until early morning Monday. I'm not sure for this prize pool, which is currently at 57,937 euros, with the winner going to be taking the lion's share of that. 45% going to the first place team. That is still a hefty amount of money. And then today and tomorrow, we'll also see the winner of the OLF, the North American counterpart, take away the bulkhead of those $15,000, but first taking 8K, which is always nice to add to the bank account. And the team in Europe that wins the OLS Season 3 will also be getting those AMD Ryzen 9800 X3Ds to run World of Tanks at even more FPS.
Yeah, it's just the cherry on top of the already growing prize pot, which again can still keep that going. We've got a bit of change of transition here, but we should be getting into the preview for the first match of the day, and we should be only getting bangers from here on out.
Yeah, there's not going to be an easy match for any of those teams. We kick it off in Europe with W versus Cash Bag. The finals of Season 2 now happening in the first round. We're going to see who is going to be taking that. And Stacked versus Bench is the OLF match, and then the loser of W and Cashback will be playing against Mafia, and the team that loses there will be going out of the tournament, and then the loser between Stacked and Bench will be playing against Burbology as well. So basically the way that it works is that after the top 4 was decided, Hit and Run was the regular season winner. That's why they're in the upper bracket final, already waiting to see who is going to advance between Cashback and W, which were position 2 and 3. And that position 4 is Mafia, which wants to repeat what W did last season, which is make a lower bracket run all the way through the pits of hell into the grand final. If they can do that, that's a different story altogether. Then when we look at the OLF on North America, some matches there have already happened in the off-screen time. So just to run it up, Bench beating Fumes, and then surprisingly actually Bench, which would be the least favorite team between Burbology and Bench, beat Burbology, which sent Burbology into the lower bracket where they met Dopamine, which was the North American team representing at the WCI, which they then knocked them out to move towards the lower bracket final, which gives us Bench versus Stacked in the upper bracket final to decide who's going to be in the grand final, and then we'll see the lower bracket final as well. So we get a full NA finals decided later on tonight. That is what's happening today, but what is happening right now, Moff, is W taking on Cashback. Finals repeat.
Yeah, it is. It is a repeat of that grand finals all the way back in Season 2, and this time we're getting it very early on, so we've got a bit of a treat in store for us at the start of today's stream. W, of course, underwent some changes during the mid-season. As we saw before, we had Nepal coming in for Splatty, who was one of the bench players there, and Cashback as well. They also had some shuffling going on in that early season. They actually traded Brainbreaker. He was on W before, and Baby went back to W, having been on Cashback. So a bit of history between these two teams.
There is definitely, and also, you know, Mentos had a very brief visit to Cashback. So
he took a maybe 2-day vacation into Cashback, and then that unfortunately didn't work out, and he landed back in W. So he's gone from hit and run to Cashback to W in a very short space of time.
Community predictions, 59% in favor of Cashback, 41% for W. They are still very, very close to each other. I think that either team could beat the other. However, the good thing here for W, Domov, if they lose this, they end up back in the position they were last season. They don't start in the lower bracket, but they're very familiar with making a run through it.
Yeah, home sweet home, one might say. Is that their comfort place back up against the wall? Is that where you want to be? Not ideally, but as it's been shown before, you can make it work, so it's not all lost in this matchup here. Of course, it's not an elimination round. You just go through into that lower bracket. Map pick and bans coming out, though. What do we have here? Do we have anything that's surprising? Any curveballs being thrown in?
Not really, but there's still the highlight that yet again Cashback is banning Ensk, which they have been doing for quite a while now, Moff.
Yeah, it's definitely a surprising move from them. They've moved away from the map. It used to be one of their home territories, and they had 100% win rate in it was either Season 1 or Season 2, but they had 100% win rate on the map in the regular season, which was very, very formidable, really, and quite the card that you could pull in a pick and ban situation. So it's interesting they've moved away from that. Muravanka, Pilsen, Cliff, Studzianki, Westfield as the tiebreaker. I think that we could have a very close match between these two teams. I think both of them are pretty strong on all of these maps.
There's some cooking to be done, Moff, on these maps, especially the highlights of Muravanka and Studzianki. If regular time is not enough, Westfield tiebreaker would be interesting as well. But what kind of style are we going to get from W? Because especially Muro and Studzianki, we've seen them do La Rata. Is this a good idea against Cashback? Who knows?
Well, we're going to find out whether you want to go down that avenue. Cashback always strikes me as the sort of team that's kind of no nonsense, and we've seen this story play out in the regular season, right? Cashback, W were riding this high of the phase of the previous season, Season 2, being the champions. They came into Phase 1 looking all confident and hot, and then as soon as they played against Cashback in Phase 1, they just got brutally clapped 3-0. In Phase 2, it didn't go much better for W either. They lost that 4-2. So the recent head-to-heads between these two teams definitely favoring Cashback.
Lineups, though, for the first battle of the day. W versus Cashback. W, IS7, 1-1B, Bat, E50M, K91, double Bliskovice.
Meanwhile, Cashback are going with 4 BZ75s, double was 1 K91, a 430U, and a Foch B.
Interesting, Mov. No lightings on either side. It could be a big brawl, but we talk about it often. Those BZs, Mov, not the greatest tank for a prolonged fight.
No, it's not. You really want to go for the kill instantly, and if you don't get that overmatch at the start, then it can be very difficult to claw your way back into the game. It is very curious, though, that neither team wants to take a light tank. Both of them going to be looking for some sort of brawl.
We can see already Cashback heading towards the middle of the map. Little going to be on the info point, so he will get a lot of information. Twilight and Brainbreaker are going to be challenging this strike area. All 7 tanks from W now spotted out. So Cashback, know what's up. Twilight starting it off with a shot against Baby. Brainbreaker with a shot against Frugo. Baby taking another one from another BC. And this is Cashback revealing their hand.
Yeah, they are, and Baby, he may have a lot of DPM, but he's not got a lot of health to go around, and he's going to get clapped by the BZ Brainbreaker. Not going to be enough to take Baby down just yet. Barely alive on 365 HP. Now the Bliskavitzer of Klurf and Itox are pushing around the corner, and that Church is going to provide decent cover for Twilight, but he's got to try and tuck in as best he can while his team is moving through the rest of the map. The BZs, they're looking to push through the north off screen at the moment, but the DPM is not quite there.
Not quite, as Frugo is the first one to fall against Liberty, and now you can see the swarm of cashback players coming off the cap, re-pushing back into the middle. Baby finally falling, joining Frugo in death. Klurf is next, and now the ball of death, that is cashback. That is going to be a big strike. It's going to hit on a few targets at least, but Itox is going to get hit by a few targets as well. As he falls, it's just 3 standing for W, and these BZs and this initial play from cashback, enough to bring them victory in round number 1.
Yeah, who cares about DPM when you've got the big boom clap Alpha? Alpha is king in the modern day of water tanks, and Cashback are showing us that with a dominant round win to start off the day. Good signs for them. They're woken up and ready to go. W gonna have to think on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sending 1-1 for the strike, but it was a good counterplay from Cashback there, immediately 2-tapping even that 1-1 B. There are 3 initial shots by those BZs, right? 1 on Frugo, 2 on Baby. It is just a really nice start to have, and then all of those tanks in the 5-6 lane was a good repush from Cashback, prime position.
Yeah, and poor Yoz doesn't really get a chance to be involved in the match here. He's still full HP. He does manage to pick up a couple of kills here at the end, for what it's worth, but it's all in vain, as Cashback will be securing the first round.
And this for Cashback is ideal coming in here. W also trying to play without light tank, but this Cashback lineup is indeed just a bit better for that initial brawl when the BZs still have boosters, they still have HP. In a short fight, you don't need DPM.
Yeah, the DPM is playing off over time, right? But that match was just so fast, probably 2-minute game, and like you mentioned, the BZs, they have all their rockets available at the start of the round, and a BZ, it might as well be a medium tank because it's rocket boosting into mid so early on. And Baby, normally he's a very key factor for W in these clutch situations, but he doesn't get a chance to work his way into the battle when he's already a one-shot from the very beginning. You can see him there on the leaderboard at the bottom there, doing only 1.5, which is certainly not ideal.
Yeah, it's not enough for that Inspire tank either. You want it to be in the fight, and yeah, those BZs, for this kind of fight, they're perfectly fine. They indeed just start struggling. If their teammates start dying, they have to start chasing, they start running out of boosters, then it becomes annoying. But for this, Cashback found this mid repush, found the targets, and this W lineup cannot really hold such a heavy repush.
No, and I would argue as well that the one tank that they did have in Crossfire, the Batchout, is not really the ideal tank in that position. You'd much rather have your Inspire tank on that water tower to just constantly providing the shots in the Crossfire. And you know, the Batchout, technically the Batchout does have good DPM, right? Because you've got the clip reload ability, which allows it to go very, very fast. But I just feel like there is some key positions lacking to try and hold back the onslaught of the BZs.
So all in all, pretty good stuff by Cashback to find battle number 1. If this trend of no light tanks continues, let's see. W played this strike light setup from the south. I don't know if they're going to be doing it now in the playoffs, though.
It's a tough spot to be in because everyone knows that you have the potential to do this, and I feel like this first round that we saw is going to be an indication of the mind games that we've got coming up, because both teams are looking at it like, oh, maybe they're going to do this light tank play, so if we go full brawl setup and don't take any lights, then maybe we can catch them off guard, and they have this clash in the middle of the map. So do W want to go that way? And if they do, are Cashback prepared for it?
That is a very, very good question. Can W just bring it back? We've got to remember, this is a best of 9. It is not a sprint, it is a marathon. It will not be over in 1 to 3. Even if W would lose this 2-0, there's still possibilities.
Certainly. But if you want to talk about a sprint, remember that OCS playoff game, the 5-0 from Kirilo. That definitely was a speedrun of a best of 9. Hopefully we're not going to see anything like that today. I think these two teams are far more evenly matched.
When does Frugo start cooking, Moff? When does the cooking start?
It could happen at any moment. I mean, maybe it was happening in the previous one. They just got completely countered by the lineup of Cashback. And I think there is definitely something to be said for the synergy of taking all of the same tank type. Whoa. Okay, surely that's got to be a bit of trolling.
They're not trolling.
Surely that has got to be a bit of trolling. But do my eyes deceive me? We see triple Griller on the field right now with double RHM, K91, and a Foch B.
Yeah, they're not trolling. They are picking this Cashback lineup is a bit interesting as well. Triple K91, a Foch B, an RHM, an AX, and an IS7. Both of the chefs are preparing a dish. Which one of the two will get a star and which one will get broken down by the critics? I'm not sure about this triple Griller personally, but if it works...
If it works... If it's stupid but it works, is it really stupid? Well, it probably is still stupid, but it also still works.
Liberty didn't use this plane, though.
They're going onto that ridge line. They're going to aim on towards the radar at the start of the game. They're going to try and blow someone up who wants to go for that position. They pop their abilities. Are they going to get the shots in? Some connections come in and he gets blown up. Squeezy is out of the round and the cooking most assuredly has begun.
Yeah, the triple Griller finds success. They find AX overpeaking to reset the radio, which was his entire purpose. And now Klurf taking some damage, so needs to be careful. The Gorilla of Jakefa not connecting on Barbarian. Itox in return taking a lot of damage, but he did pop his ability. However, that was a level 1 ability.
Yeah, so not going to be too much heal. I can't remember what level 1 is, probably like 30%?
30 or 35.
If I remember correctly, so not too much heal coming back there. Frugo now spotted rotating the triple Griller, the battalion. They're going all the way over towards the forest side of the map. The radar is now being taken by Little. That's not ideal if you are W right now, and Cashback, they may have been shell-shocked by what has just happened, but there are still possibilities to get back in here when the enemy has triple Griller.
Yeah, sure, but I feel like the Gorillas might go into assault mode now by the look of things. I mean, Ios will spot out Barbarian in a second. It does find him little out in the open as well. Ios finds a shot, needs to be careful.
Midland.
Yeah, he goes over. He didn't realize, I think, that Barbarian was there. He'll take another K91 shot. They're trying to hit this K91, but they're not succeeding. Now, Ios dropping below half, and also, importantly, Gorillas popping abilities.
Yeah, I think W just need to pump the brakes right now. It's all go, 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 and Frugo is going to go back to the garage by the looks of things, and that advantage, that early kill that they got on Squeezy, it's going to be null and void. Frugo is down and out of the round. I mean, I suppose the one good thing from his point of view is he gets to focus on pinging the map.
Yeah, but they're 5,000 HP down now, though.
Yeah. It's certainly not looking good after the early success here. Barbarian now is going to start pressuring. He's going to move up in that IS7, and Itox, he could let the clip go, but he's probably going to get blasted for it if he does, so he gets spotted out by the plane as he tries to back up. Now Jakifa's going into the K-line here to try and provide some covering fire support, but W just all out of sorts right now. If Cashback push in, they could probably find the kills.
Barbarian needs to be careful still about making a play too much. Ios is going to take the radio, will reveal Barbarian's position, except for the strike comes out and stops him from doing that as well. He will be taking it now, but the HP loss is significant on the W side altogether. And now the rest of the team pushing in, and there is not... I mean, Baby is going to go into cover as well. Can Jakefa hit, starting it off by 1,000? He can. Liberty does not have a plane just yet either.
No, but look at the damage that Itox has already taken. He's only on 900 HP, just a couple of shots and he'll be down and out. He probably won't even live through the heal cycle here. Barbarian taking significant damage as Jakifa lets off another shot in that Grill 15. Cashback, they need to push in and find him right now. If he gets off one more shot, maybe it's value. Probably not, though.
No, he gets spotted out now and he will get deleted in a minute. Well, I'll make that a second, actually, as now 4 tanks left standing for W. It all started off so well, but then this force play, Ios making a mistake, losing half his HP, and then, well, Frugo and the Gorilla making an even bigger mistake.
Liberty taking a little bit of damage, but it's not significant enough to really turn the tide in this battle right now. Cashback are in full control. They've got the guns advantage by 2. They've got the HP advantage by about 3k right now. And they're in total control of this situation. More spots coming on towards these tanks, all just poking up on the ridgeline. Mentos trading out a shot of damage with the respective K91 of Little on the other side. And W, they're kind of just stalling for time right now. Cashback aren't really obligated to go in for the fight. They're just going to start collecting the strikes, and they're going to slow play to secure the round.
I mean, I must say that Cashback taking the info after all was huge for them a little, you know, revealing everything. But then this Forest Barbarian on his 1 HP on the strike.
It seems kind of crazy that that Little even went for the radar after they found out that they were triple Grilla.
It was perfect timing.
It was perfect timing, but how did Little know he's got that sixth sense?
I mean, if the triple Gorilla is aiming, it's minus another K91.
I know. That's what makes it the fine details that separate these two teams. Brainbreaker now closing off any escape route here, pushing back in towards A3. The net is beginning to close on the W tanks, and they know it.
Yeah, they're trying to cap it out, but I think that's more of a last-ditch effort attempt here. Little finds a shot against Klurf already. Mentos holding the line. Ios coming in. Will drive out of the strike and dodge it. Baby will hit a shot as well with the Gorilla, but Ios down towards the one shot. And Cashback in full control, coming back in with the K9D1s. Finding one, finding a second, and number 3 and 4 will not be too long either. Murvanka done. The cooking has been judged, and it seems like the dish from Cashback was able to convince the critics more than the one from W.
Very strong start for Cashback, and that really sets the tone for this match, right? The impression that I got going into this one is Cashback just they're not gonna be so shaken by these cooking ideas, these innovative strats coming out from W, and perhaps you could say that it was all in W's hands there. After they got that first kill, it looked so fantastic for them, but then they maybe just got a little bit overexcited, a little bit overhyped of, oh, we're a tank up, we can push aggressive in the forest with the Grill 15s, but it is still a Grill 15, and that tank is paper, and if it gets spotted, it goes bye-bye.
I mean, Squeezy there was probably not too happy about the triple grill. He's happy that his team won, but, you know, at the same time.
From his point of view, it's probably quite a relaxing experience. You just get blown up at the start of the round. It's not really your fault, because how are you supposed to anticipate triple griller? That's not something that anyone's ever going to expect, unless they played against it in training, of course. So he was just taking a chill pill.
I mean, if you watch this replay, all you're going to hear is like 3 big hits, and then he's dead. That's it. So
yeah. And it's all instantaneous as well.
It was a good counter, though. You know, like, they were very aware that apparently Liberty likes holding the plane for the info, and that the AX needs to overpeak to reset it. So that part was great, right? The part
Certainly.
that came after, less so.
And I think most light tanks on Muravanka now, they do have a tendency to hold the plane, because it's so difficult to get more than 3 at the start, especially in these tournaments where teams are actively trying to dodge the plane as best they possibly can in the beginning. If you don't manage to spot more than 3 at the start, it almost feels like the plane has no value. So you can understand why they want to go for the plane saving strategy.
Sure, it's completely understandable in that regard, and W counted it well. Just initially, it was amazing. Secondarily, not that great, but
it was all downhill after that.
Yeah, after that, and then they tried to tap the K91 running away, and I think that's why Frugo drove so far forward, and then he died.
They just overextended. That's pretty much the story of that round. And when you play a strategy like that, you kind of need this is the sort of double-edged sword, right? Is if it's working, it can look amazing, but if it's not working, it's very difficult to do any sort of recovery. You need everything to be always in your control, be completely in control of the situation. And with a team like Cashback, they just, well, I mean, did Cashback really do anything to warrant that? I think the biggest thing that Cashback did probably to win that round was probably Little taking the radar.
Yeah, the radar was very annoying for them. Gave away the light, gave away some other things that weren't spotted already. So, you know, it's okay. It's not okay for W though. Phase 1 scored 3-0, yeah. I think historically, Moff, Cashback has beaten W in every single one of the matches they've played against each other, except
the one that counted. That mattered the most.
So, you know. This one technically doesn't matter the most either.
Well, if you want to look at it like that, this match is technically almost irrelevant, but with elimination on the line in that lower bracket, you don't really want to fall at that first hurdle.
What are we expecting Pilsen-wise? Lineups looking a little bit more normal here. W, I7 mouse, double push B, 268, and double E4.
Cashback 150B, double mouse, 430U, double Fosh B, and an RHM. W once again going without any light tanks. Cashback bringing Liberty in the RHM, which you would almost say is an oddity on this map at this point. We've seen so many teams being sticking to the EBR, particularly on Pilsen. So a move back to playing the RHM is a curious one.
Again, W without the light, Liberty with spots 5, so really good info there for Cashback, right? Missing only 2, so good start. And they see as well the split of tanks from W as I7 and 268 on the field. Not a bad combination to hold whatsoever.
No, and does Liberty choose to go for the radar early? No, he doesn't. He chooses to go for the spotting run at the start. But at the moment, Cashback, they'll be communicating with each other. They know that no one got spotted initially at the start of the game, so they might have an idea that there is no light tank from the side of W. You cannot be certain of that, of course, as we've got the mouse of Itox moving in towards that mid-strike, field strike already being collected from Cashback. Barbarian and Liberty pushed up towards there, and Fugo, I think he's trying to sell a bait right now, pushing forwards in that IS-7, just puffing his chest out, trying to pretend that there's more here supporting than there actually is.
Camp being started by IOS now, mental screening up front, the strike being taken themselves as well. Itox has a strike, they'll have a secondary strike on the Fush B. But for Cashback so far, no worries, to be honest. I mean, they have a strike on the east. They know they'll have to reset at some point, and Frugo backing away, bleeding for it as well, down towards 1.6. Now Barbarian is just kind of going for this, to be honest.
Yeah, he's got a great read on the situation right now. He's not falling for Frugo's games. He's realized that he's completely alone. An isolated baby now peeks in his 268 to try and cover his teammate, but I think he's getting absolutely blasted for that. In the meantime, as well, the triple cap has been started. Block from Itox is going to prevent IZ just about. No, it's not. IZ will manage to get into that cap, and that's going to foil all of the plans from W here. Can they trade it out? Clerp is doing significant damage to the back of IZ in that mouse, who is unable to angle his rear armor effectively.
Itox blocking again though now.
Down.
Now he's blocking Aka. Can he actually block? 3 seconds left. There's no more strike available. I don't know. Can Little get on the cap? No, I don't think so. I think it's over already. No, it's blocked. It's actually blocked. Little's down towards the one shot though. If Itox or anybody kills it, there is the kill, but the cap has gotten decapped again all the way down, and now W has to fight for their lives. The last second decap from Little will be enough, and now W trying to push out, trying to do something, but they lost a lot for this cap attempt.
They did lose a lot for this all-in play, and Aka is going to fall in the mouse. We're into the 4v4. The HP is somewhat even, but remember, the light tank is always king of the end game, and Liberty is crucially alive on full HP. He needs to get out of the situation, and he does manage to do so without taking any damage from Yoz, who was looking for a cheeky shot into that RHM, and you cannot help but feel that this game is only going one way as both of the Fosh Bs perform a pincer maneuver on towards Jakatha and Itox. Itox falls. He did not have the HP to tank the clip, but now Jakatha stuck between a rock and a hard place, make that 2 Fosh Bs. Brainbreaker just able to clip completely for free, and now the repush comes back in from W. They do find the kill on towards Squeezy. That's still a lot of HP on Brainbreaker.
Yeah, and he's going to be running away as well. Mental spots the ability. Brainbreaker running. IOS chasing in that Fosh B. Barbarian is a one-shot as well, holding the angle, but Liberty is the biggest problem there. 2.4 HP. IOS looking for the kill against Brainbreaker, but against Barbarian, but Brainbreaker realizes this, turns back around, ability activated, chasing down on towards this E4, clipping out as well. Barbarian might just about die. No, the track comes out. They will not find it, and Cash back. 3 consecutive rounds for them, but this one, Moff, was a close one.
Definitely got close at one moment.
If Itox blocks earlier, I think they win, no? If he drives a bit quicker and blocks Iset?
Potentially, yeah. He did kind of block him a little bit, but just not quite enough to make sure that the cap came in. And even despite that, when they killed IZ, they were still only just 1 capture point away from securing that. It's probably like half a second before it ticks over. And just barely it gets blocked for a moment's time, and for W that is really, compared to both of the previous rounds, that was really a soul crushing way to lose a round, especially now knowing that you're 3-0 down. It's a rough place to be.
It was super close. It was indeed within 1 second from being a loss for Cashback, but instead it's a win. Brainbreaker popping off 6.7k, Barbarian as well 4k. Great read by him on the field to just push Frugo. Little, actually, the MVP of this battle together with Iset.
Yep, he just he put his body on the line, put his tank on the line, drove in towards their cap and saved his team. Allowed Brainbreaker to farm that 6.7 at the end there, just getting. I think Brainbreaker had a great time. He got multiple free clips just shooting away at the back of multiple tanks. Yeah,
he was just driving around and popping off, and for him, great results altogether. So good stuff from Cashback, and now we're starting to get in worrying waters, deep waters for W. 3-0 for Cashback. This round was the one they had the highest percentage chance of winning. I think the last more they could have maybe won as well if they denied the info, for example, for Status. But this one was it, and they're going to be kicking themselves as well, probably realizing that if Itox goes forward slightly earlier, they win that game, because I don't think a mouse can drive past another mouse going frontally. I don't think it happens. You can't like juke him, you know, you can't like try and go around him.
Not unless he's playing at the last stand mode and has the turbo charger ability active.
I don't think that you know, you can get around the mouse. So there was that, and they still managed to decap. And then last second decaps, they are the same, but it's worrying for W, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that little mistake, while it would be incredibly harsh to overly criticize Itox just for that, I think it's indicative of W's overall performance that we've seen so far here today. It's just a bit scruffy. Everything is a little bit off. There's individual misplays across the board which are just costing them the chance to win a round here. And Cashback, they're cruising right now. They're up 3-0. If they can win this 5-0, we said that this would be a marathon and not a sprint, but if they can win this 5-0, that would be fantastic for them.
Yeah, it would be like a Usain Bolt performance. But yeah, it is worrying, Moff. It is worrying. They W lose this round, it's GG, to be honest. I don't see them recover 4 rounds in a playoff phase.
Not just 4. You got to win. If you lose this one, you got to win 5 rounds in a row to secure the match, 4 just to take it to the tiebreaker. But that is the benefit of being in the upper bracket, finishing 2nd and 3rd, both of these teams. They can afford to have a mistake. They can afford to have a misstep or a misfire early on.
Unlike last season, right? Last season they were not allowed a single mistake, but this season indeed they could lose this and still win the tournament. It's, however, not a good scenario. It's like you had a confidence booster against Hit and Run, but this would crush the confidence a little bit.
Certainly. And I think there's something to be said for when your tournament survival is on the line. There's just a bit more, you just put a bit more on edge, put a bit more at stake, a bit more alert and ready to play the game. But W, if they do want to continue playing the game, they're going to have to probably win this round, otherwise it may all be over. W bringing an E100, IS7, triple T57 heavy, a 268, and an E4.
Cashback in return, i7 705A, K91, 430U, Forge B ×2, and an RHM. The K91, of course, more of denying any potential cap plays.
Yes, that is assuming he actually gets the mini strike ability ticked over at the start of the game. Brainbreaker already moving back towards the sort of K2 position, which we've seen multiple times before. Liberty this time going for the radar blind and gets the info for free, so that is massive. That's a huge start for Cashback. They've got full info available. W are flying blind.
Again, field pressure, and it's the same setup for W, 268 and IS7 covering the field. Liberty going straight for that strike. The cap has been started, but we talked about the K91 denying this MOF at every single point.
Yeah, but he does have to get resets in order to get that mini strike, and right now I think they're kind of holding the angle. The strike comes in on towards that field, and Liberty, well, they will not be able to collect it in time. There's 10 seconds left on the cap, and no one from the side of Cashback is even close to getting a reset here. Twilight is closing in. There's 3 seconds left here. Someone's going to have to overpeak. 1 second left, and W have done it. What happened, what failed in the previous round, it comes through this time, and W, they steal one.
Akash should have the reset there, no? Look where the 705A is. He did get an HE shot at the end, but he should get the reset.
That's what I was thinking as well. I saw where he positioned.
He should always be able to reset with HE on the E100 up front. Always.
Yeah, and I think a key thing to mention there
is the 430U.
But not just that, but the position of W on the cap. They're sitting in the central part. Normally you would sit more towards the left-hand side of it, but the reason they're not doing that is because they know the K91...
But the 430U MOF, right? The 430U that Cashback has, Twilight, when he sees that he cannot decap, he should be moving into the... Like, almost instantly he should be moving into the little city. Because if you go behind the rubble pile on the far left inside the city, you can reset and still run away.
I think that he thought... I think they all thought that Aka was going to be able to get the reset. Did he get a reset? Wait, can we go back?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He reset after the fact. I think he may have just bounced. No, he fired twice. I think he
bounced HE maybe?
Yeah, non-connection with HE, but that's why you don't put all your eggs in one basket though, Moff, right? So in my opinion, Twilight should... Okay, you know there's an IS-7 and a 268 on the field, right? You know that there's a guy in the middle, and you know that there's 3 people on the cap. The 430U can always move into the little city, Moff. Always. And he will find the back of the last T57. You cannot sit fully safe there with 3 tanks.
Yeah.
Not possible.
With the info they got at the start of the round, with the radar from Liberty, they would have known exactly the number of tanks that were in the city. So from that point of view... The 430U, you obviously you're worried. Normally you would be worried about overpeaking and then getting deleted, but they knew the numbers, they knew the positions of these tanks. So the 430U, you're right, probably should be moving closer to try and get.
I think they all just really thought that somebody would reset. You know, like they probably did indeed all think that Aka would reset, but Aka might have just non-penned the. Not non-pen, screen not penetrated on the E100 with the HE705A. But still, I think Twilight could have saved that game.
Yeah, and it's a position that I think everyone at home will be familiar with, where the cap is going down and everyone's thinking, okay guys, let's move closer to get the reset. Anyone got the reset? And the cap just keeps ticking down, and no one moves closer, and it just happens.
Well,
that's one to scratch off.
This could have been like a 2-2 after Pilsen Moff. Maybe it should have been a 2-2.
No, you're definitely right. It probably should have been going that way, and that would have tied things up going into Cliff. As it is, Cashback being on 3 points already, they technically could close out the match right here, right now.
They could, but I think this last round shook them a little bit as well.
Maybe. But it's quite easy to move on with the pace of Cliff games.
Oh yeah, they're about to head into it already. They don't really have time to think about who they're supposed to scream at that they didn't reset.
I think it's a bit earlier the day they're doing the screaming. Maybe when you get to the final round of the Sunday finals, you can exert all your energy. But doing it to the upper bracket semi-final, it's a bit too early in the day.
I mean, better started off strong though. How much cooking is there on Cliff? A little bit, nonetheless. W triple 50B double bat, an E50M, and a 13105.
Yeah, they never shy away from doing something unorthodox. Cashback, just brick wall, double 50B, double 50B, not triple 50B. Then we've got quad BZ and a 268. That is a lot of HP to chew through if you are W. And again, they're putting themselves in this situation where if it doesn't work, the initial idea, they're going to be in some serious trouble.
Especially because it's such a very heavy lineup from the side of Cashback with these BZs. They are spotted out though, 5 tanks going 1-2 line. W knows, and W has 7 Moth.
They are going there with 7. It's only 1 BZ out of the fight though, and there's still so much HP for the side of Cashback, so it's a pretty even fight. The BZs are going in here. W, they need to make sure they connect these shots, but the first couple of shots missing. They're actually choosing to focus out the 50Bs in the back instead, but Little will survive on just 65 points of health, which could be very important. Both 50Bs surviving on just a sliver of HP, and now the repush comes in from W. Itok's going to get focused out as the lowest HP. Aka is potentially going to OP to try and pick up that kill, and Barbarian in crossfire. Great focus fire from the pair of them. Clerf is going to go in on a solo quest here to try and find the kills on both of the 50Bs, but the 50Bs have got ability and they can blow you up very quickly, but he does manage to find those kills. 2 very important kills there from Clerf. W still moving up here, but the HP is significant on the side of Cashback, and Frugal gets rammed from behind by Liberty.
It's so hard to watch W trying to come back in and repush after the great damage on the 50B Moth, but the biggest issue is they didn't kill either of them. They left them on a one-shot, and then the repush was disjointed. Itox goes in, dies before the rest even shows up. And an important factor there, Moth, is I think W did not know about one thing. Not that it changes anything, but he was never spotted in the beginning. And he's a great tank to have at D1, to be honest. With that DPM on that tank, it's an absolutely formidable tank. And then repushing back into the BZs, yeah, the initial damage was there, but they didn't kill any of the 50Bs, so Clerf was forced to go kill them, and they lost Itox basically for free as well, driving back in. So how much did you really get from that initial play, if we think about it that way?
Yeah, and I think from Cashback's point of view, this worked out very handsomely, right? The BZs, they did exactly what they need to do, which is just simply, we have too much HP for you to overwhelm us. We have too much for you to go through. And of course, like you mentioned, the damage on the 50Bs initially was significant, but the fact, even if it's only for 30 seconds, Clerf still has to be committed to go and get those kills, and he bled all of his HP just to go and find them. So how much advantage did you really gain? Both of the 50Bs still got a clip off at the start of the round as well, which, you know, so how much advantage did you really get there?
Yeah, like what did you really gain out of making the 50Bs one shot, right? They were one shot. They didn't make their clip, and then you threw away a full 105, which I think is fair to say it's a full 105 to find the kill against those 50Bs. And then again, the repush was really disjointed, really disjointed, because of the positions they had. You know, some guys are on the 1 line, some people are on the edge of the 2 line, and then some people are close to the corner. So when you drive back in, and there's 4 BZs above you, and a 268, the initial damage is kind of like immediately nullified.
Not just that though, but this kind of idea that we've seen before, they only had 1 E50M, so they don't have the constant burst fire that you may have seen in previous matches on Cliff, right? As much as the 50Bs from Cashback bore the brunt of the damage, all of W's tanks were also on reload. They had 3 50Bs of themselves, so you know it's not like they were ever it's not like they were ever in an advantage there. They were also on reload for just as long.
Well, it's match point for Cash back. Even with that quick Pilsen, a victory for W, they're still staring at a match point for Cash back. 3 of them, to be exact. It's going to be a long battle uphill to get back in it. Second cliff is coming as well. And so far, Moff, yeah, Cash back proven their favorite role in this matchup at least.
They've been a cut above in this match so far, apart from that one round. That's just a little blemish on the record for them. But if they win this 5-1, and all things will be forgiven, they will not get too mad at Aka or Twilight in the other 430U. They'll just be happy to win the round and win the match.
5-1, Moff? Are we feeling that 5-1?
Certainly looks that way, and I feel it too. The vibe I've gotten so far, W just, it's not only are they doing highly unorthodox strategies, which require them to operate at a very high level, like individually, all the players need to be locked in, they need to be performing, and it's just not happening right now.
W trying to save themselves with BZ, triple CS, and AX in a double push B.
Cashback going with double BZ, IS7, CS63, double 430U, and Liberty in the RHM. So that they're again not shying away from taking those heavier tanks, which teams have kind of gone away from taking heavier armor and sacrificing on the DPM. The new established meta was going more towards E50Ms, but Cashback, they're going in another direction.
7 tanks up from W, 7 tanks up from Cashback. The plane connects on 5. So they don't know that it's 7.
They don't, and that could play a big role here, not knowing that your opponent does in fact have all tanks committed towards the top side of this map. We've got triple CS looking like they're going to go straight up the hill here. Either that or they're going to play for the top ramp. Cashback are not going to have anything to do with this. They want to go for the donut, and that is what they're going to do. Yoz and Cluff already going up the hill here. They're not going to take too much damage for this play as well. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is playing in between the rocks on the cap circle right now, but those triple BZ, the double BZ rather, have a pretty strong position to hold from.
This is not that bad for W, no?
Yeah, I've got the cap underway, but there is a strike being taken in Donut right now, so the cap immediately not going to be a significant threat. I think the biggest threat right now is the hill. The strike does come in on towards the cap, only hits 2, though Barbarian now overpeaking to try and get some shots in, but maybe he's overcommitted in towards Jackifer here, peeking out in his Foch B. A good timing on the ability as well, and they start to farm on towards these tanks on the ramp. Cashback, they're getting peeked on from the top of the hill and from middle.
Jackifer now with 2 shots in the chamber, going for Barbarian, will find the kill as well, an important one. Mentos now coming in as well with his Forge B, with all the shells available from the top of the hill. The CSs of EOS and Klorf lording away as well. They do find Jackifer, but that was a Forge B on reload. Mentos has 1 more available, and Itox will chase down Little in that 430U. W with the second cliff, more likely than not going towards them, but they still have to close it out. It's 4v4, however they still have this isolated BZ of Iset in the middle of the map and a light tank to play against. Double DHP as well. W hold on for at least 1 more round.
They certainly will, and that is going to be a way more convincing round than we've seen in the earlier one with the triple cap attempt. And that's going to bring it back 4-2. So W, they're not quite out of steam yet here in this match, and I feel like maybe this is the shift now. Maybe they're going to move back and play a bit more. I don't want to say sensible, because of course they're still playing very seriously to try and win the match, but I feel like this marks maybe the shift towards slightly more conventional strategy.
And taking everything into consideration, of this could have been arguably 3-3 coming out of this, but it's not. It's still going to be 4-2 for Cashback, so they still have a match point and everything going for them. But W proving or showing that they're a team capable of playing and will not just drop out.
Ooh. And that's unfortunate for Liberty. Sometimes dropping off from those rocks, it can look seamless, and then sometimes your tank just explodes. But he was trying to just stall the game out for a little bit longer, try and waste a bit more time. I wonder who would have the fastest round there between both of those cliff games. probably... I mean, it could be quite close, actually.
I think the Pilsen cap is probably the fastest round.
You know what? I think you may be right, going for that triple cap very early on. So if we do get there, of course, cashback already on match point, but if we do get to that tiebreaker...
122 on the Pilsen, by the way, Moff. So
yeah, no one's beating that. Not unless your opponent forfeits mid-game and all their computers crash. Even then, probably not.
Do you think Cashback got confused by the fact that there were 7 tanks up, even though the plane only spotted 5?
Yeah, I think that really made a big difference, because I think their idea is we're going to cross towards Donut and kill the 2 tanks that are possibly on 1-2 line, maybe.
Yeah, it looked like crossing over towards 1-2 line to lock them in position, you know, like lock the tanks in 1-2 and have mid control as well. Not such a thing that happened to be the case.
No, and they didn't have any burst fire tanks on bottom side to punish the CSs going up the hill. So it's kind of a rare situation these days that you get to take hill control almost completely for free, but the lineup of Cashback certainly allowed that. Now we're going to be going on towards Studzianki, which is the least played map so far in the regular season. We have not seen too much of this map from any of the teams, but what we have seen is that once again, the rat strategy, or the invisible arty strat, as I like to call it now, is still possible.
It is, but would they play it here, Moff? You think they're gonna bust it out?
I mean, at this point now, you're on match point. It's a massive risk to take, and Cashback, they'll be wise to it. They know the tricks of the trade. They're not just going to completely ignore the possibility.
Yeah, it's something to be aware of if you're Cashback, right? That it's a possibility.
It does really play mind games, though, because we watched in the final day of the regular season, Hit and Run, they still just went full in for their Bliskovitsa strategy on Westwood, I think it was. They managed to win one of the rounds, but more so due to mistakes from the side of W. But it just goes to show you have just this incredible dilemma where do you adjust your strategy to try and account for this, or do you just react to what you see?
I think you just react to what you see, and you're just faster, you know, than the other team.
You have to be so quick, though, at making these decisions, because before you know it, you can lose full map control in about 1 minute.
Yeah, but if you look at Mafia, you saw them sit on the cap for way too long.
Yeah, and there were possibilities in that game. It's just simply the fact that they weren't able to recognize exactly what they could have done quickly enough, and then you just get stuck in this. You kind of just freeze because you don't know what to do.
Lineups.
Mind that.
W is playing more conventional Moff. Double mouse 1-1B for TDU, W4 and an RHM Panzerwagen.
Cashback going IS7, mouse 277, T57, double bat, and a Foch B. So never mind all of that chatter about the potential for rat strategies. This is what I said in the last Cliff game. I feel like W is going to potentially move back more towards playing conventional gameplay, because it's really hurt them early on in this matchup. Cashback splitting, sending a lot of tanks over towards the south of the map with a Foch B, Batchat IS7. I think, I'm not sure what other tank it was, 277 as well. Batchat doing an aggressive spotting run, Brainbreaker, at the start of the game, just hanging about near that strike at the start here. We got Clerf going for radar at the start of the game. Aka letting off a couple of blind shots. Clerf does not commit to it though, because he doesn't know there is no light tank.
Does W smell this out?
Well, they look to be grouping up for a push already.
I mean, look at the C line.
I have to say,
look at the C line. They are pushing up though. It seems like they are somewhat aware.
Yeah, I have to say though, the timing right now looks really good for them. Cashback have 4 tanks committed in the south. They are so far away from supporting the rest of their team. Aka is in some serious trouble.
I think Klurf might just end up taking the info tower after all. I think Aka is in a lot of trouble indeed. That T-57 heavy is going to be spotted out, and that's going to be Frugo and Drakefa just picking up and over against Aka, and Aka is like, guys, I'm in trouble, and that T-57 tries to run away, might even clip out on towards Itox, but that is a wall in the way, and that T-57 loves shooting heat in these scenarios. Frugo needs to be careful though, overextending by quite a lot, minus 2.5k on him, not what you want to see. They had such a freebie, no reason for Frugo really to do such a thing, Moff.
I think he got baited because there was no initial covering fire, and then Squeezy got into position eventually and started clipping out together with Aka, and now Cashback, the rest of the gang, has grouped up to support their team. Little is flanking in 277. Jakiva finally picks up that kill on towards Aka, who was not long for this world and going back to the garage. Mentos now trading off with Twilight. There is a repush from W here. Baby, Yoz, and Klurf. Little may have overextended in this position. He's going to get double medium, double DPM medium with the Inspire ability pouncing upon him.
Yeah, Little isolated in the factory. Tries to run, but he has nowhere really to hide on 9 HP, and the medium's continuing the push here on towards Brainbreaker, who is going to fall as well. Mentos picks up one. Ios picks up the other. Liberty does find Frugo, I think, with the strike as well, but W now coming in for the repush once more. They hit their stride, and they're starting to hit hard as well as they come in into this pit area, wiping Cashback once more. The dream is yet still alive as they pick up another round, this time on Studzianki number 1.
Yeah, and this one's even more dominant than the last. Klurf operating as the janitor on the cleanup crew, going to find that last kill on Squeezy, and that's going to make it 4-3 now.
Could have
W
been,
just one round away.
It could have been 4-3 for W, Moff, honestly. It could have been 4-3 for W, or even 5-2 if you count in the Morovanka, where they picked up that initial advantage. So Cashback looked really good, but now I can't really say that they look like the better team overall.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show how important it is to pick up even just one round in the early part of this match, because it allows you to warm up into the game. And W, with this comeback that they're on right now, just playing more simple strategies. They just grouped up and just made a very simple push through the north of the map, and because it's so conventional, I think Cashback were almost surprised by how normal the push was.
So it's now 4-3. Klurf actually top damage there in their HM. Not bad. Well, not bad whatsoever. Not sure when he picked up all of this, but some strike damage as well, I guess, in that. Not sure. He did a really
He might have had a big strike in the middle. But even then, he would still be doing about 3k damage.
So really good stuff there. Only mistake there, Frugo got a little over eager to kill this T-57. That almost evened the odds, to be honest, because Itox could always kill this 57 for free in a way. So, even when they're ahead, they had got to watch out, because you can see how quickly something like this turns. Frugo 1 misspeak, minus 2k HP.
Yeah, and I think even a T-57 heavy, you may have been low HP, but when your back is up against the wall and that clip is ready to go, he can still be... That dog has still got a lot of bite in him just before he goes down, and that could have potentially turned the tide for Cashback. I think there was still very much a chance for them to win that round up until the moment where Little overcommits in the 277.
Yeah, good stuff for W. One more round, Moff. One more round. I bet you would like to see them pick up 2 more rounds, to be honest, if I'm checking the predictions again.
Are you perhaps referencing the prediction game, which we never ever mention?
Look, Moff, I'm going to be honest with you. I predicted a tiebreaker as well. So W winning this round is a good thing for me, is a good thing for you. That's where our ways separate, though. But until then, we're united.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I went for W. Truthfully, I don't think I actually believed in the prediction. I just went for it because I knew I needed to predict opposite to everyone else. But now that it might actually happen, I mean, it can all get shut down right now if Cashback win this to Yankee. But you've got to be bold if you want to win.
What can we expect in the second Yankee though?
I just don't feel like they're going to go back to rat strategy. I feel like W is maybe experienced a little bit of trauma from the early rounds in this match and thinking, okay, we don't actually need to go this crazy. I don't think they're going to go for it. Cashback.
You're thinking conventional lineups here?
From both teams. I mean, it's really quite strange, because what W did in the last round is just such a normal push, which we would have seen in seasons gone by, get countered. But just Cashback, I think Cashback really expected W to do something, some kind of crazy stuff going through the south. That's why they committed 4 tanks to it.
Lineups look pretty normal, Moff. Double mouse for B, double 268 and E4 and RHM for W?
Double 268 is a little bit of a curiosity, but it's certainly not out of ordinary from what we've seen.
I mean, it's not crazy, you know?
No. It's like just moderately turning up the heat a little bit. We've got a Leo 1 from IZ, which is an interesting pick, especially in isolation. I feel like we don't ever see the tank in isolation anymore. It's always almost always in a pack of 2 or 3. Mentos going for blind radar. Liberty uses the plane. Is he going to get it? Nope. It was a gamble attempt there from Mentos. He did get ability pop, so he's going to heal at least a little bit of that back. Now we've got Squeezy moving through the south of the map in his Batchat. If he can clear this quickly, that's going to be great for his team, but understandably, he doesn't know what's up as much as anyone else in the game, so he's not going to blind commit to that.
Rotation coming out now towards the south. Clover destroying a building. Double 268 and support. That's a lot of danger in the south, though. Especially those 268s are very potent, and an even fight would be ideal for them.
I think it's all going to come down to the timing here. The 268, as much as it's got great DPM, it excels. It's at its peak of its powers when it's in an ambush, when it surprises the enemy, especially a Batchat, because you can intuition to that HE for 1150. Was it 1150 or 1100 HE alpha damage potential, which is very, very potent and a huge threat to those Batchats. Cliff now moving up, and they're just going to stop here, much like Squeezy has done on the other side. We've got an I7 committing, though, potentially. That is quite the play.
That strike being taken is huge here, though, for Itox. Will be impactful in the start. Ios taking some damage. Will join him in the hole. So W really eyeing up this south push. The plane doesn't hit anything. I think that might bait Cashback into some fake confidence, perhaps. A good shot, though, from the 268, so they know there's at least one tank in the back.
They do. But Brainbreaker, he knows something's up here. I mean, they definitely do, because there was a tank spotted. There's a strike coming in on the 2 tanks spotted behind there, and that is quite a bit of damage. Now Little pushing forwards as well, and I think he may have taken a 268 shot. Additionally, I think pushing forwards to the IS-7s here is perhaps a mistake. Perhaps you're falling into the trap of the high alpha TDs.
Pushing now in the south with Little, Brainbreaker, Aka and Ice at Baby hitting a shot as well, and the Forge B from Mentos in the side also, and the guys from Cashback here kind of driving out in the open. Little taking another one from Mentos who pops the ability. The mouses are starting to arrive, and it looks like Cashback wants to make a play here before those mouses arrive, because they realize the trouble, the heaps of trouble they're in. Baby hitting Ice, that Klur trying to cover Jakefa, who will fall in that 268. He'll be the first one down. Can he do one more shot? The mini strike coming out. He does find one more connection before the strike will put him out of his misery. And now Baby backing off, hits a banger on the runaway, and Glorf coming in as well. 393 on Aka. Now Ios is there with the mouse, and Itox is there as well. The rolling fortress from W has arrived, and will pick up Little, and now Brainbreaker and Aka can only face the music. They do have that 268 to play hold down behind, but with Itox coming from behind, he is taking damage. I said will be dropped towards a one-shot as well. Itox gives Brainbreaker a shot, makes him a one-shot, now pushing him out in towards Baby in that 268. The mouse from the cap shooting back towards this as well, but W needs to start cleaning up. They had this HP lead. It's coming close again though, but they find 2 more kills, and Ios still alive. I said on the runaway, getting caught by Mentals. It's 3 left standing for Cashback, who just got them Jimmy's wrestled, as not only are they not going to win in regular time, they're going to have to face a tiebreaker against W, who win 3 consecutive rounds to bring it back all the way to 4-4.
This is the match we wanted to see. We thought early on that the W was sleeping, but now we're getting these 2 Titans going head to head, and W bring it all the way back. We're going to get a tiebreaker in the very first match of the day, which is absolutely fantastic here. W just need to close out this round, but they've got more than enough tanks at their disposal to do so. They've got Clerf alive critically in the light tank. Perhaps there would have been something for Cashback to explore in this round if the light tank of Clerf was dead, but that is not the case. Barbarian just down to a one-shot now, is going to get picked up by Clerf in that RHM. Just 2 tanks left to find before we go into that tiebreaker on Westfield.
And Liberty getting tracked in the RHM. Baby with the HE shell. 1.1. The power of the 268 coming out and squeezing the last one standing. It's going to be a tiebreaker off. It's going to be Westfield as well. And it's going to be W picking the side at which they want to start. If you're W, what side are you picking?
I have no idea, honestly, as to which side that I would prefer to pick on Westfield. I mean, we've had the exact same conversation, it feels like, on basically every map in this match so far. Will they do the rat strategy again? It's a question that has to come up every time, because it's such a weird strategy to play, and they've played it multiple times on Westfield, but maybe will it work? Do you pull it out right now in this tiebreaker? You've clawed it all the way back by playing slightly more conventional. That's how they've gotten most of their round wins. Do you really want to go back to the alternative playstyle?
Good spread there from W. And yeah, I think Cashback thought there was not as many tanks out as they ended up fighting, because that plane from Liberty only hit nothing. They knew there was a 268 there, but I think they got surprised, and then the double mouse rolling in off takes them a while to arrive, but they do get there at some point.
Yeah, and they started moving quite early as well. I think a different plane from Liberty, if he puts it in a slightly different location, that could change the entire outcome of that battle, right? Because there is no way that Cashback push in with those IS-7s if they know the fighting force that is waiting to receive them. Like 268s versus IS-7s, if the IS-7's pushing in, it's absolute mincemeat.
Now, Westfield tiebreaker, Moff. After all this, do we change our thoughts about Cashback or W? Because I feel like W might actually be the more convincing team now.
Maybe. I'm trying to think back to the early rounds that we saw on Miravanka right now and Pilsen. Just trying to remember even how close those games were, to remember or get an idea of who really has the edge. I mean, certainly W has the mental advantage going into this one, because they've just clawed it all the way back to tiebreaker, which is obviously the favored position to be, whereas Cashback, they've been on match point for probably 3 rounds now. It's starting to slip away. Does that really matter? I feel like Cashback is a team that has the resolve to not let that affect them too much.
Hopefully. But yeah, it's been a marathon after all, Moff. The sprint turning into a marathon, turning into a sprint, back into a marathon. W has every momentum going for them, though. I think they also realize that currently they're in control of this match
Potentially. I mean, just to go back to what you're saying, like it felt like a sprint very early on. So they sprinted the first part of the marathon, and then we just very, very quickly slowed down to a more conventional pace with these strategies. They were doing far more normal decision making, less risky plays.
I am going to go with W, I think. Even though I voted for Cashback to win 5-4.
I still think it's 50-50 because I remember a game, it might have been on the last play day of regular season, but Cashback played against Mafia, and Mafia tried to somewhat imitate a rat strategy of sorts, and Cashback fully countered it perfectly. I still think it's 50-50.
I don't know, Moff. It's hard to call. It depends really what kind of strats we're gonna get, right?
That will be.
I don't think W. I mean, I don't think that they're going to do the rat tactic.
I just think the way the game has gone, they had their most success moving back to normal ideas. Nothing too crazy. No triple griller. I don't see why after that success you would want to go back to the more risky strategy. By the way, we've just been told that W picked the southwest side. What do we make of that? Is there anything in particular from that spawn that's better? I mean, I guess there's a cubby hole that you get in the very north where teams like to put a BZ to provide crossfire. Apart from that, I can't really think of too much.
No, I can't think of anything particular either, but let's see what both of these teams have in store for us on the final Westfield round. Double BZ, double AX, and triple Bliskovice for W, facing off against the double BZ, the triple Bliska, the Foch B, and the RHM for Cashback.
Both teams kind of giving hit and run vibes, to be honest, with the sort of lineup they're rocking. We saw hit and run play that double AX, double Inspire, very powerful because even if you get one of them getting caught, the other one is still going to be pumping out that damage. Liberty on the RHM, though, could be a very critical player here for Cashback. That plane at the start could be all important to decide what Cashback want to do. He spots out 5, and they are kind of playing. They're committing towards the mid strike. The double AX is unspotted, though. Liberty needs to be careful.
The double AX moving close, Liberty replaning the BZ, but only hitting one, and it's going to be a fight here. Straight Baby and Jakefa going for the shots against Liberty, but only one of the two connecting. Now those secondary shots connecting. Itux is in the middle of them. The rest of the W team joining in. Jakefa and that AX getting focused out by Barbarian. The rest of the W team trying to keep him alive. That AX, he explodes against Little. Can they return the favor immediately on the Barbarian? They can. They're trying to keep the second Inspire tank alive to have that DPM boost throughout this battle, while Baby is going for Liberty. In return, Brainbreaker down towards a one-shot. IOS not going for the kill there. Not sure what caused that. And now it's a 6-on-5 with Liberty being a one-shot and Baby actually making it away as well. Klurf cannot find Brainbreaker. Surprisingly still, that Bliskovice is still alive and kicking, and the focus fire from Cashback is starting to kick in. Liberty still alive. Finally, Itox gets the kill. The Ram from IOS will put the RHM out of the fight here, but now it's 4-on-4. W down in HP though, but they find the next kill. Itox trying to survive. Aka doesn't find the kill either. Baby getting chased down by Little, and it's still a 3-on-3 with W down in HP, but can they somehow get Aka out of the fight? The shot from Mentos will hit, and now IOS coming up with Real, but Little finds Baby, and IOS misses on towards Aka, who's boosting away. And I think at the end of the day, Moff, in this scenario, it will be Cashback coming out ahead, but it's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet. Yoz pops that ability, gets the Ram kill, boosting is ramming alpha damage, and he connects another shot on towards Little in his Bliskavitz, and now Mental's boosting around the corner just to guarantee that he connects. The shot gets Amaraked in the process, but now with his booster active, he can't reverse back around. The HP is favoring Cashback slightly, but it's so very close. We've got Little being a one-shot, and if W can focus on that one gun, Amarak, double Amarak on Mental, so that means his reload is going to be total garbage, but Yoz comes in to pick up the kill, and now Twilight is stuck in the 1v2, and Mentos, he may be Amaraked, but critically, he is still alive, and he is not a one-shot.
Yeah, now Twilight with that BZ with no DPM facing off against Ios. I was wrong, will admit it. Antos says Amarak come back as well. Twilight boosting forward. Will probably take the shot from Mentos. Mentos doesn't miss these, and now it's going to be W actually, not Cashback, who looked to be in control, but some great endgame plays there from the side of W, finishing it off, picking it up, and tiebreaker as well. What a round between these two to finish it off, and W somehow will make it into the upper bracket finals against Hit and Run. I really thought Cashback had it in that 2v2.
I thought they did as well.
Little kind of drove through the open, no?
Yeah, and I thought Baby was dead as well, but somehow he managed to get away, and they actually gave up the chase. But
W,
I can't hide my jury right now. I got a prediction actually correct. I put it on the line. I went for the 5-4 as the only one to do so.
You were.
I actually got it right. I'm so far behind, it doesn't matter at all. But I'm just happy I got one right.
I also
7.7k.
Yeah, even with that miss, you know, 5 kills as well. 13, 11, 11. I thought surely it was over when he missed that shot. You know, earlier the focus fire from W in the beginning wasn't that great, to be honest. Moff. They left that Brainbreaker one shot alive for so long as well. Of course, the fact that Cashback had a light worked in the favor of W, but I would say that the AXs from W in the beginning allowed themselves to get caught, no? Especially Jakefa was kind of in the open, allowed himself to get focused out so quickly.
Yeah, but it's always tricky when you play the AX too, because the fight just happens so fast. Even if you're trying to be conscious and mindful of the fact that you need to play safe, sometimes it can be very difficult to do so. But that's why you bring the double AX, right? That's the goal of the strategy, is that even if that one of them gets focused out, the other can still survive to pop that Inspire ability. And I think in that moment when Eoz missed that first shot,
I really thought the 2v2 it was over. But Little made a big mistake, no? Like, I think it's fair to say that W played great, Mental speaking out and taking damage in his BZ, perfect play. But Little in the Bliskavitz should not allow himself to get focused in the 2v2.
It's all the intricate details, the micros, misplays. But that's really what we want to see, right? We want to see it come down to these moments where individuals are under pressure to make the right calls, and then you can see who holds their nerve and see who cracks under the pressure.
In this case, it was Cashback cracking under the pressure, to be honest. Aka was alive for a long time in this game, right? What was his pen ratio actually? Because he was the second to last. No, he was the last tank left standing. I just realized. 664? He was just making kills then, because he had 2 kills.
Yeah. He probably the 2 kills he got were probably on maybe 100
they
HP
were
or less.
Yeah, they were super low HP kills. That's like 1k damage easily missing off him. Okay.
Well, looking at the bracket though, if that sets the tone for the way the rest of these playoffs are going to go, then sign me up. I am more than ready to keep watching these teams go head to head and tiebreakers all the way. Yes, please. W winning that match, that puts them into the upper bracket final against Hit and Run. We're not going to watch that one today. That'll be on Sunday's stream. But later on today, we will have Cashback, who have just been knocked down to that lower bracket semi-final. They'll be facing off against Mafia. And if Cashback lose that, that's a pretty brutal way to go out.
Yeah, it's a do-or-die situation for either of those two teams. A pretty formidable play here. Later on, we're also going to have the OLF bench versus stacked, and bench has been surprising, so I'm kind of curious to see how well they will do as well. They beat Burba, which I really wouldn't expect them to do, so I'm really curious to see how they match up. They're like one of those eager teams that wants to prove themselves. Maybe they can do something there as well. But what a recovery from W, really, coming back from this 3-0. to then win a round, lose a round 4-1, picking up 3 rounds in a row into a tiebreaker win. Congratulations. I know Moff is very happy about his prediction, but I think W deserves all the praise they're getting for a remarkable performance. Can they keep it up though? That's for tomorrow. We have some replays before we get into the next match, which is also going to be a banger. So stick with us. I'll be right back. I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not gonna be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Hello there, and welcome back to the second match of the day. Will it be as good as the first one to watch? Let's see, because the first one already an absolute banger in my opinion. But now, through the magic of the internet, we are going to teleport over to the North American server, where we have the match in between Stacked and Bench. Exactly. How did we come here? Bench, kind of unexpected, Ducky.
It's for them an opportunity, right, to prove themselves. They beat already a pretty good team called Burbology, which then kind of rocked our prediction of the bracket, right? I think we were all predicting Stacked, Burbo, and Dopamine to fight it out for the top 3, but no such thing is true as Dopamine is out. They'll be watching as Stacked takes on the team of Bench. Now, there's a lot of experience on the Stacked team. I don't think they will have too much of a problem with hit and run, with Bench, but you know, let's not underestimate them.
Exactly, you can see the players here of Stacked. It still weirds me out to see hair on External's head, but yeah, you can see also some of them have played before at WCI. That's where the pictures of Fluky, OP, and Sebastian come from. And yeah, a few new additions here. We usually have between events some kind of rotation for players in between teams. And here you see the players of Bench. Man, Aruev with his picture from last season in LTP, he looks like the happiest man in the world still.
He's always the happiest person ever, you know. But yeah, Louis, the chef of this team, will try to make something happen. I don't know what to expect from Bench. You know, there's always usually this wall, like between a young and upcoming team and success, there usually is this wall. And I feel like Stacked might just be this wall for Bench.
Absolutely. The player stats here coming from the earlier playoff matches in the OLF and External so far. Not only an outstanding performance as a caster here in the OLS, but also playing the game. Average damage 3.6k, KD 2.2, pen rate 89%, playing mostly autoloaders, Batchat 50B, T57, playmaker for his team, and so far he's putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an old picture though, because he still has hair at that point, you know.
Yeah.
It's a blast from the past, something like that. But 85% in favor of Stacked. I think this is fair, to be honest. You know, between us, Key, I feel like I'm more of the North American expert, so I got more of a right to say that, and I think I honestly believe this will be a quick affair. Really.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, first of all, let's take a look at the maps that will probably tell us more about how quick this match is actually going to be. Ensk and Ghost Town being removed, Cliff and Himmelsdorf. Those are two pretty quick maps. Studzianki and Morovanka being removed. Westfield, another quick map. Then Sand River could be slow.
If we get there.
With the little caveat of, yeah, if we get there. And tiebreaker, once again, if we get there, would be Pilsen. But yeah, Stacked vastly favored in this matchup, but Bench, they have surprised us already in this playoff bracket. Maybe they're not done.
No, sure, but you gotta respect the experience of Stacked, and I think they won the last OLF as well, right? So this, you know what, Mofa, I don't mind the 5-1 prediction here. It could be the case. Either Bench is going to surprise us yet again and do something amazing, or I think they're gonna get kind of swept by Stacked.
Yeah, let's see. I was kind of hovering between this 5-1 and 5-2, and then I was like, Bench performed so well so far that I am going to give them the 2 points. Still 2 points only because Stacked, the team with the pancake logo, have looked pretty good as well so far. We should also talk about the fact that in the playoffs bracket, we have one team eliminated that normally you would expect to see in these last 3 here, right?
Yeah, it is indeed the case. Cliff, I'm interested to see. We already saw Cliff between W and Cashback. Now, it's always interesting because there is some small differences between NA and EU and meta in things that they like to play, but let's see.
I mean, we all know that NA is 2 to 3 days ahead of the EU meta, so let's maybe see if the European players can take some inspiration of what we're about to see. If the past match is anything to go by, then I would say don't overcook it. This is what seems to have worked for W, but let's see Bench against Stacked in the Onslaught Legends final, sponsored by AMD Season 3. Bench coming in with double BZ75, double Batchat, a CS, a 430U, and Froto in the Forge B.
Stacked in return, quad 50B, a BZ, an E50M, and an RHM. So let's see how much info Koman is able to get in the beginning of the game. Right? We saw already in the last matchup that light plane can also still be confusing.
Yeah, it can end up baiting your own team. That being said, though, Stacked's lineup is so squishy. They don't have any armor at all, really. I mean, that BZ, yeah, maybe the E50M, but that's cope at that point. As we see the split from Stacked coming out, sending 5 players, including the light tank, towards the upper side. 150B and the E50M stationed on the lower, possibly to punish the cross on towards the hill, but as we see, that's not going to happen. Instead, double Batchat from Bench, crossing over to the donut. External in the 1-2, taking a shot in his E50M, and as we see the openings here, good shot by Koman into the Batchat. That's going to give him yet another plane to work with, and he might even try to make it on towards the hill. RNG did not connect the shot, actually, and OP in that BZ75 as well. Activates the boost, starts driving to the hill. That was a pretty cheap cross, to be honest. Tyloo already having to almost evacuate.
Yeah, that's a balcony we don't see being played very often. RNG actually drops off to get ready to repush 1-2, but that is risky. But the BZ's from the top now coming in as well. Louis is the one in the back in the 430U, far away. Rev and Glory are going to be playing this corner here, trying to pressure back those 50Bs. As Rise Glory is going to actually get across relatively freaky hand, to be honest. This is not that great for Stacked. These 50Bs are now going to be pushed back from that corner as well. This is not what you would like to see, but now the rest of the team from Stacked coming back in as well, with the 2 tanks crossing from the top. Louis is making his way down with the 430 as well. Rev is tracked on that corner. He might actually die for this, but Hasaka and RNG arriving now as well, pressuring them back even further in that regard. And yeah, the rest of the team has arrived, but can Stacked actually repush this? The HP pretty even, and you know that the team pushing in here with those squishy tanks will lose a lot for it.
Absolutely, and we still have Hasaka with the CS. He's able to play hold down. That means Stacked actually needs the time to aim. OP, though, leading the charge for his team, is going to boost in, and now the 50B is coming off of reload. They should be able to immediately remove one of those guns from the game. The focus fire not on point, however. Finally, Tyloo in the Batchat gets caught. The next focus is going to be RNG, who falls as well. Some low HP, but the 50B is starting to run out of shells.
Now there needs to be a big moment for the side of Bench if they want to come back in this. Hasaka will stay alive though in that CS63 for maybe one more shot. Koman forced to come around the corner to kill him. Louis needs to go back in, needs to ignore this RHM almost at this point and get Eaton and OP Hacker out of the game, but instead he's chasing the RHM. I think that's a mistake from Louis. The chef might be overcooking.
Absolutely, Rise Glory falling towards the crossfire of the 50B as well. Froto in the Forge B gets sent towards the garage, and Laiwi, the team captain of Bench in that 430U, gets blocked from driving backwards even from that pesky RHM of Koman. And Stacked, the favorites here in this matchup, come in swinging. It's going to be 1-0.
Well, honestly though, I feel like this round needed to go towards Bench. They had the opportunity there as well. The focus fire not really there. Somehow the Forge B on 1-2 lost all of his HP as well, which is interesting. I don't think that should be happening to Frodo. But the way that they pincered those 50Bs and pushed them back, they were in a really good position to win that game. They didn't really exploit that whatsoever.
Yeah, the thing is also that External on the lower side in the 1-2 line, I think at that point in time was on like a 1 or 2 shot in the E50M, so he can't really come in and provide DPM while the 50Bs are reloading either. So I concur with your statement that this one should have been Bench's round to win, especially considering that the focus fire in between the 50Bs also was kind of all over the place, to be fair. At least that's what it looked like in the shootout. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think the experience on the team of Stacked winning out the day for them.
Yeah, and then Tyloo, only 2 shots with the bat. Not sure what happened for him, but I liked what Bench did. They crunched. I think the 50Bs from Stacked were even too far back, not ready to punish, and it looked like a great position for Bench, and then the experience from Stacked, and I think better shooting carrying them across.
Exactly. I was kind of worried for Stacked because their lineup was so squishy, so soft, not really a lot of armor there. But they managed to pull through, but if anything, I mean, Bench made them really work for it, which is hopefully a good sign for the match to come. Because if anything, the Bench players, if they start running into that wall and the momentum that they carried up until this point gets lost, then it might be a very quick affair indeed. But the first round being pretty close, all things considered. So yeah, let's wait and see for the second round of the match, which is just about ready. Sides are obviously going to get switched. Not that I think it makes a terrible amount of difference on Cliff.
No, I don't think so either, but for Bench it's a bit sad, I think, that they ended up losing that round. They wanted to win it, they had possibilities, now they gotta lock in and focus on the next one.
Exactly. Lock in is what all of those players need to do. And what I also liked seeing is that both of the lineups looked kind of conventional. Like, there was nothing out there, for example, 13-105, stuff like this. So both teams fully embracing the meta and trying to play their best towards it.
But the strat from Bench, the split tactic, it can work, but yeah, I don't know if they're going to go for the brawl too often. Don't know if it's a good idea for them either.
Yeah, no. I think team for team and player skill-wise, you should still favor the players on the Stacked lineup when it comes to the shootout. Just because of the amount of experience, like a lot of them have experience even playing offline on LANs, where, you know, the pressure obviously is going to be quite different even than if you're sitting comfortably at home. But now, a little bit of new flavor coming in. First of all, normal lineup coming out from Bench. There is a 50B, triple BZ75, double CS, and a Centurion.
Stacked in return, triple BZ, double ban, a CS63, and a TVP as well. They now, again, change it up a little bit. They had 50Bs before, but both of these lineups, he can brawl it out, can juke it out, can fight really quickly.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about this TVP pick that is coming out from external this time around. I'm not the biggest fan. Then again, we've seen it pop off quite significantly in the OLS before, so let's see what he can do. As soon as you get that first clip in and then reload ability, second clip, third clip, fourth clip, that is when the TVP can come in really strong. First of all, he won't have any targets to shoot though, because Bench have sent all tanks via the upper side. The CS63 is gonna get spotted on the cross. Tyloo as well, making it up immediately. Both of the CSs making it up kind of unscathed. Koman with a good shot in towards Tyloo.
But both teams arriving on top of the hill nonetheless, so there is that, and Louis getting tracked on top. He's gonna go back, but Tyloo versus Koman, it should be Koman winning this out, usually.
Exactly, Koman also with a peek and a shot. They end up trading, but the singular shot advantage obviously does give the advantage towards the team of Stack. External now also has crossed over, and the BZs, I think this rotation is not spotted. This could be big trouble for External here. Finally, the first BZ does get found, but the TVP is in a heap of trouble. Rise Glory, Ruev, and also Frodo behind him. They're starting to shoot at him. He is going to make it out, though, I do believe.
Louis in return in that BZ75 in a lot of trouble, getting pushed by the BZs from Stacked, which are now overpeak in the middle, but the crossfire is there, though. That's CS63 in that pocket position of G2, hammering down already. Rev needs to be careful, now getting clipped out by Deft as well, gonna get finished by Deft. No, Deft actually missing on that shot, has one more. Rise Glory trying to shield, is unable to do so, is now boosting towards the middle as RNG is getting clipped out by External from the lower side. OP Hacker taking a strike to the face, but still alive on the top round. And now Ryzen Glory arriving. Hasaka needs to be careful. Frodo coming in as well. But that also means that the TVP on 1-2 has opportunities to go all the way behind. You can see those shells coming in, ringing into the back of Hasaka as now Bench arrives in the middle, but they've lost basically everything to get here.
Absolutely, this migration through the donut and back again did not work out. Frodo tries to heal back, but Fluky shuts it down. Still 7 tanks available on the lineup of Stacked and Bench. Indeed, have seemed to run into this wall that we were worried about. As 2 more kills come through, only RNG and Tai Lu left in the battle. Somehow Koman seems to be losing the one-on-one on the hill, but that is maybe because he wanted to support his team on the lower side, and rightfully so. Deft is going to come off reload, is going to shut down the CS, and this means that only Tai Lu remains for Bench. Quick and easy affair for Stacked on Cliff.
Yeah, for Stacked, pretty good. For 2-0 coming out of Cliff, 7-0 as well in the battle itself. Better than the first round, coming out ahead and picking it up pretty good.
I mean, it was still Stacked's map pick, so they definitely wanted to play this map. It has gone their way. So far, so good for Stacked, but for Bench, are we starting to get worried? Were we worried before the match even started, Daki? What's the mood here?
We were worried. The first Cliff made the worries even worse, and this one also ended up continuing that. I think they need to chase down the TVP on 1-2 line, or at least one player. There's no reason to let him escape whatsoever. Either the 50p or the BZ or even RNG. Somebody needs to chase down that TVP and then play Crossfire in the middle. They still have the hill. AX is pretty safe, even if Louis was in a bad position and ended up dying. They allowed that TVP to get behind them, which then owned the CS and then owned the AX as well, while at the same time peeking that northern corner and losing the 50B for it. I think they got a little stressed out there.
Seems to be the case indeed. Now, however, that is Cliff over, and Bench probably want to forget about it. This means we're going to head over towards the map pick of Bench. It's good old Himmelsdorf. Kind of newish in the pool, newer at least than Cliff. And I still feel like Himmelsdorf, there's a lot of ways that the map can be played, and not all of them have probably been discovered yet by the players.
I'm very curious to see the Himmels between these two teams and what we can actually see come out and how they're going to play it out. It's a big moment for both of these teams, and especially for Stacked. Winning this 2-0 could be easy peasy, squeezy, going back into those finals where they would like to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, it doesn't get easier from here, right? For whichever team loses, the lower bracket is also, pun not intended, stacked. So yeah, I think this match here holds quite some importance. But let's see, not all is lost yet for Bench. Best of 9. We just saw a big comeback being made by W, going down 0-3, then going down 1-4, and still winning it in tiebreaker. But I think W is like a team. They have a lot of matches where they end up falling behind, and then they adjust something, and all of a sudden it starts working for them. For Bench, do they have this portfolio of different styles that they can play is the question.
I have no clue, Kian, to be honest. If they do, but if they want to put up something in this match, I think they have to start here. Luckily for them, they have 2 opportunities, though. If they lose this match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is a safety option available for either team. First of all, though, Himmelsdorf. And let's see what the lineups are going to tell us about this one. Bench coming in with one mouse, double 430U, double Forge B, a 268V4, and an E4.
Stacked and returned triple E100, an i7, a CS, a Forge B, and an E4, and it's always important to keep that CS pick in your vision, because that means that if he goes hill, he might have it for free.
Might be the case because double 430U normally doesn't head up on towards the hill. Those are shootout tanks, combat tanks that want to be close towards the opponents. Also, I really like the triple E100 from Stacked. The tank just works really well in this meta. They do end up seeing double 430U and also two people crossing over towards the 2 line. So a lot of information here for the team of Stack. The problem for them, I think, is that they're playing 5v7 on the lower side right now, because there is also a Foch heading up on the hill together with that CS.
I mean, this double Forge B is almost forced to keep going. They will not be spotted early, though. If they push down, only now do they get spotted out, but there is still Koman, Ethan, Deft, and Sebastian that can shoot this crossing. So how much damage will be received here? Ooh, that is cheap. That is very cheap, actually.
Exactly. RNG only down towards 1600, but I'm not sure when he is going to activate his ability. Both of them right now waiting here. Finally, RNG activating the ability, and Fluky, of course, is going to get popped by this double Forge B. They're just going to completely annihilate him. I mean, you would expect, yeah, Deal has more shots, but it's going to be Hasaka from downtown to shut it down. So right now, Bench are playing with the gun advantage.
And they do get reset with Louis. That's a CS63 from the hill. Rev will take the strike, and now they are down a little bit of HP, but they are pressuring pretty well on towards the cap at the same time, trying to take the angles. Sebastian peeking out, takes a shot from Rev, is not able to retaliate, full damage as well. Def now taking some damage as well. This HP starting to even out. OP Hacker coming back across in his Forge B, cannot find the kill against RNG. Now he has to trade out against Deal, who's coming back in with a Forge B of his own. The strike coming out, and Deal, I think he just forgot to activate the ability altogether.
Not entirely sure. RNG does peek though, and does pick up OP. Once again, gun advantage for the side of Bench that are trailing a little bit in HP. This means that Stack needs to convert on towards kills, but Alio instead in the DPM medium is gonna chase down Ethan. Koman was able to eliminate RNG, so we find ourselves in a 5v5. The shootout continues, but Ethan normally doesn't win those against the 430U of Alio Pasta. Oh, a track shot coming out as well. The IS-7 has such a long reload. This one very annoying.
Alio needs to close out the kill against this IS-7, kind of forced to. Hasaka in the meantime needs to go for Sebastian. That's a full damaging shot as well on towards that 268V4. And now External coming in with the CS63. Hasaka only now pops the ability, gets tracked, doesn't seem to have a repair kit available. He actually does. Rev, non-connection with the E4, maybe snaps the shot a little bit too early, bounces at Koman, doesn't get it either. Hasaka down towards the one shot. External's going for Rev first. He will not find him either. Non-connections across the board between these two teams. And now Koman actually missing as well. External missing as well. Absolute cinema at this point, and the heal coming in as well, but it's not going to be enough to keep him above the one-shot territory of the 100. It will be with the ability, though. Can Rev do one more shot? No, he misses at this point, and now Frodo rolling back in, but I think for Bench, it's all over yet again as Agro is trying to farm out. There's just too many Stack tanks.
Exactly, the mouse proving to be a big enough target for the players of Stack to hit and penetrate, as Alio Pasta is going to be the last man standing for his team. And once again, a very close first round on a map, and once again the team of Stack does end up pulling through here, as Alio ends up killing Sebastian, but Koman to pick it up. We are going to make it a 3-0 scoreline. But man, those were some non-connections.
My bigger question is, I think Deal forgot to press the ability button on the first B. It's like he realized when he was a one-shot, like, hey, what does this button do? Whoa! I'm dead. Sorry, guys. Honestly, OP Hacker should die for this play that he made down the 2 line, this repush. He doesn't kill RNG, which means that he has just enough shots to kill Deal, but if Deal pops his ability instantly, OP does not kill this Fush B because he will be in the healing cycle by the time OP gets to the end of his clip, which means that he will always die for making the skill, and Deal will heal quite a lot of HP back.
Maybe it was a non-connection on the heal button for him. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the post-battle results, how much damage the Fosh Bs were actually able to heal back. We can see for Deal it was 440. So realistically, not that much. RNG, 140, so even less. That is one of the big problems that we encountered here. And for Stacked, I mean, once again, in the chaos and unexpected moments that this round had on Himmelsdorf, I think the experience once again coming in clutch to carry them over the finish line.
It's yeah, I think Bench's lack of experience is showing at this point. This is 2 rounds out of 3 where they had a very good opportunity to win. This one they should win even more than the Cliff one. Picking up a gun to begin with. Yeah, the Fush is like 1000 HP in return, but then OP comes back across. That should be another kill, and then the ball should be rolling from that point on.
I mean, to be honest, that Fosh B cross on the 1-2 line, that was cheap. That was like actual discount cross. You pick up a whole E100 for essentially taking a couple hits on the Fosh Bs where they could even heal some of it back. And yeah, OP's play after doesn't help either, of course. And the fact that Stacked is still able to make it back through after this is kind of crazy. But yeah, kind of telling as well now the scoreline. Bench faltering a little bit, 3-0, and we're going to stay on Himmelsdorf. Once again, Stacked's map pick, although opening for opening, I would have given it to Bench.
Bench is in trouble now. It's starting to look dire, Keyhand. If it doesn't start now, then I don't think it will start at all.
Yeah. I mean, then again, we had like a long tiebreaker match as the first match of the day, so maybe we need a kind of quick match number 2 to put us back on schedule. But it is in between the 14 players that we are going to see playing. It's up to them to decide for how long we are going to be here. Bench, they need something to really get going here. And if we think back to the previous match, that one was also 3-0. And I was getting ready to like cast the second match with you. And then all of a sudden, round after round after round goes by. And I'm like, well, time to lean back after all a little bit more.
So, can Bench do something here, Kian? What do you think?
Judging by what we've seen so far, not really, no. I think they need to catch some super good opening. Like, they really need to hard counter what Stacked is doing. And after this, they can regain some confidence, I guess.
I mean, if you want to wish them some luck in their lower bracket match, we should hope that they win a few rounds. 5-0 is devastating to the morale.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? But let's see. Bench, they're trying to get the first point. And they're doing so with Froto in the mouse, then the team captain himself, Libby, T57, Pasta once again, the 430U, triple Fosh B, and Hasaka again in the V4.
Stacked in return, triple 430U, double E4, T57, and a mouse, the cap strategy, perhaps, Gihan?
Could be. The triple 430U being sent there immediately, and Bench doesn't really have that much to punish with, actually. The double E4 also would be working very well if they get those corner peaks against the Fosh Bs and don't have them clip out into them. This could be good for Stacked. I think lineup for lineup, I prefer the one in yellow. I prefer the Stacked one.
Yeah, me too. And initially, though, it's going to be 6 tanks on 1-2 line for Bench versus only 4 of Stacked, with the rest of the team in quick succession there as well.
Oh, the 430Us could get caught out in the open, though, by those Fosh Bs, as they do get spotted driving in towards the cap. Finally, Ruf gets spotted in the Fosh B. RNG, same thing for him. He takes 1 on the cross, but now they don't really have an angle anymore on towards the 430s that have not committed. Froto is going to be the anchor in the G line for Bench. He cannot get overrun, but already Fluky and Sebastian both are headed his way.
The double Fush B now pushing towards these 430Us. Rev actually changes his mind, wants to go for Deft instead by the looks of things. OP Hacker, Ethan and Koman now trying to hold on this corner. This is a great opportunity for a pincer for the side of Bench with Louis in the window, clipping out as well. Rev and RNG now trying to help out, trying to peek even, which probably is the right choice, but no abilities available right now is a worrisome factor for those Fush Bs. Koman alive behind Ethan, who's shielding. Rev now only gets the ability back, and Ethan taking a lot of damage for this shield, and it's not worth it, I would say, at this moment in time, as RNG picks it up. OP Hacker looking in trouble as well. He falls. The triple 430U is down, and Bench finally with a real opportunity to convert a round in the OLF, as they have 4 more targets from Stacked rather close by. Fluky in the E4 is going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Fluky getting found is in between a lot of enemy tanks, currently staying alive because Laiwi is reloading in the T-57, but good track shot coming out from Froto. A non-connection on towards Fluky, but finally Laiwi, to shut it down, has to dip in towards his clip. Sebastian running away, but is getting chased by Hasaka. 5 versus 3 here, and the thing is, the low HP Aliopasta on the side of Bench is in no danger of dying. Still though, the HP kinda close, actually advantage for Stacked. Hasaka pops the ability, is trying to run and gun down Sebastian.
And Sebastian will definitely reload once more though, but Deft getting clipped out by the Fush B. That is a mouse. It doesn't have any particularly strong ability whatsoever. Louis coming in as well with his T-57. Deft makes a good shot. The E4 is covering of external, but it's not going to be enough, as Deft bounces one, needs to do it twice more, bounces a second. In the meantime though, Sebastian falls, Deft is dead as well, and external's the last one standing. Finally, Bench get a game where everything works out for them.
Exactly. Deal now with the ability pop. This is why External isn't shooting. Finally, it does run out. So External was holding the shot smartly. It does make Deal in towards a possible 2-shot. Let's see how far he heals back up. But yeah, this is cosmetics for the rest of the game here, as it is clear that Bench are indeed going to pick up their first round, repeating what W did in the first match. At least so far, so good for them.
So far, so good, but 1 round is not enough for Bench. They need 5 to win key, so they're gonna do it 4 more times, but at least they're picking up 1 round and showing Stacked can be beaten, if not in a match, at least in a round.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, if it goes 4-0, if Stacked gets this round as well, then we could have written off Bench essentially for the match. But now that Bench have actually shown that they are able to win, this is starting to get interesting.
Good damage from Deal, and maybe recovering from the previous Himmels, you know? Heals the same amount, but does, I think, 4 times the damage. Good spread, though. It was brave to take the overpush against the 430Us, but they did well. They deleted all of them. Shielding from Ethan, I think, is not worth it on Koman. Just let Koman die and shield him instead, you know?
Yeah, I think this was a good jump, essentially. They recognized that the 430Us, yes, they have a lot of DPM, but with the burst potential that those Fosh Bs have, you can kind of try and take the damage from the 430Us, just accept that you're going to get hurt a little bit, but in turn, you're going to hurt the opposing team so much more. So that was a really good call on the side of Bench. And it's not going to slow down from here. If anything, things might speed up, because we're about to go to Westfield.
It's about to speed up, actually, you know? Himmels was fast, but Westfield is normally faster unless either of the 2 teams wants to play something split and control, which I don't think is going to happen.
Yeah, split and control is one of those playstyles that has kind of recently arisen in the OLS, but you need a lot of preparation and training to actually pull it off. This is the thing. And we saw already on the EU server how quickly those pretty light strategies can fall apart. We also saw some very, very quick cap plays that went through because of this on Westfield of all maps as well. So, yeah, we might be in for a shootout with both teams deciding, all right, let's just go. Shootout it is. It's going to be about player skill, pen rates, and coordination.
Let's see if that happens to be the case, though. If there's a team that could play this control, I guess it would be the more experienced team of Stack, but I don't think so. I think it's just going to be a good old-fashioned fight, Kihan.
I mean, now that we've talked about it, we're probably not going to get it because the teams decide it's time for something else. But yeah, it would be cool to see. And if anything, like the Westfield in between Cashback and W was crazy to watch. Nice shootout there. But there are possibilities to play the map differently. One light, two lights even. For example, RHM and EBR combination. All of those are a possibility. Inspire mediums normally getting picked as well. Either Centurion or Udas. Usually you don't see something like 140 or 121B on the map. Both of them lacking gun depression. And in the case of the 140 also you're lacking a bit of everything else.
Really, Key? You say that about the 140?
Yeah, I have accepted it begrudgingly that the 140 kind of gets beaten in this meta.
No, not in this meta, in general.
Nah.
I want to hear you say it, Key.
In general.
Thank you. Good to hear. Lineups, though, bench... RHM, Foch, Double Bliska, AX, Bat, E100 can fight for sure.
Can fight, but they also have still Ruev with that plain LT. And for Stacked, we have the BZ, MVY, T57, Cent AX, Double Bliska, and the RHM as well. So both teams with the plain light. I think I like the lineup by Stacked a little bit more. What I don't like there is the T57. On Westfield,
Not the greatest fan either, but let's see what happens in this. 6 spotted, well in return only 3 spotted, but both teams know that they have a light tank, of course.
But the thing is, whereas Ruev does get the second plane for spotting 6, Koman does not. And this enables Ruev to immediately push in towards the strike. He does have the bat shot as well to back him up. So slight advantage for the team on bench when it comes to the map control all over. But the cap has been started by Stacked. And both strikes are being taken. Ruev, remember, has that plane available. So he can spot the cap for his team. And then there is the strike, of course.
Koman has been behind enemy lines, and Hasaka already took some damage in the X as well. Koman hits a shot on Rev. Now Rev knows that there is the RHM flanking the strike. Hits 2. They have 1 more, I think, available. There's the second one. This was very premature to use that, though. Louis is now immediately in that E100 repushing. He is going to get peeked by the guns from Stacked, and can they actually delete the C100? It's a big, juicy target. They're good shooting on the Stacked side. Finds Louis down towards 800. The Mivi still peeking from the top as well. It's looking good for Stack, generating 3,000 lead. Rev having to 1v1 Koman. It doesn't look that good either. 5 seconds on the cap. Louis will need to block. He doesn't have a choice anymore. There needs to be the decap. Finally, there is one. It's the bat shot from behind, actually. Good shot coming in. And Rev losing this, or just about winning this, not entirely sure. Louis will again need to block, though. Rev seems to be losing it at the end. 3 seconds left. Louis will now need to block. The light 1v1 is happening. He doesn't actually block it. And cap goes through for the side of Stacked, which makes it 4-1.
Or the one indeed Stacked with a cap victory, but taking a look at the HP and also at the tanks as well, it was over at that point anyway. Bench kind of accepting this 4-1 match point for Stacked, and here it seemed like, you know, it was an arm wrestling competition, but Stacked with more training.
Yeah, I mean, even if Louis does block the cap, the light 1v1 was won by Koman, because he had that initial shot as well, which leads to, you know, the bat shot later on being in trouble. I think Stacked would be winning it either way.
Exactly. And for both teams, the light tanks are going to be top of the board. good for them, but in the end, the cap, of course, deciding the game here. But yeah, both of us agreeing it would have been one for Stacked, even if the cap does get reset again, because the E100, it's going to die, and after that, you need to send maybe a Bliskavitza in to block it, and at that point, you have the MVY from the top just continuously giving side shots. So a good job to Stacked. I felt like Bench had the more effective opening, but once again, Stacked taking the little opportunities that they have and turn them into big wins.
4-1, prime position for Stack to take this 5-1. The general rehearsal for them for the finals is looking rather good. They're not flawless, but they're doing enough to get across the finish line, I think. You know who's very happy as well, though, Key, if it ends this one? Ends like this? Moff.
Oh, true. True. I think all of us went with the 5-2, right? And he went with the 5-1. Aye. But I really like to see how happy he was after the past match. He was genuinely smiling. It was like the sun had just risen.
Yeah, he wasn't happy that W won. He was just happy that his prediction came through.
Yeah. So he's probably sitting in his room right now, and he's like, "Come on, Stack, just one more. Don't fluff it."
Yeah, one more. I hope Bench
Let's see
wins.
though. Me too. I mean, I predicted 5-2.
Yeah, so did I though.
Yeah.
It's the next match where there is some
Discrepancies.
yeah. I'm sticking to what I said in the beginning of the season. Gotta believe in it.
All right. First of all, though, possibly the last round in the match in between Bench and Stacked. Stacked having the possibility of making it a pretty smooth and cruising way through this match here for themselves. And for Bench, let's be real, what we've seen so far was just not enough.
No, they had opportunities. They're just not good enough at converting them, you know?
I mean, it seems like for Bench, the less Fosh Bs they pick, the better for them, because then they can't mistime the ability.
Yeah.
They're going to pick one. Bench coming out with a 60 TP, a BZ, MVY, Centurion, Bliskavitza, Fosh B, and RHM.
Stack just switching a few things around still, but I think they've arrived at the destination. E100, Mivi, AX ×2, triple Bliskavitza.
Ooh, so Stacked again want to force the shootout with that triple Bliska E100 MVY combination and then double sent AX, taking a page out of W's book. If one of the Inspire mediums gets caught, they will still have the secondary one. So as this opens up, let's see how many people RNG hits with the plane. Interestingly, Ruev being subbed out for RNG, and the plane, well, it did not do too well. But no info is also info.
That's indeed correct. He will get the information tower and spot out everything that's happening. They're playing with this BZ at A3. Koman will take the info normally and get a spot back. But how does Stack play this now? The slow game is not one that normally favors them at the current positions.
Well, the thing is, we've seen time and time again, A3 that looks like a very strong position can be a problematic position to hold, actually. Good shot coming out from Rise Glory in towards Sebastian, even injuring the commander, but he does have the medkit available, and now external peeking over the top with the MVY. Good shot in towards Alio, who is blocking the cap, and external, of course, cannot keep doing this.
Got a bottom AX actually moving in towards RNG, who's very alone. He's about to get surprised as well. Deft finds RNG out in the open with HE as well. He's trying to chase him down. Fluky in the meantime bouncing on towards Louis as well, who's trying to help his RHM. But in return, the Bliskovitzes now starting to make their move themselves down the middle of the map, and now Bench has to react in a very powerful way to do something. Louis hits the building head on. It's like it was just added there yesterday, but now him and RNG are the two tanks getting pressure. The plane will spot it out. Non-connection from Deft. OP Hacker chasing 785 that he's never healing back. Bench has taken the top now though, but they're down 4,000 for this, and cap pressure is not really happening either.
No, only Rise Glory in the cap right now, and he's also exposing himself to be shooting. Coman takes the opportunity, resets here, and the outside has been won by the team of Stack. They're not going to keep chasing after the RHM and the Foch. Instead, they sent the Centurion and the Bliskowitz back. I think Stacked is looking for the knockout punch onto the tanks of Bench that are around the cap. Sebastian and Ethan starting the march in towards the possible crossfire, but a gigantic strike hitting 4 out of 4 possible targets. That is 1600 damage right there.
And the damage keeps on adding up as Aglio just disappears right then and there. And now Stacked knockout punch was delivered already a few thousand HP ago. Now it's just clean up duty for them. Bench, their story in the upper bracket will not continue. They'll get a second chance, but right now, today, here and now, Stacked showing the reasons why they won the previous OLF, and will be waiting in the finals to see if it's going to be Verbology or Bench potentially joining them on tomorrow's grand final.
Exactly. It is a mop-up operation here. External still duking Liwi, adding a little bit of insult to injury. Even does get the pickup, does not get killed himself. And now only RNG in the RHM still standing. Cap also being started, but Fluky with the E100 is going to confirm it. Stacked 5-1 victory over Bench, who get knocked down into the lower bracket, and Moff must be a very happy man.
Yeah, probably. He's 2 for 2, man. He's on the up and come. Let's put it that way. But yeah, good stuff from Stacked. Bench, they tried, didn't work out. They did not really respect this AX potential of actually repushing at all, and it completely pulled their team out of position.
Yeah, and I think for Bench, it was maybe a little bit discouraging to now go 1 in 5, but I think that 1 point that they got might be very good for their morale, because the thing is, the openings that they played were actually more often than not, I think, favoring them a little bit. Then it was just the lack of experience coming in for Bench, where just the Stacked players, game after game, time and time again, were sort of clutching it away.
Sebastian, 6.3, not bad whatsoever for him in that Bliska. Yeah, Louis in the Foch B, hard game to be a Foch B.
Exactly, and that's at this point in time not entirely Louis' fault, to be honest. Like, he was trying to support the RHM, then realizing, we're being chased down by a Bliska. We can't really, you know, sustain against firepower of this magnitude. Then having to run away and getting picked up once again. So this is going to make it in towards the tournament bracket here, Stacked with a 5-1 victory. This means that Bench, now the safety net is gone. Babology, the team that really dominated Dopamine, with a victory there. They're going to take their shot against Bench to make it in towards the grand final that we will see tomorrow. But yeah, Bench kind of back to the drawing board. Of course, the lower bracket final that we're going to see in between Bench and Babology, that was a match we have seen already, and there Bench actually took the victory. So nothing is quite decided there.
No, nothing is decided there, but I'm really looking forward to Cashback versus Mafia Key Hand. If it delivers like the first match, it will be something to behold altogether.
Absolutely. Cashback versus Mafia. One of those two teams we are going to see for the last time in OLF, because it is a lower bracket. It's going to be best of 9, so we are not going to have some kind of early decision here. Both of the teams will have the opportunity to play their best. And I think for Cashback, it's also good that we now had this match in between Stacked and Bench in between, because after you go 4-1 and then lose in tiebreaker, you probably want to have a little bit of time to cool down before your next match.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a little bit of a rest now. Luckily enough for them, we could have also just put them straight in the lower bracket and be like, good luck. Throw them to the wolves. But we didn't do that, but it's going to be a hell of a match, hopefully.
Absolutely. So talking about that one, we'll be back to the European server very soon after the replays. Stay tuned.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Onslaught Legends Season 3, sponsored by AMD. We're bringing in Phil, the man, the myth, the prediction legend.
Yeah, together we advance and together we will cast now. I mean, we have a banger of a match already in the bag. The first Cashback versus W definitely promised what we hoped for, and now Cashback will fight off against Mafia. Both of the teams don't have a second chance. Cashback used theirs, Mafia on 4th place in the regular season, so whoever continues here will leave the other one behind on 4th place. And yeah, definitely an interesting match. I hope we'll see a couple of new maps as well, because I see already Sand River being picked first. What is your expectation coming into this match?
Well, I said at the beginning of the season, I think Mafia is going to win this season. Like the consistent pick, you know, Mafia always in that top 4, always competing, but never really succeeding, except for that one time, which I think was Frack Store Winter Invitational, I think.
Yeah, in December.
That's the one they did manage to win. So they're capable of winning. And, you know, 3 seasons, 3 different winners, Phil, would be the highlight, right? Showing that anybody within the league could win it on a good day. So if we get a different winner this season, would also be the goal, to be honest.
But, I mean, Hit and Run could also be that winner, right?
Yeah, they haven't won yet, for sure.
I mean, they won WCI, but it kind of doesn't count, I would say. Exactly. So there's Yusek, who was actually a winner. He won with Storm, the 3rd Onslaught Legends Cup, as a qualification to China. So he definitely has experience with his lower bracket run. You remember the day 2 Storm comeback. But yeah, the community predictions coming in as well. And looks like they're slightly in favor of Cashback, but I think everyone gives Mafia the credit that they deserve as well.
62 versus 38, roughly the same as between W and Cashback, right? That was a 59 to 41, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so possibilities here. Mafia saw Cashback lose against W, and the way they lost was a crushing one. It's definitely something that Cashback, even if they're good with dealing with the loss, it's going to linger in the head a little bit, going 4-1 up and then losing in tiebreaker. Not what we would like to see, but the map picks and bans completely different than what we saw against W. Ensk still being banned by Cashback though. Perma banning Ensk. At this point, I'm guessing, Phil, that they really just don't want to play it, because saving strats in a lower
you're not
bracket,
hiding it for that long.
Yeah, saving strats in the lower bracket is usually not the way forward. Gives us Sand River as very first map. Interesting. A map with many potential, where Cashback is usually pretty good on, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. We saw various different variations of like a middle push. We saw a couple of teams, I think actually Darkset as well, bringing STRVs for the base. I think Cashback tried some BZ rushes as well, so interesting stuff. Maybe we will see some kind of like EBR RHM combinations being brought as well. We saw a couple of K91s, because now that the K91 has a fully traversable turret and the gun depression is only limited over the front, you can also play this K-line positions quite well. And then yeah, Ghost Town, Himmelsdorf and Studzianki being banned, and then Cliff, Pilsen and Muravanke to round it out. So the second half of the map is kind of what we got used to from the first match that Cashback played, but definitely the first 4 rounds, which in a best of 9 we'll see all of them, are all fresh maps, and I hope we can see some nice innovation, because so far we have seen quite a lot of variety, especially with, I think it was Cashback, on the last day bringing even a Kranwagen on
they did lose that game
on Sand River.
But they did bring a Kranwagen.
Still, they brought it, right? So they're also willing to experiment, and I think that shows that creativity is definitely being rewarded, even if we see those rounds where it might go wrong,
They didn't
like
lose
the
'cause of the
triple.
crown, so.
Exactly. So the triple griller was maybe the reason that they lost, or that Cashback won the Muro game, but I think the Kranwagen didn't really have that high of an impact. I remember him having actually quite substantial amounts of damage as well.
2-3k.
Yeah, so for a loss, that's definitely not like the deciding factor.
Mafia. Position number 4 coming out of the regular season, though. But then again, this season, you know, Mafia, 1 or 2 matches difference, they could have been position number 2. I think they had some tiebreaker losses as well, which of course impact your position nonetheless. And can they do it? It's a big question. Will they be able to answer that? Let's see. Mafia coming in with double BZ, double Mivi, a Leo, an Udes, and an STRV.
Yeah, the STRV on both sides, so interesting adaptation for sure. We saw it earlier, I mentioned it. The combination of STRV with a double light tank, Squeezy in the ABR, and Liberty known to be the RHM player. Both teams with aforementioned BZ75 and Cashback bringing double CS63. Helping with strikes for sure, but usually the decap is not the biggest issue, as cap pressure is fairly uncommon on this map.
In the meantime, you can see the opening. 2 tanks middle, 3 tanks K-line, 2 tanks in the base. We talked about Sun River a lot in the past. Giving up your base is usually a bad mistake, but Mafia will have to overcome this lack of info. But they're playing to the cap pretty quickly, where they're going to be met by double CS63 from Cashback, who are trying to do something similar. Brainbreaker and Twilight immediately bailing out of that one.
Yeah, you can see the increased HP by the 2 heavy tanks, taking 1 shot but still having a much more dominant position. You can trade shot for shot there, so the CS doesn't want to trade against the heavy 650 alpha gun of the BZ. Twilight taking another shot in the back there, but so far so good.
There will need to be a reset somewhere in the future. Squeezy with a good peek there, using that EBR camo to his advantage to get a cheeky shot in. Brainbreaker, I think, looks to be going towards the cap in that CS63 to block it off. Liberty, in the meantime, going for the strike. I don't think he'll be able to take that. Immediately getting shot by Code.
Oh, Liberty taking 1,000 damage.
And the STRV has an angle from G1 on towards that strike, so he cannot do that. The base does get blocked, and Conrad is deciding to bail off of this, with Barkus immediately not delaying this K-line repush on towards Aka, on towards the Barbarian. Aka trying to run away, and that BZ gets tracked on the first shot already, and he does actually get back over the dune, so good move there from Aka to live a little bit longer at the very least.
Yeah, so Little got despotted again now, so he might be able... okay, another spot comes in, but he will put in good shots whenever there's an overpeak. You can see Barkus and Conrad there trying to take out the guns of Cashback. Cashback down on HP, but they still have decent positions here. Now the first kill being picked up. Barbarian with a decision to push onto Yusek. I don't think the ram will be enough. But yeah, with a bit of help of Brainbreaker, he picks up the kill. YOLO now chasing Brainbreaker, and I think Brainbreaker should be the next one to fall. Mafia in a good position, having a gun up. Cashback down, roughly 4,500 HP, and Barbarian on the run.
Cashback in an awful situation, actually. They losing numerous tanks. Barbarian now getting tracked as well, getting shot from the middle. Mini strike coming out. Mini, not that mini after all, with 250 damage. And Conrad, Barkus, or YOLO could finish, or they could simply wait for the strike to do the same. Barbarian, I think, realized this as well. It's actually order check to pick it up in the STRV, and Cashback coming to this lower bracket match. Not swinging, but getting swung at by Mafia, who delivered the first blow by picking up the first round.
Yeah, exactly. And now, obviously, it will take a bit of time to take those double light tanks out of the game. They have a lot of mobility and so on. They have stealth with the STRV, but there's barely any chance for Cashback to come back from that, especially with losing their only kind of like frontline tank, if you would dare to call a CS63 like that. But at this point, it's mostly about reconfiguring to the new opponent. W is definitely a team that plays quite different to Mafia, but obviously as those teams are learning from each other, and I'm very much expecting that they rewatch all the VODs, they understand that certain strategies from other teams might be applicable, and they will also kind of increase their creativity and their variety of strategies.
5 seconds left on the cap, and it's going to be Mafia to lock in round number 1 on reset coming out, but that's just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, you can see Liberty took a big shot, down to 500 now. Little in the STRV, trying to give some cover fire, but not really anything doable for him right now. So they understand that this is not a match to win. Good extra shot there into Profuse. 3 seconds left. Squeezy might get the reload. Bounces, I think. Liberty is being picked up, and that's the 1-0 in favor of Mafia.
Mafia coming out, playing quite similar to Cashback in the past. You know, that Uras in the mid, playing the strike, playing the cap immediately with the double BZ. I think Cashback was expecting something different from Mafia. That's why they were opting to put the CSs in the cap. But Mafia coming in, 1-0, winning the first round. That's good because, you know, they definitely need to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, and now with this round being done, you can already have this initial sniffing out of each other. Good damage there by the STRV. And I don't think Little got that much damage off when the match was over already, because he had the central position and he was definitely putting in the hurt onto the BZs. So yeah, you can see this 5k damage on sniping and maybe like a tiny bit more on distance, but then the other tanks not really being able to contribute at all. Aka here, he was the one to be pushed on at the very beginning, only 1 shot of damage, same for Twilight. And yeah, good team effort on the side of Mafia. You can see everyone putting in their damage. And I would say well-deserved round 1. Good stuff still by the players of Cashback to kind of drag it out and make it that close, but in the end, this coordination and the effort of Mafia to kind of like share their HP, stay together, and you mentioned it, this repush, leaving the cap with the BZs and then just having the overwhelming force on the K line was just better in this case.
Yeah, just a good initial strategy from Mafia coming out, and they get away with that. They put a lot of pressure on Cashback's side, and it was really good from them. Cashback, you know, it's weird to see them struggle. If you think about previous seasons, they really only had an issue with W in the finals. And, well...
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, if you just remember what you mentioned earlier, it's like, Cashback is always, like, favored by everyone, but they only have won one season so far either, right? So if you look back a bit, they haven't won anything aside from that one season, as Mafia took the Winter Invitational, W took the previous season. The caster predictions, I think we are all like somewhere in agreement that the teams are going head to head. Neither of us expects a stomp. 2 of us for Cashback, you and Moff sticking to your Mafia picks, and I guess the first round goes in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, I said they're gonna win the season, so I gotta stick with it, right?
Yeah. But yeah, what I mentioned earlier is like Cashback, since I think the second Onslaught Legends Cup, which was basically 1 year ago, they have only won this one OLS season. So even if we don't count the events afterwards, where they didn't participate, like basically the WCI in China, the December match wasn't won by them. The upcoming, like the previous season one was won by W. Cashback also struggled in the last year's summer show match where Hit and Run won against them. So I think giving them like the undoubted advantage of being the favorite is maybe no longer such a big thing. I think all the teams caught up to them.
Yeah. Lineups though. Cashback, 113, BZ, IS7, Mivi, AX, E50M, and an STRV.
That very much reminds me on the bit of everything kind of strategies from earlier. Mafia with double IS7, double Yo tank, double CS, and a T100. And I have to say, on Sand River, I prefer having a light tank against no light tank in this kind of setup, as the STRV obviously also relies on vision. So we'll have to see how the teams can make use of their assets.
Good question. What is the opening here? Kind of similar from Cashback as we saw from Mafia, right? In a way. Also pressuring towards the gap in the beginning and towards that strike area.
YOLO gets the information tower. Aka, I think, tried to blind him, but was not successful with it. But yeah, there's no one on the balcony, so Aka should have an okay chance on getting in there. I think Profoots just put in a good shot, but he needs to be careful that Squeezy and Little from the K line will not shoot the side of the MVO there.
Slow opening though. Double CS starting to take the north. Aka cannot take the strike. Liberty is joined by an E50. I mean, Mafia could try to push Liberty and Twilight with the double CS63, then joining with the IS-7 of Uzak, and might find some success out of that.
I think Kono just realized that he found an angle onto Aka, and I think Aka will have to drop a bit from the ridgeline there. But either way, with the increased HP, Liberty taking a shot, everyone is able to take like one shot at the beginning, one small mistake. And you can see Twilight just took one as well. So the initial trades going fairly even. Maybe Mafia losing a bit more, but getting some extra positions. But now it will be very important to see how this combination of the E50M and STRV in the back can kind of work against those advances of Mafia.
That IS-7 of Uzak losing its driver and losing a lot of damage in a lot of health points in the process as well. And now Aka and Barbarian starting to join their teammates in the northern side. And Conrad and Kono, I think they realize the trouble that they're in. Uzak is going to be facing off against this 113 and against this IS-7, but Twilight already pushing from behind. Conrad evacuating from the area, or trying to at the very least hold something. The trades are not great whatsoever on towards the tanks from Cashback that are pushing, as Twilight is controlling YOLO. He's trying to do the damage that he can, but now Conrad and Kono are in trouble themselves.
Yeah, and keep in mind, on the other hand, we have Barkis and a full HP IS-7 completely out of the fight. And then this 1 versus 1 Yo duo will probably just be in favor of the E1 Yo, who can maybe give a shot here and there. The STV also farming in. You can see the gun advantage has more or less been equalized. 5 versus 6 gun, now another gun being picked up, and you can see the snowball starting. 13 to 5,000 HP. Mafia now running, trying to stay in some positions, but this game should be pretty much done dusted.
Good control from Cashback, adjusting back from the north, drawing them in, doing the damage towards this IS-7, repushing. It was all picture perfect for them. It's a good round to recover. Didn't need to do too much for it, but they do find great success. It was pretty chill for them, actually, to be honest. They did everything they're supposed to do, and the STRV is just it's too tough of a nut to crack altogether. Even if you kill the north, he'll do like 6,000 damage while you're driving through.
Yeah, and I mean, the STV was initially positioned more towards the K line, but realizing that there was a push coming and you saw some shots flying onto Aka in the north, Little immediately relocated and then was able to put a hurt on Yusek in the IS-7, I think. So good damage there. Initially, immediately stopping this push, and then they were just quick into the regrouping and then starting the repush in the north, while the IS-7 and the MV from Mafia was still on the other side and kind of out of the game.
Yeah, I think if you want to do this north push, you also have to pressure south at the same time, which is hard, because if you let the SCRV go back into the base, he kills everybody anyways. Yeah.
So Little doing 4.6. I think, as you mentioned, like if you have the STRV in a longer game, obviously it will be able to do like 5 or 6k, but still a very good result. Liberty staying alive and dealing his share of damage. And overall, like so many tanks surviving, especially like Aka, who kind of took the initial brunt. So good stuff here, and we mentioned it, the IS-7 and the Yo tank kind of didn't really have an impact, came into the game way too late, and then it was more or less over by the time that they had a chance to contribute. I mean, Profuse was, I think, the MVO to survive for the longest, but it was just not enough. And the damage that he dealt is looking decent on paper, but putting in like 3 extra shots when the match is over will not change anything with the outcome.
So, good stuff from either team. And now we get Ghost Town.
It's their match pick, right?
Yeah.
So Ghost Town Mafia now.
I mean, I'm very interested for Ghost Town because it's the map I think that has the most variety in terms of what you can see. Quick gap, field control, 1-2 line control, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, you know.
5 Gorilla.
5 gorillas.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. But yeah, you mentioned that Ghost Town has the option of basically even having a cap rush. You remember we had it in the first season. That different variations of CS63s pushing in, or even like the Bliskawitz's 268 version 4. The Juggernaut ability does not have the starting charge anymore. So you cannot just get this extra speed, extra pushing power for those breakthrough tank destroyers. But still, there are various good options. I think Lotus actually, in the OCS finals in the previous season, was the team to push in with 113s, which can also work as it's fairly like even ground and you don't need to rely on gun depression. You can see here the phase 1 score, Cashback winning 3-1 over Mafia. But I think by now this doesn't really matter anymore, and the only thing is if they can perform today and now, because that's the match that matters.
What are we expecting on this? I mean, either team has like 2 light tank players that I can think of immediately. But I could also see at least Cashback play pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Mafia, usually we have Kono in the EBR and then YOLO in either T100 or in RHM. And I think the combination of Squeezy and Liberty on the side of Cashback is usually the light tank duo on the other side. But depending on what they decided on, we can see, yeah, I said whenever he's in, usually he's playing like some sniper medium, so the Leopard 1, very popular choice in his hand. Squeezy and Liberty, exactly as we mentioned. And Mafia deciding to go completely without lights, so it might actually be a cap rush, or they will try to find some anchor tanks. In this case, that could be Barbarian, Brainbreaker, or the Mouse of Aka, and then roll over, get an HP advantage, maybe get some cap pressure, and snowball the game from there on. So it will be on iSet to charge up his mini strike and make sure that he helps with controlling the objectives in case there is a cap attempt.
So double light versus 0 lights. Squeezy and Liberty have big things to do. Liberty doesn't use the plane though.
Yeah, I mean, this could bite them, considering that they don't know this immediate urge of getting into the cap. On the other hand, Barbarian spotted YOLO and Profuse, putting in some good damage there as well. I think iSet was actually able to put in a shot as well.
Not enough for a mini strike though.
Exactly, but it's not like you can see those small markers there. If that one is yellow or orange, that means the strike is ready. 12 seconds, and you can see actually Mafia taking both the strikes. First strike comes in, that's the one from the other side. Barbarian peeking up as well. So Mafia dropping quite some HP. The cap pressure is still there, and Conrad should be the one holding the most cap points, but he got spotted, and by now the Leopard has a strike as well. So even though it says 15 seconds, yeah, you can see they will stop the cap attempt now and try to kind of like charge into one of those anchor tanks. But yeah, the first kill immediately going in favor of Cashback, who are now down 5,000 HP. And even though Barbarian might be in a bit of danger, Cashback still in a fairly comfortable position.
I mean, it just hurts looking at Mafia driving through the open and taking damage every step of the way. Now down 5,000 HP. They're trying to push something. The scap strategy had no chance of working. I said, and the bad shot 25 tip little on A6 had like a peculiar angle if the Bliskawitzes go towards the south side to split up. Found resets, mini strike was available, and then I think Mafia realized that they have to push, but they're somehow doing more than you would imagine in this scenario. They're bringing it somewhat back. It's 6 on 5, but 2 one-shots in front of Cashback though should be enough to make sure that the round stays within their control. They pick up both. They're up 3,000 HP as well. Orchek now getting chased down. Liberty probably will make the kill together with Little. Gives them a left tap from behind. Liberty with the kill. Kono is fully reloaded though in that push B, has 2 shells left. Little is going to squeeze past that AX. Yuzek coming in with the clip as well, and hold your horses. All of the sudden, Bark is coming in with a clip as well, finds a lot of success, and Yuzek in that Batshot 25T needs to kill Liberty if they want to have a chance in this battle though.
Yeah, you can see Iset will probably preload HE now and try to kind of body block the Batshot. There it is. So Batshot taking quite some damage and not enough firepower to quickly eliminate that Leopard. Yuzek now having to go for a reload. Another shot should come in now for 428 from Iset, and I think that should have been it. The HPs are still fairly even, but I doubt that there will be a chance to catch the light tank. Liberty should have the experience to stay away, use the other tanks to his advantage. Yuzek and Barkis, obviously with their auto-loading clips, can deal detrimental damage, but Barkis would have to kind of catch the mouse off guard, as he is like a one-shot more or less most of the times. So we'll have to see if the mouse can catch the Foch B or if the Foch B becomes the hunter.
Yuzek taking a shot from Aka immediately, dropping him lower. Liberty using the plane as well on towards his position, and it's just really hard. If he would have killed the T100, they had a real opportunity in this.
Yeah, but yeah, that's again the team play and experience that we mentioned earlier. Now the objectives are being secured on the side of Cashback. If you have 3 tanks, especially with those 2 mobile ones, you can work the map, you can work the positions, and now you can see Barkis and Aka not in this 25 meters area yet, but I think there's pretty much no way that Barkis loses.
Low roll.
Actually a low roll, but the strike comes in. Barkis
does
not manage to drive out of it.
He was like 5 meters away from being out of it, to be honest.
Yeah, that was very close. And overall, it's still a somewhat acceptable trade for Mafia, as obviously the strike was used and Liberty is still a one-shot. So Cashback obviously should still be the favorite in this round, but with a clutch play, Yuzek could definitely come out on top here.
It'll be so hard for him. He was going to play against double strike and a light tank.
Yeah, so if at some point in time the light tank manages to get on the other side of the map, so basically the 8-9 line, and can secure the info tower, then it will be more or less unwinnable for Yuzek. Do you think he knows that Liberty doesn't have a plane? He should know, right? Because they used it immediately to secure the strike kill on the Foch B.
The bigger question is why Yuzek didn't reload.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
I mean, he misses one.
Does it?
Yeah,
I mean, if he misses, sure. But if he misses, isn't he dead anyway?
Not guaranteed, to be honest. But there's no reason why he didn't reload with all of the time that he had.
Yeah, and now he's obviously in this situation where he has to be afraid that if he reloads, he might be caught in a situation where in this like 20 seconds that you have with your decreased reload of the Batshot, you will have to do something, and then you drive in and you're being caught off guard. But talking about having to do something, the tiebreaker rules are obviously favoring the team with more vehicles alive. So now Cashback will take defensive positions, and I think Iset just did some spot checks, did some blind shots into the bushes, and it will be a very tough one for Yuzek to secure.
I think it's impossible. They even are able to come back all the way towards the K line, which is ideal because they want to control the communication towers as well, because the one opportunity Yuzek has is take strike, radio, kill the T100. And
yeah, but he has neither of it right now.
Yeah, but you know, he had opportunity to take it, and that's why also Cashback rotated towards this part of the map altogether to stop Yuzek from utilizing that. If he takes the strike, he's dead. If he takes the communications tower, he's dead. If he does anything on that part of the map, he dies.
I mean, even if he just drives into the strike, he will give away his position, right? So he's in a very tough spot. There are 2.5 minutes left roughly, but it's close to unwinnable for him. Now he got spotted, There are some buildings in between him and the Leopard, but now the Leopard should see him on the open field. Puts in a shot immediately. The plane goes out as well. Obviously, you get some assistance damage, and now the game is not winnable anymore. ISET picks up the kill. Good teamwork between the two Ukrainian players of Cashback. And Cashback, for the first time in this series, will take the lead 2-1.
The really worrying factor there is the fact that it even got so close.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, there was the low roll, I think. I think it was like 449 or something damage that came in from Maka, so it wasn't his fault. He didn't like misplay, he just got unlucky. And the Force survived on like 50 HP, and then it was just a matter of the strike hitting, but you trade basically 1-for-1. And yeah, in the end, they secured it anyway. I think good stuff by the Leopard. Lots of shots coming in over the time. 3 kills as well, not just in the end, but at the beginning. 6.6k damage. You saw he didn't even fall back to one of those positions in the back. He was just like contributing the whole game. Only 2.1k of those is over 300 meters. Barbarian was the first one to be pushed on, but yeah, you can see 6 shots, 4,000 damage still. And everyone else doing their fair share. Squeezy being picked up by Yusek, but Liberty surviving. You have a second light. Profuse, I mean, he just took the shots when they went into the cap, and then Kana wasn't able to contribute whatsoever. Still very much standout performance by Yusek, who we saw until the end. Barkis also did a good job. But if you play in the late game against the light tank, you're pretty much doomed.
Somehow Squeezy died in the EBR as well. I don't know, this round came way closer than it should have been. Way, way closer.
Yeah, especially as like there wasn't really an HP deficit that Cashback had to overcome from the start, because they had the Mouse, they had the IS-7 and the E4, so they had some firepower and they had some anchor tanks, right? And they put a lot of damage into the Blishkas when they moved in. I even remember that the Mouse, I think Aka picked up the first kill as the first blood of the round, so they had an advantage. And we'll have to find out if this is like those kind of inconsistencies, or this like little mistakes will not break their back when it comes to tomorrow playing against the winner of like this winner of the loser against W and Hit. And then obviously if they make it to the final against a team that will hopefully has shown dominant standings, because like W in this first match against Cashback wasn't like super convincing either.
No, but they did end up winning it though. I think it's the most important aspect, and a good comeback as well. What is worrying to me is the fact that Cashback lets a round like this almost slide. I feel like Cashback from last year would not be in such a situation.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in the W round that W lost on Pilsen, where I said someone managed to track iTalks, and iTalks missed the block on the cap. Like this could have easily been a loss as well for Cashback. So like being aware of those opportunities and making best use of them is definitely something where you can sneak a round or two. I think there was like an HE bounce as well that didn't deal damage, and then the decap didn't happen in the second Pilsen round. So making sure that those things don't repeat is definitely essential if they want to take home the grand prize and the CPUs provided by AMD.
For sure. And we saw a different style there, you know, Mafia playing without those light tanks, which is not the easiest thing altogether, to be honest, on Ghost Town. This time around, they're doing it again. BZ, i7, CS, triple Bliska, and an E4.
Yeah, how do you explain this, like, this Bliska-Witze revival, or however you want to call it? Like, we saw it hit and run against W on Westfield as well on the last playday. Cashback with a more, I would say, traditional lineup, bringing the E100, the IS-7, 2 Batchets, a Sniper Leopard, only 1 Tank Destroyer with the Bliska, Barbarian showing in the E4 earlier what he can do with those, and Liberty in the RHM. So how do you explain this Bliska being that popular again?
I don't know, maybe it's because everybody's playing such light lineups that the Bliska becomes more powerful, but you also see that the light lineup has a lot of potency already by doing map control, but this time around though for Mafia, the good thing is that they have the Eastern Strike, the 9, they have the cap, there's no reset angles on the K line, the Western Strike is going to get the 9, so unless Brainbreaker gets a reset here, Barbarian and Naka will be forced close.
Yeah, but important to mention is that if Yusek tries to block Brainbreaker, he will expose himself towards shots from Iset. And if Iset manages to rack up enough prestige points... Oh wait, Brainbreaker actually just makes it into the cap. Yusek was turned around to the wrong way, and now the decap isn't there. Liberty needs to be decapped in the RHM, taking his strike, and yep, there we have it. The fight starts. Brainbreaker taking a bunch of damage now, makes it into the hull down, but at this point, cap is no longer an option. Mafia losing quite significant amounts of HPs as well. They still have the advantage, and Cashback also constantly dropping, but Squeezy emptying his clip into Yusek, making good work of the distraction of a non-turreted tank destroyer there. Now, on the other hand, Iset has a strike.
Yeah, but he only reset one though. They only have one strike.
So they have to really be careful with how Cashback will get this strike. So plane comes in.
That's the big strike.
That's the big strike. Hits only YOLO, so 12 seconds only left. Aka might be able to provide a spot or even put in a shot. Yeah, 5 seconds left. Aka should be able to put a shot, but Profuse being the one strike now, so 17 seconds again.
Look at Iset, he doesn't have another strike available.
Oh, look, Liberty is on the other side, and he can shoot from the other side. I think
they're hiding.
That's why YOLO is returning right now, so you can see another plane coming in, but Iset does not have a charge. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, 1 second left. Kill being picked up, and I think Mafia just did it.
Mafia not really stealing the round even. They're up in HP as well, but they do convert the second ghost down in their favor, not letting Cashback get away whatsoever. 2-2 coming out of this, and yeah, Cashback this time around. You know, the Leopard 1 does get some mini strikes, but they're missing some angles to really put the crossfire in. No K-line angle, like no secondary angle, only one strike. I mean, good stuff from Mafia. And Brainbreaker, yeah, he gets the reset, but immediately he gets bounced on by 3 Blizkas. It's minus 2.5k HP.
Yeah, and I guess if you think about the vehicle itself, like the Blizka, it's just much faster there compared to like an E3 or an E4. And on close distance, you deal quite some damage. In the end, the damage wasn't like that significant, but you can see already now everyone has contributed. And only one tank died, so... overall, this match was like 3.5k in favor of Mafia. So even if there are some decaps, I think the Bliskavitzes would always force like another tank, like an IS-7 or something, to get close. And you mentioned it, like Brainbreaker took 4 penetrating hits. I think he was down to 350. So definitely good stuff by Mafia, like pressing the issue and pressing the decaps. And with the Leopard not reliably being able to recharge the small strike, it was just too much pressure for them. Taking a look, I think, yeah, 3 defense points for Iset. So I think he just striked on Profuse after the decap of the E100 came in already. But the E100 dying for only 2 shots of damage is definitely not something that you want to have.
I think Aka needs to expose to make the kill on the one-shot Bliskavitz, while Iset goes for the reset on the next one. It will buy them a lot of time, you know?
Yeah.
If Aka uses his HP, kills the one-shot, and Iset strikes the other one, all of a sudden it's only 2 capping. So that's a whole different story altogether. I think that's a mistake there between them. But this is what it is. Mafia convert on that. It will bring us into Cliff, and this is the one where I'm worried for the team of Mafia.
Pick one, yeah, Mafia. Okay, so Cashback has shown multiple very strong openings. You remember, especially at the beginning of the season, where I think Darkside played against Cashback, and both of the teams committed to the lower side. They made very good use of a TVP and made very good use of this like donut push commitments. But I think Mafia has played enough rounds of Cliff to understand all the angles. Cliff is a map that was also played previously in attack defense and in 15 versus 15. So the amount of surprises is not really what makes the map so interesting. It's more about the adaptation, the reaction, and basically also the initial commitments and how they play out against each other.
But so far they're very evenly matched. Again, I just think that Cliff could be a very decisive one here. I think Cashback has the advantage on it, so can they convert it? That's a big question.
Yeah, and also the question is like, how is the resilience of either of those teams if one of the teams goes 2-0 on Cliff? Because coming back from a 4-2 is not that easy as W might have made it seem.
No, for sure not. It's not an easy thing. Cashback coming in, 450 Bs, a BZ, a 430U, and an EBR.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have the double TVP, an STB as the Inspire medium choice, CS, IS7, and double BZ75. How do you feel about the STB compared to a Centurion? I guess the extra gun depression can come in handy, but trading with the low alpha of the STB, and you don't have that reliable of a turret either, do you think it's worth it?
I would always almost pick the
Centurion,
to be honest. I need to see the STB convince me. I don't like it, personally. But then again, you also have questions like double TVP being picked here is also a very interesting one. Liberty does spot them out. Does take immediately a 1-2 tap by these TVPs as well, continuing forward, trying to spot out more. And look at that, Cashback is hammering down the 1-2 line with the 50 Bs, all four of them. Orchek getting tracked already, taking some more damage. Barkis as well. I'm not sure if Orchek is going to keep going or try to hold from that position. Him and Barkis are just trying to live. They're trying to sit. They're trying to stay. They're trying to clip it. Orchek down towards 63 HP already, will fall rather quickly. Barkis now gonna be on reload, pops the ability. Orchek still there, and now the crossfire needs to come in from the lower side, and they're doing it as well. Aka down towards 1.5. I don't know if they can continue here, Phil. I don't know if they can actually do it. They're both on reload with these 50 Bs. Little will find a kill, and now Aka is gonna shield Squeezy. Liberty, however, can be a big playmaker there in the EBR, pushing forward, takes a shot, takes another one, dies actually. Rare mistake. I think that's the Inspire boosting the view range, and now though Cashback re-pushing from behind.
Yeah, and you can see the 430U there is not really in the game. The STB, keep in mind, like the inspiration goes all over the map, so it doesn't really matter if he's in the fight. And now you can see this double IS7, double BZ and IS7 trying to kind of shield and protect each other. There's a lot of HP to be chewed through. Iset now has put in his last shot, so 2 kills in quick succession for Cashback, but Mafia with the repush as the 50 Bs are on reload.
And they need to do something with this as well. Kono starting to get clipped by that last remaining 50 B with shells. YOLO, Conrad trying to get damage out. STB facing off against 430U now. YOLO and Conrad are forced to back away as Kono is probably helping towards the middle. The STB cannot really win against a 430U one-on-one normally, but Profusas make an easy meal out of Barbarian. What even happened here? Because Barbarian down towards the one-shot, striked out as well. That 430U getting deleted. That is a rare thing to see the STB win that engagement so quickly. And look at YOLO, he's about to take the strike away as well. There it comes, he takes it away, he puts it on top of him, he's gonna blow up Iset with it as well. And with that, he's going to ruin the chances of Cashback on cliff number 1. Another strike coming out, another kill coming in for Kono. And now clean up operation on aisle 2. It's going to be Mafia on cliff to pick up the first round, making it 3-2.
Yeah, very good stuff. And I have to say, the moment that on the 1-2 line this push was not successful, there was a bit of an overcommitment. I think there would have still been a chance of maybe going for the donut, but I also have to understand that with 450 Bs, you don't really want to re-push from the donut to the middle into like Halda on IS7, BZs and so on. So I guess if you commit that deep, you kind of need to go it all the way and just hope that you can catch those TVPs there.
And it's easy to, you know, be hindsight 2020 captain, but after they did the initial damage on Orchek, they were not that deep yet, right? With the 50 Bs, they were not that deep. They were shooting mainly from a distance. I think that was their opportunity to turn around and go back for donut instead of continuing.
Yeah, but
down.
I mean, do you like what do you do if you have the donut then? Because like Mafia was holding the middle already. They had like the IS7 there.
They have
and
double
so on.
PvP stuck in 1-2 line though. Don't forget that. Where you have nobody stuck in 1-2 line in return. you have the EBR for vision to be annoying, to peak angles, to outspot people, I think you can play. I think it's definitely playable. You don't want to repush with the 50 piece, but you can utilize the EBR and the 430U to generate some info and positions at least.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the TVPs were definitely not the tanks to make the big difference, but Profuse, you can see the amount of prestige points with nearly 150 means that there was a lot of inspiring happening. And with all those boosted guns, you can see if BZ does nearly 6k damage, then yeah, 9 shots of damage. That's a lot of time to reload. And good stuff by Mafia. I mean, holding onto this push and kind of securing this mid-game edge over Cashback. But you mentioned it, very volatile map. And I think Cliff might just be another 1-1. In favor of
sure, but I was mainly worried about Mafia losing 2-0, so then picking up the first
yeah.
round is, for me, a great success, to be honest.
Yeah, and now it's a bit more pressure on Cashback. Cashback obviously has the experience to come back from those things, but as we have seen, they are not unfailable, so we'll have to see if Cashback can use their players to what they... Like, if they can live up to the expectations that we usually have, right? But so far, definitely Mafia on par, if not a bit superior.
Yeah, I'm truly surprised how well Mafia is doing. I mean, I know I predicted for them, but still, it's good to see.
Especially as the games that Mafia lost were not really like big stomps in the favor of Cashback, right?
I mean, the Sand River was, though.
Yeah, okay. I mean, admittedly, the Sand River was, but it was also maybe a bit of like an over-eager commitment that you're willing to do if it's like the first map of a best of 9. But now coming to the like more later matches of the game, we'll have to see if the focus is there, and also the focus fire. Looking at those single loader 277s. There's a CS and an SDB again to probably boost the guns a bit, give the inspiration YOLO to give them the vision on where to go. Liberty bringing the Tessak again, interesting choice. And Cashback as well with triple BZ and triple 430U.
Am I on the map? It's Cliff, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to see what happens.
The sack on Cliff? Interesting. Maybe it's to win the 1v1 against the Light, but 6 targets spotted from both the Light tanks, 7 tanks middle from both the sides. The STB bringing its way back. It's going to be the sack playing on towards the middle, while the IHM from YOLO is going around, and Liberty will spot out Kono, will give some shots as well. And that the sack Kono is just going to go up actually, and now there needs to be a big moment here for Mafia to be aware that they could get overrun in the middle of the map if they're not careful, because here comes Cashback pushing through already. I said Brainbreaker leading the charge. They want to blow up Yuzek, but it looks of things as the very first one, as YOLO still coming around the hill. Liberty in that the sack is not having a good time either though, down towards 600. Yuzek pushing back in between the rocks. The STB actually pretty good for this, putting in its DPM. Yuzek does fall, he does die. Conrad now trying to bring it back towards the ramp. You can see that moving, tries to get back towards his teammates, but so far Cashback ahead in this one. Barbarian with that 430U wants to continue using the ability over and over again against that 277 of Conrad, who is in trouble. Bark is down and out as well, and those positions in between the rocks, they were dangerous ones to play with the Light and the CS going on top of the hill, and Cashback proving exactly why that is the case as well, as they're up 3 guns, up 5,000 HP as well, and probably going to make it 1-1 coming out of Cliff.
Yeah, take a look at the HP bars. Like, the focus fire of Mafia in this round was absolutely non-existent. All those 430Us took a bit of damage, but then got shielded, got rotated out, and the BZs helped them to survive. Bringing in basically this 277 lineup, you don't have like your tanks that you need to protect, but still, like, the focus fire, if you're not able to like eliminate those 430Us, it's just not good enough, right?
It's the positions are very questionable in the middle of the map. Like, you know that there is possibility, you know that they have a Light, and you know that the other 6 tanks are going middle, so you know that they can push over the middle. So sitting that close with no tanks that can really change the tide of the battle. And with those kind of tanks, you mean like the 430Us, the 4Bs of this world. They didn't have any of that. They only have 277s. You enable the BZs to get a good engagement, and then you enable the 430Us to just pop off and do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, Barbarian there with perfect shooting, 13, 13, 13. But also the other players in the team, very solid performance. And I'm not sure if I agree with this Tessak choice. Maybe it's just like his personal flavor. I saw him dealing like 600 and a bit damage onto Kono on the way up. But then also taking like 800-900 in return. But how do you feel about maybe like adding, instead of a 4th 277, maybe like a 268 for additional like focus fire pickup damage and extra DPM? Because you also help yourself with like amount of different tank classes, as the 277 scales with that. Because if you have 4 of the same ones, it's not that effective, right?
No, and I think the lineup is indeed missing a game carrier, you know, that could change the course of the battle. They didn't have that. I don't know. It was, I mean, if we can see what's going to happen, then I assume Mafia can see it too.
Yeah, and if you have a CS for the hill and you kind of like rely on like getting some fast tank up there, you can maybe even decide to play an Udes for the extra alpha damage to kind of like trade into them. And you don't have to like always peek with like the 360 gun of an STB into like heavier hitting opponents just to keep the Inspire alive. But I don't think it was the STB's fault either. I think it was just like the 277s in the end didn't carry enough of a punch to break through the wall of Soviet heavies and Soviet mediums with BZs in support. Yeah, and the 430U, you mentioned it, will just like continuously fire. And good stuff by Cashback. It's 3-3 now, and we will switch to Pilsen. Do you favor any tank there? Like any lineup, anything specific? I think we saw some EBRs.
On Pilsen? Yeah, I mean, Mafia will probably play the EBR. They have played it the entire season. So if they play with a light, I assume it's going to be the EBR. And Cashback seems to like the K91 on it. I don't think that they're going to fall for another cap strategy, hopefully.
I mean, they had this cap strategy played twice now in the first match of Cashback vs. W. One thing that we have seen a bit less now, obviously, it got affected by the mid-season changes, the T57. But I still think it's a very potent tank. But maybe the Force B with a combination of burst and like the second life with a healing ability is also a very popular tank that could make its reappearance here after not being used in the previous rounds.
I don't think neither of these two teams are. I think they're going to stick to good old reliable, to be honest. I don't see any of them do anything crazy.
Well, we are loading into the game, and it seems like teams are going for an interesting mix of vehicles. So you can see on Cashback's side, if this is locked in, we have double Force B, double light, one strike medium, Brainbreaker on the CS, a 277 played by iSet, and an E100, Mafia coming with 2 German super heavies, the K91, which we kind of expected on the other side, also 2 Force Bs, the EBR that we expected, and Conrad in a 277 as well.
Yeah, the biggest surprise here is a double light from Cashback. From a team that has shied away all season from playing lights almost altogether, and playing not very many of them, double on Pilsen is interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick a Batchat instead of the light, maybe you have like a bit more versatility and a bit more firepower. But if you end up trading a light towards the beginning, actually that looks like a cap play from Cashback.
With double lights?
Yeah, look.
I mean, YOLO is going to find a reset on this, no? I mean, Squeezy's not spotted. Brainbreaker might be safe. 20 seconds.
I mean, the question is if the 277, I think that's Conrad, is able. The 277 of ISET is able to decap
He missed.
the EBR.
He missed.
Oh,
I said missed the shot, the crucial shot.
huge miss.
Kono will put the strike now. Barbarian realizing this. That is a nail.
This would have 100% worked. You know?
Yeah, it's not over just
there's
yet.
no
It's
tank
8 seconds still.
to-
There is another reset though this time around. YOLO finds another reset. Yeah, this is a huge disaster. I said needed to hit that shot.
Yeah.
It's over
or
because of
like
it.
Ram or do anything. I mean, there are a couple seconds left. You mentioned it, that cap is still ongoing, but Profuse being able to block. Mafia having like 6,000 HP advantage now. This was an all-in strat, and you mentioned it, like Cashback not known to be a team playing with this double light tank, especially on like a fairly combat-heavy map like Pilsen. So this was definitely like more of a cheese strat, like a one-off situation strat, and I mean, what can I say? ISET had one task, one job, one opportunity, and he didn't take it.
No, he has to hit the... I mean, then again, he has like 1 second to really hit the shot before Kono takes the strike, and Kono did everything he could to avoid it. But still, you have to hit those. If the entire strategy is revolving around you hitting the shot, not hitting it is unacceptable. I'm sorry to say it, that's how simple as it is. If it all relies to this, you have to hit it. You have to hit that shot. And as a result, Cashback is facing match point against Mafia. Mafia on match point. They could knock out the Season 1 winners, the Season 2 runner-ups in the next round.
Yeah, definitely that could be a big upset, and while we kind of talked about other things already, you can see Mafia still having all their tanks alive. Kono eyeing on Liberty, trying to get the advantage. Liberty not taking any of that, but now he is out of the game as well. Mafia securing a potential first match point. They will definitely have a second chance if the Pilsen round 2 doesn't go in their favor, but good stuff, and yeah, decisive execution after they were able to like kind of rescue this initial aggression onto the cap circle.
Yeah, I don't know. It all depended on one moment. This whole match was decided on one decisive moment.
Yeah, I mean, the other tanks did what they could in the end. I mean, Liberty, good shooting, but with double light tank, you are kind of like not in a prime spot, especially if you have like the E100, and I think that was the other Forged Barbarian, which were kind of there supposed to like block potential tanks coming into cap. Orsich as well. 4 kills being picked up by the K91. So if you have a tank that has low alpha and it picks up the tanks and the kills, that's obviously great because you don't waste extra alpha on that. But aside from that, good stuff. Kono, the only one to die, but I mean, he did exactly what he was supposed to. Secured those 28 very important cap decap points. And yeah, like dodged the shot of ISET. I guess we can call it an outplay as well.
It is great for Mafia, you know, in that lower bracket spot now in a position to potentially win. Although I honestly believe we're going to a tiebreaker. I'm not gonna lie. This match has shown that neither of the two teams is winning, so tiebreaker is what I believe will come out of this altogether.
Yeah, and definitely also with those like long best of 9 matches being played, a lot of stuff for Hit and Run, who is waiting still in the upper bracket, facing off against W, to just like analyze what the teams are doing. And if you come into this tournament winning the regular season, and then basically even being able to kind of like drop the match on the last day because you already have position 1 secured, you get a lot of information on which maps you maybe want to play tomorrow, which maps were already kind of drained in terms of tactics.
But
and
I will also say it's not all amazing, to be honest. It's not all amazing because you also have to wait a whole day to play, just watching. And watching is tiring, and you don't really do anything the whole day. And then tomorrow you
But
have
I think it's a difference if you wait for 5 hours and then your match happens, or if you have like a full day and tomorrow, like you can sleep a night over it and you play like immediately
but
the first match.
though, not
I think
not
you're
playing.
like fresh tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you would also like to play though in some way, because you will still start cold tomorrow versus teams that already are pumped from winning their matches.
I mean, as you know, like the Onslaught normal queue starts at 11 in the morning, so you have like 5 hours of
And they could even
potential
play
warm up.
a super platoon if they want to.
Exactly. So, yeah, we are waiting for the next round of Pilsen, obviously. Mafia could turn this match into, yeah, like kind of like a clear victory in the end, then if they manage 5-3. But so far, we have not really seen a team being very superior. I think we can still expect either team to get it done, even like winning in the tiebreaker on the side of Cashback, which would force them to win twice in a row now. But looks like there was a small delay, which was fixed now. We are loading into the battle, and we can take a initial peek on the lineups. And I can tell you one thing already: iSet is not playing.
Well. Wonder why.
I mean, I don't want to like blame it on that one. Maybe it's just like
Nah, they
they
swap a lot, to be honest. Like they do swap
Yeah.
a lot. Like iSet is playing like half the matches, I think. So it is going to be decider in regular time. Is it going to be tiebreaker? Is it going to be Mafia lineups? T57 galore for Cashback. 3 of them 60p, double fudge B, and an EBR.
Yeah, Mafia as well, picking the EBR, double Forge B for them, YOLO in the 430U, double mouse, and an IS-7. So a bit of a different style. And I have to say, the mouse is not really a bad tank. It's like kind of working as a sponge against all those autoloaders.
It is true that the mouses can do that. If it works out.
I mean, especially...
it's another
the
cap
mouse
strat.
has- Yeah, but a bit of a different flavor, I would say. Like
Cap shot nonetheless.
You obviously have to take a look as well on what is happening on the field. So the EBRs are exchanging spots. Looks like Kono kind of was able to secure.
Aka has to overpeak this. Kono has taken the strike, but Liberty will come try to reset this. Aka is just going to peak this. With HE securing the decap 100%. I mean,
He will bleed HP for that.
yeah, and now
Like the 430U will put like 2 shots at least into him. And now they have to overpush. Like Mafia is up 3k HP. The cap was immediately interrupted. The T57s are now coming in. You can see Brainbreaker, Twilight, Squeezy all pushing in. Yusek taking the brunt of the load of the damage. First kill being picked up by the 4 Bees, who are now going into reload. Mafia no longer up in HP. Cashback down. No tank so far. Up in HP, I think they secured this pretty well.
yeah, Cashback going for the overpush instead of the actual cap attempt. Surprising Mafia, who thought it was an all-in. They push one T57 to YOLO to find him, and now Aka or one of the 57s will find the kill. It's actually going to be Twilight. Now continuing on towards Profuse. Cashback needs to keep going, eliminating gun after gun. They cannot get bogged down in this middle area nonetheless, and they're not aiming for that either. Kono is losing against Liberty as well, which is another good thing on the side of Cashback, who are up 2 guns, up in HP as well. And I think, as we predicted, regular time will not be the decider between Cashback and Mafia, as Cashback find the second round on Pilsen, and that makes them ever so sad about the first one. But this one, there was a good executed overpush from the cap, beautiful play, find a lot of success, find the tiebreaker as well.
Yeah, and now them picking up the last remainders of Mafia here. You could see there was, in the middle of the match, a bit of like a change of pace, where Cashback very well understood that with them playing this heavy reliant on autoloader lineups, 5 autoloaders on their setup, they needed to make sure that they kind of like bridge this moment of clip downtime. But now they ended up securing this very convincingly. Kono will get unspotted. He will survive for a bit longer, but there are multiple tanks close to the cap. The EBR has the spotting tower, and I think this match is pretty much over.
Now, what was the tiebreaker map?
I think Murovanka.
I'm gonna go check.
Pretty sure it's Murovanka.
It is Murovanka, and it is going to be, by the looks of things, Cash back that gets to pick the map, not the map, the side, because they have a 2-minute win on Cliff.
Yeah, that was a very quick victory. Squeezy now should be able to catch Kono. Kono hiding behind the wreck. Squeezy misses one. Liberty actually misses one as well. I think he bounced on the gun. And the EBR with a small silhouette might actually be able to survive. Base was captured. No kill onto Kono from what it seems like. Kono actually picks up Liberty. A small victory in his mental fortitude there. But Cashback equalizing the score, so all regular maps being split 1-1. And Murovanka will be the decider. I think we'll give the teams a tiny bit of extra time, obviously, considering the importance of this match. And also the fact that Cashback just went through basically a second full best-of-9 match. But I have to say, very good adaptation from Cashback coming out of the cap circle in time, making sure that they can catch the 430U off guard, immediately eliminating the mouse of Yusek. And yeah, you can see Yusek, 11 penetrating hits received, and it was just,
Look at his
even
blocking.
with a bit of
Look
healing, it was just
at the damage blocked by Yusek.
0.
It's good shooting.
Yeah, I mean, that's just execution you want to see. Like, if you bounce some shots in the end, it's not the end of the world.
If you
but
bounce like 3 shots, I think, in total, you don't end up killing the mouse anymore.
yeah. So, I mean, you remember at the end, like, Squeezy shot some stuff onto Kono there, and so on. The game was already over, but this is the important damage. Kono surviving, good kill for him, I guess. But yeah, also, Lil 12-12-12, and Barbarian with 13-12. That is the important damage at the beginning, and they did that damage. They eliminated some guns out of the game, and even though we actually thought YOLO, who is the 430U, had a good time at the beginning against Aka, who, right decision, just made the safe decap with HE and took like 2 or 3 shots in return. He immediately got the support of the T-57s, and then they secured 1 kill, the next kill, HP advantage came back in their favor, and just very good stuff from the side of Cashback.
So, Phil, we've arrived at the 4-4 score line. After 8 rounds between these two teams, who do you think will take it across the finish line?
I have to just stick with my prediction.
Your
and,
prediction was
take
5-3, so that doesn't count anymore.
Cashback will win.
All right.
I was predicting on Mafia during the season multiple times, and they always let me down. And I think Cashback, after this round, they got their stuff together, and they will now dominate Murovanka and kick out Mafia. Or I will eat my words, and they will just completely fail and go home without a chance to play tomorrow.
Now, what side did Cashback pick?
I will take a quick peek into our
Cheats.
internal
Pick side. Pick side 2, south.
South
Yeah.
2. So that's actually
That's a
interesting.
surprise.
Usually
It's
it's
north.
It's the north that is being
Yeah.
picked because you have better access to the
To the cap.
cap.
Interesting.
I mean to the.
yeah, north has better access to the cap and also to
I mean,
the
it's not really the
mid-strike.
cap; it's the point of interest that is also the important thing, right?
Well,
Because the
mid-strike.
church has the rubble.
Yeah, mid-strike in, well, also if you want to play cap strategy, you can
Yeah,
from north much better than from south.
No, so
They have to have
we'll to
something
see.
like cooked, you know.
Are they bringing the leopards and EBRs, or what do you expect?
Imagine,
to do?
you know, tiebreaker for tournament elimination.
Oh yeah.
3 leopards, no, 2.
So what actually happens if both teams decide to do that? Like, imagine we have like 3 versus 3
two
lightning
EBRs,
slash,
2 EBRs, 2 regular lights, 2 Leos, and a CS.
yeah, or like a K91 as the cashback flavor. That would be pretty much like my usual silver Onslaught regular game, where I have like Ghost Town and 5 people want to be the light tank player. But I think it's a matter of a couple of seconds until we will see their lineup. I can already tell you that Iset in his Leopard is waiting in the lobby. So we'll more likely have, I guess, Twilight is the guy that substitutes him and usually plays more like a heavy tank or a Force B. But we just loaded into the battle, so I'll present you with tank selections any moment. You can see there's still a lot of switching happening. I guess that is the lineup of the last match. BZ75 is the flavor of the day. Cashback bringing 4 of those. Little in the K91, Squeezy in the 430U, and Force B played by Liberty.
Mafia in return though, Phil. I7, WCS, K91, Force B, EBR, RHM. Not a brawling setup. They have a hard game ahead of them. They have to hold off the initial cap and not die in the process.
Yeah, and I guess with a double light tank, there's a lot of pressure onto them to provide the essential information for the beginning of the match. I'm expecting the triple BZ to kind of like just boost into the cap. You can see only 3 tanks got spotted. That means
Yeah, the radar tower
that there's no immediate plane, but yeah, no decap coming onto the radio station. Little now being spotted, not being decapped, so also the information for cashback, which is especially important as they don't have a light tank. So Profuse taking a bunch of damage now. Profuse dropping to 900 HP. Aka got around the corner, will put another shot into the K91 with Brainbreaker overpeaking. They should be able to control this inner strike here. Profuse dropping to a one-shot. Cashback is down. Bit of HP here in the middle, but because they had this HP advantage from the start, they're still in a comfortable position. Conrad now trying to take the strike, trying to decap, and I think Cashback will have to abandon the strike.
Mini strike misses, Brainbreaker is dead. Liberty pushing Orchek though, I think, who's backing off just on time. Not sure if Liberty will catch him. Orchek, I think, just about getting away, hitting legendary timings. Is Orchek, spots out Liberty, realizing this now, and now the BZ is trying to push across the open. Orchek on the run, taking a shot from the Forge B. More shots coming in from the BZ as well. Liberty chasing, they want to get something out of this, and Orchek might just be the target. Barbarian is on his right hand side, looking, shooting, scoring as well. More damage coming in, 1700 on Orchek. More damage down to so one shot. He will just about evacuate into the forest, but he will fall. Aka picks it up, and Cashback are trying to run it down, and Orchek was the vital player there. If he stayed alive, then who knows what would have possibly happened, but now it's chase on for Cashback.
Yeah, and see how close the Force B, see how close the RHM are. Like now, nobody will focus the Force because obviously you want to catch the light tank. If you catch the light tank in this situation, there's no way for Mafia with nearly 5000 HP disadvantage to claw back this game. Cashback has everyone in the brawl now. The K91 on the side, putting in the hurt. The RT strike comes in, but Cashback dominating. And Mafia on the retreat, but there's no way for them to evacuate with Conrad, Yusek and Barkis in the middle of the fight.
No, I don't think it's going to happen here for Mafia. 4 tanks left standing. Cashback will extend their tournament life by 1 more step. Mafia, no lower bracket run for them. They get knocked out, but questions, Phil, are here. The K91 being sent to the strike, it's like they did not watch the W match.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, Profuse deciding on this vehicle choice, I mean, like, if you want to go there, you can also pick a CS. You're faster there, you have, like, a better option to get out, or at least you can maybe trade, like, a bit better because you have the higher alpha. Either way, like, so committing, like, a light tank in there, especially after you secured the radio tower.
They know that there's double BZ. It's like against the W. You get tapped by the double BZ, and then you also get shot by the guys going towards the cap. So you take 3 shots, you die in the 1v1 either way, instead of trying to play around it and giving a shot of damage, finding another shot, getting mini strikes and resetting that way, you know? So it's really weird. And then I think they still had a very good chance of winning, but Orchek was just an inch too late on running away. Like, honestly, if he's 2-3 seconds earlier, I don't think he gets caught at all. But now you could see it, you know, he was just just a little bit too late to do it, and they find him. And if they don't find him, Phil, if he's towards the A line, they're just pushing into nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if he manages to get to like A7, he has a very good crossfire position. They still have the light tank advantage. But yeah, Cashback, 5 tanks still alive, 9,000 HP left for them as well. Picking up the round, eliminating Mafia. So twice in a row, Mafia not making the top 3. Definitely not the result that they would have wished for. But I would say still a good showing for Mafia this season. They managed to secure their spot in the top 4. But yeah, it's just not enough to kind of like break into the upper ranks and secure the additional prize money, and obviously also the glory of at least having kicked out one of the top teams.
It's just a sad thing to see for Mafia that I mean, Cashback did very well. They played exactly the same as they did against W, but the information tower is taken. I think, you know, Mafia shows there that maybe they're a little bit too inflexible in the strategy that they want to play. They have an idea, but the K91 going to the strike, they see everything. They know what's happening. They still send him to the strike, and it's like, it's not worth it. They even got a bit lucky, I think, in a way that Brainbreaker decided to peek out to shoot the K91 also, and lost a lot of HP for that.
I think they wanted to eliminate him before he ups the strike, maybe. But I think Cashback did the same that they did on Pilsen round 2. They evacuated the cap in time and then made short work of the other tanks. So yeah, the 430U are paying off. Very good damage by Squeezy. And Barbarian, the BZs really being able to get into the fight. Little, not really the biggest difference maker anymore. But you don't need this extra firepower from the K91 if you're playing against a double light and catching a couple of things off guard, especially like the K91 of Profoots at the beginning. And yeah, overall, not the most well-coordinated effort from Mafia in the end.
No, I honestly think if they make the call there to stop at Profoots, they have the Eastern Strike already. They have 3 tanks in their team that can generate a mini strike. Conrad, Orchek, or Profoots, I think, will generate a strike, right? Let's say I think one of them will generate a strike one way or another. That's enough to decap with and start finding angles on those BZs, wrapping around the south. I don't think Cashback could really cap, but we'll never know how that played out.
Yeah, and with that being said, I think still good stuff by Mafia. See you next season. Definitely they qualified for the upcoming seasons, and we can already spoil there will be some events in between. Cashback will live on to fight another day against the loser of the upper bracket final. That will be played as the first match tomorrow, Hit versus W. But we have one more treat in the back. We will switch after a replay segment to the North American server, where we will see the match between Burbology, who is starting after a loss in the upper bracket semifinals against Bench, against exactly that team that just lost against Stacked and is now hoping to be able to repeat. I think most of us predicted for Burbo now. But yeah, we'll have a short break. We'll come back after the replay segment. Stay tuned and see you in a moment.
speaking. We captured Ramfalte successfully, but it seems that we stirred up a hornet's nest. We're being chased by several dozen Echo tanks.
Isn't science fascinating?
Moving to the extraction point. Babylon, do you copy? We're approaching. Open the portal. Now there's too many of them. Where's the portal? Babylon, do you copy?
Sign up to volunteer for Last Stand.
Seems that extraction is delayed. Okay, we'll wait. Keep on working, guys.
With scientific tools like these, no one will stand in the way of your research. No one.
Hello there, and welcome back to the last match of the day. And man, Moth, what a drama we just witnessed there in between Mafia and Cashback. Mafia, after being 4th in the regular season, now out of the tournament, can be confirmed 4th. And Cashback staying alive by the skin of their teeth. And the same decision will now take place in between Burbo and Bench. Burbo must be pretty fresh coming into this one. Bench a bit winded maybe after that devastating loss earlier today.
You might say that. I think a bit of an understatement. Psychologically damaged from losing that one 5-1 quite significantly. And the NA match earlier today, compared with the both of the EU games both went to tiebreaker, which was fabulous. I was a bit disappointed that Cashback won, just because I was one round difference away from literally having the perfect score prediction for every match today, which would have been fabulous, but not to be. Anyway, Bench, the team, you know, in NA they have sort of 3 teams that are filled with the recognizable names that you expect to be at the top, and that is Barbology, Stacked, and Dopamine. Dopamine surprisingly got eliminated in the lower bracket. They didn't even make it to the live stream stage. But Bench, they threw a spanner in the works because they already beat this team. They've already beaten Barbology one time. They beat them 5-3, and that's what allowed them to be in the upper bracket in the first place. So, community predictions being 81% in favor of Barbology may seem a little bit harsh, but I think the name recognition still holds a lot of value here.
The name recognition, and then as well, as long as teams aren't in the lower bracket, the question for some of those is always, how serious do they take those matches? Did Barbology actually use 100% of their power against Bench? And yeah, brain power, playing power, strat power also. Or did they hold back and were trying to, for example, hide strategies against Bench? That is the question. But yeah, I think name recognition is coming in. And also a little bit the performance of Bench earlier today. The Leopard on the bench there had a crown on its head, but if anything, that maybe got slapped from it a little bit by that performance against Stacked earlier today. It won't really get easier, I think, against Barbology for them, but maybe this set of maps is a different one, and it's going to possibly favor them. Studzianki, Ghost Town being taken out by either side. Barbology, they want to open up on Ensk, so up close and personal brawling map, and them being the supposed favorites despite losing to Bench earlier. I can clearly see why they're going for this one. Bench responding with the Sand River pick. Okay, maybe an open one possibility for La Rata. Then again, that one takes a lot of player skill, communication, and training. Cliff and Himmelsdorf removed. Morvanka as a possible map number 3. So also kind of open. And then Barbology responding again with a more brawly map of Pilsen. Tiebreaker, if we get there, is going to be Westfield.
Yeah, so the first 3 maps in this match are going to be not the same ones that we saw in Bench's last attempt at a best of 9. And that's because they just didn't get to that point. They didn't last long enough in the best of 9 to play some of these other maps. So we got 3 different maps for them to play. Maybe they'll fare better on these.
It will remain to be seen. Predictions coming into this one. Oof. Phil and I saying 5-2. Daki saying this one is gonna go exactly like the first one that we saw Bench play. And you're kind of going ham.
Dude,
5-0.
I was on a tear. Like up until that last tiebreaker between Mafra and Cashback, I was on a tear. So I'm just, from this point out, I'm just going with my gut. I honestly, the way the Bench played in that first match, I do not believe. I think 5-0 is a bit harsh, but I'm just, just going all in.
Well, going all in Bobology, triple mouse, 50B, W4, WZTD, being played by Gator. And for Bench, I mean, double T57, a mouse, Batchat, Fosh. I mean, the lineup by Bench is a little bit burstier, and for Bobology, they have that staying power in the shootout, I guess.
Yeah, but remember, the T57 Heavy, since the ability nerf, it's fallen out of favor a little bit, which makes it more awkward to play with. Your ability usage timing has to be pinpoint accurate and just perfect timing. Bobology obviously playing a much slower lineup here. Let's put it this way, the predictions, me predicting 5-0, I'm just going to be on edge the whole time. So I mean, unless they lose literally Bobology loses the first round, in which case the entire prediction's in the bin. So but we'll see how this goes.
I mean, November, they're missing 3 shots in his 50B, but he does get, most importantly, the info on towards the tanks that have crossed. Rise Glory also taking one by, I believe, one of the mouses for his cross as well. So Barbology have the knowledge that there is a push going on by Bench in the city. Hasaka and Lu, together with Alio and Rise Glory, are going to slowly but surely make an advance. Dark Ninja is going to drive into the next spot in towards the middle, from where on he can actually spot in towards the city to see just how far they go. Obviously, Rise Glory triggering the strike here is going to be a sounding alarm bell. Dady and November already waiting in the windows.
Yeah, there's a big grouping up. Big grouping up of tanks in the city here, but Bobology are very, very passive. They're not really in positions that you can push in towards, especially when you've got a mouse like December with so much HP to go around. Rise of Glory now pushing forwards in the 268, tanking the initial shot for his teammate in the T57 Heavy. Bobology are actually going to leave this situation altogether, which maybe isn't even the correct play here. They actually had enough guns to hold this push. And meanwhile, Bench are re-pushing on the other side of the map. It's actually a 3v3 going on over there.
Exactly. Bobology trying to win out in the green, but there's a Batchat currently going into this shootout, while Bench don't really find the engagement with those tanks that have pushed through the city. The only one with armor is the V4 that's currently trading it out with Dark Ninja, but the T57s are not where they want to be up close and personal. And now here, this 3v3 that we talked about in the southeast of the map, Liwi going down towards 373 is going to be a one-shot for the remainder of the game. Proto trying to heal himself up a little bit, but Bobology, they just have the HP advantage. No tanks down, but that is just about the only good thing for Bench right now.
That HP is overwhelming. They're in a massive surplus for the side of Bobology, having double that of their opponents. And while the guns in the game remain fairly even, I'd say this game is just about over. There's no HP to go around here for Bench. They keep shooting, and they've got all these clip tanks to chew through the Mighty Mouse, but the Mighty Mouse has so many HP that there's really nothing that you can do about it, especially when they bled so much early on in the round. There's a sandwich ram from November from behind, and it's going to be a very, very comfortable round in the end for Bobology.
Exactly, still about 10,000 HP to go on Bobology and 6 tanks alive. And Bench, yeah, it looks like just in the previous NA match that we saw is Bench so far had pretty good results before the streamed stage, but now, if this first round is anything to go by, once again, they've hit a wall.
It's very early to hit a wall in a best of 9, that's for sure. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm feeling emboldened and more confident about the 5-0 after watching that first round. It's looking like we're on track right now. Could be up to something here.
Then again, every single round could be the one throwing off your prediction. First of all, the Bears were probably well rested. Didn't have anything to do yet with the played games today. Probably had a lot of popcorn watching the other teams go at it and go ham. And this resting time coming in, they seem very comfortable, calm, collected, in control. We were talking about it. They seemed very slow with their advance as well, but I think it was not too slow. It was just methodical.
Yeah, it's a control-based setup, right? With triple mouse, you've kind of, your hand is forced. You definitely have to play slow, and they just kept tabs on where their opponent was for the whole match. They spotted them down the rails the whole game. Bench were just bleeding HP for anywhere that they wanted to push, and that's kind of, it's one of those things that just shows when you have a skill gap between the two teams. I say that like the match is over already, but it's just one of those things where you just constantly bleed HP while you're trying to figure out where you want to push, and then by the time you actually make a decision, it's already over.
It was also very nice to see from Burbology that they were pushing on the green with those tanks, and you might not have fully agreed with pulling back the 50B and the E4 from the entrenched positions that they had on the other side of the map, but realistically, the tanks that were pushing on the green were probably like, hey guys, we're winning here easy, no need for you to do anything, just don't endanger your tanks, we're going to win the green, and after that the match is over. So even though it might have looked like a good engagement for Burbo, if they can force it elsewhere, then it doesn't make sense to take any risks whatsoever, and that is exactly what they did. Now, for Bench, we have seen that their openings against Stacked were pretty good, in my opinion. Like, more often than not, they had the better opening. Here, though, it seems like Burbo had the tactical advantage right from the start.
Yes, I think in the Stacked game, it was more a case of reactions and execution of strategy rather than the initial openings. They definitely had a way into at least a couple more of those rounds. They ended up winning only one, but I think they probably could have won maybe three based off my memory. But this first round was just a complete shutout.
Yeah, and the scoreline 7-1 in tanks and 10k HP remaining, that just indicates that the strats that were chosen were a mismatch in favor of Burbology, but that can also happen, and especially in Onslaught, it might happen with 4 bench at this point in time. Let's see. Burbology coming in with quite the unusual setup for Ensk. This looks more like a Ghost Town setup. All right, starting to switch. Dady with the 100, and then we have, well, pretty easy pickings. Triple Fosh B and Triple V4.
Meanwhile, Bench are going with double mouse, a Batchat, 430U. They've got an E3 and then double E4. So Burbology's lineup screams torpedo gameplay.
Yeah, they really want to get those engagements, and they want to get them early with those Fosh Bs. Against the lineup of Bench, they probably would like to engage on towards the 430U and the Batchat. So for Bench, it is crucial to keep those away from the Fosh Bs and maybe have those engage on towards the Mouses, E3s, E4s with damage reduction. But Burbo is playing a very interesting strategy. Dady taking 2 shots by those E-tanks, minus 1500 immediately, but most importantly, those Fosh Bs and the V4s not spotted.
Yeah, it's not great from the E100 to take that much damage, but what are they up to here? The triple Fosh B just hanging about in this little neighborhood here. They're waiting for something. They're waiting for a timing, hoping that their opponent is going to push up in the city, but that is not going to come. That Batchat, played by RNG, is not committing any further than C2 right now. Additionally, we've also got the mouse playing in D3. This position is a very common spot used by a lot of teams because the mouse, being a tall tank, he can poke over the rubble pile and actually spot down the 3-4 line. So any rotation, any additional rotation that comes out now from Burbology should be spotted.
Yeah, this is, of course, a trap strat being played by Burbo, and so far, I mean, tiebreaker conditions. Bench currently is winning. They have dealt damage, whereas it's quite obvious that well, Burbo have not. So for now, Bench can sit tight, not do anything. Those Fosh Bs, they would love for someone to drive into them, but let's be real here, the Bench lineup doesn't really look like it wants to do it.
No, they're very, very passive right now from both the teams. If you look at how much map control Burbology have, in theory, given up, it's a lot. And the way the Bench is playing with the kind of tanks they have, they're very, very passive because they're quite afraid of getting caught out. They don't want to get exposed. Meanwhile, the E4 getting spotted crossing in the middle of the open. Dady gives him one shot. That's going to allow him to start trading back some of the HP that he sort of carelessly threw away. But now, here's the thing. Bench, they're making that move. They're going to get the radar, and now the jig is going to be up. So what do you do as Burbology? You've given up all of this map control. That's going to be the trigger for them to go, 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 because they know they're going to get spotted. Anyway, early ability pop there for Chase. Perhaps that was actually decent timing with the amount of damage that's coming in from Crossfire. Significant on towards Chase at the start. Froto already reversing his mouse as quickly as he possibly can. He does not want to get caught by these Fosh Bs. The Batchat equally, and a strike as well. The damage all in favor of Bench right now.
Yeah, and now RNG trying to hide behind this house with the Onslaught proxy spotting. That might be good for him. He is going to start engaging on towards November, and that might spring Gator into action, but November has run out of the healing time frame, is now going to start healing back up, but one more shot might be doing it here as completely RNG gets obliterated, but two Fosh Bs fall in turn. Bench, they have found an opening here. Maybe if they can convert on towards Livy, they could snowball out of control.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic for them right now as Dark is on reload. He'll have no further say in this one. He's just going to be cleaned up by Ruev as Gator tries to back up and shield his teammate. They're trying to stall out for as long as possible, and the HP is equalizing somewhat. Bench, they need to be careful here, but they're still in a very strong position.
Dark Ninja falling in the Fosh is once again gonna mean a gun advantage for the team of Bench. Froto might fall soon here though, as December is going to come off reload and maybe eliminate him in the meanwhile. Gator, the IRL wall, is trying to hold off against 3 enemy tanks as well. Does manage to do so for now, but Tylo coming off reload is going to deny this. Once again, 4 versus 3 tanks, and Bench right now, if they can convert on towards the E100 as well, this might be good for the muscles in the 1v3 now. For him, that's not looking good either.
No, it's certainly not, and he is not going to be long for this world. Meanwhile, the other 268 is kind of getting like dual allegiances here. He doesn't know who to support. He wants to go and support his E100 of Dady in that 1v1, and then he changes his mind. December split decision making here, but it's not going to matter. He's run out of teammates, and they've just about run out of time, and my prediction is in the bin. That's fine.
That is what you can keep telling yourself. Auglio, though, falling in that mouse, but realistically it's not going to make a difference. Ruev with the ram kill, leaving only Dady, who is probably saying his last thanks key hand in this match right now as he's about to fall. Those tanks in the enemy team have enough penetration to go through even the buffed turret front of that E100, and Bench in round 2 on Ensk. I mean, Burbology was trying to do a tomfoolery here, but, you know, if you dig a hole for someone, more often than not, you end up falling into it yourself.
They were waiting for someone to make a push in towards the city, and it just never came. Bench, they played a control-based setup. They were very, very cautious. They were very disciplined as well. They didn't make any oversteps with the bad chat. I think the timing of going for the radar with the 430U was good as well. But they could have also been a trap from their opponent hidden in towards the field. But in the end, no major missteps from them. Good damage from the E4s as well. Dady did 5.5 in the end, but that's kind of expected. When you play the German super heavy, no one actually wants to focus you out. But the big problem for Burbology is this push. If they didn't get the trap to work, it was always going to be a tough situation for them with the amount of map control they gave up for free. We saw how much the Fosh Bs bled just driving towards their opponent before they even started clipping.
Yeah, and realistically, there was one weakness in the strategy of Burbo, and that was, what if the opponent takes the info tower on the field? What then? Well,
which is kind of a massive oversight, to be honest, as well. Like,
or they were just, you know, kind of bluffing, and bluff got called by Bench, rightfully so. This means that Ensk, which was Babology's map pick after all, is going to get split 1-1, and now we are going to the map that Bench wanted to play, Sand River.
I'm quite excited to watch this, actually, because obviously it's NA, and remember, Sand River, it was a new map at the beginning of the season, right? So on EU, we were already experimenting, we didn't quite know what to expect, and there's still possibilities for evolution of meta, and NA being a different server, maybe there's some different ideas, some different tank picks that the teams want to bring out.
I thoroughly expect for this to show us something new, because I think both Babology and Bench are no strangers to like experimenting. Let's be real, the triple Fosh B on Ensk also was kind of an experimental strategy. I don't think they're going to do it again. Even if they had won, that's one of those one-off pocket picks that you do, and then, you know, you don't really repeat it because it's like a one-trick pony. But let's see. Of course, all of those teams have probably scrimmed against NA teams, but also against EU teams, so maybe a little bit of the metas between the servers kind of enriching each other.
Yeah, there's definitely some teams out there that practice against cross-server opponents, so we'll see if there's anything picked up or inspirations from that between the OLS teams and OLF teams. What I'm expecting in this one, I just hope that no one goes from base 1, which is the eastern spawn. I just hope we don't get a situation where one team goes full K-line, because we saw it a couple of times from OLS teams, and if your opponent doesn't meet you on that K-line, if they don't give you the fight that you want, you almost inevitably just end up losing.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes on Sand River, at least in Onslaught, because the points of interest that are scattered around the map favor the team that hold the north. Most importantly, there is no info tower in the south, and so we have seen teams basically take south control, mostly from east, and then they're kind of stuck there and can't really push because they continuously get planed and info towered. They don't know where they can commit to. As Babology bring an interesting lineup. I wouldn't really have expected to see any 5, more like MVY, for example, but let's go with it. Chase favoring that one. IS-760 TP, double Batchat, CS, and a T100.
Meanwhile, Bench are bringing double BZ, IS-7, triple M5Y, and Ascent AX, so no light tank for Bench. Also, not that many mediums, actually barely any. They've only got just the one Inspire medium, which is not the most mobile of all of those. We've got Babology going mostly towards the north of the map. The E5 is going to go towards the balcony anchor position in H6 for the time being. We've got immediate strike being collected by December. We've got the I7 of Aglio, who looks like he wants to counter this, but he's kind of isolated right now. It's just the one Cent AX in spawn. This Devil Bat, they could jump on him.
December is going to collect the strike now, and November is there to shield December as Muscles and Dady start to open up on towards Aliopasta in the IS-7, who just melts like iced wood, actually, in the sunshine of Sand River. Chase now, though, getting countered by the double BZ. They find him there in the middle of the map. Rise Glory could also provide DPM on towards him. Chase down towards less than 1,000. A strike connecting on towards 2 of those BZs. So good strike coming out. Chase, so far, making a getaway.
Yeah, it was a bit awkward positioning from him, but he has managed to stay alive, which is the most important detail here. And now it's kind of trickling. The November is pushing over towards the middle of the map and taking so much damage for that play. It seems like it was a bit unnecessary, especially just to drive back towards his teammates in the open. Another mini strike comes in, hits both of the BZs, just a little bit more chip damage. And now Babology looking to try and retake the south of the map, but they have bled so much health for this, and November has essentially thrown away his tank for free.
Exactly, Rise Glory is going to pick the IS-7 up, and that makes the guns all even. Liwi taking another shot in his BZ-75. Actually, December contributing as well means that Liwi is going to fall. However, Chase follows him to the grave, so it is going to be a 5v5, but Bench, they have the HP advantage.
Yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable right now. After that initial opening, it looked quite a poor situation, but they can settle back into it. The only problem I would say is that the Sente X, there's no recommit back towards the north of the map, so the Sente X is actually completely fine just to sit here. Meanwhile, the M5Ys are pressuring up on the K line, and there's no one there to stop them either. It's just the one T100 by himself, and I think the Barbology, they took that initial advantage and they thought that they could just run with it, but there was a bit more stopping power from bench.
In the meanwhile, though, Gator needs to stay careful in that middle of the map. He is still caught in the lower side, and Ruev is very close with him. That's a lot of alpha on that BZ as a strike, I believe, connects on towards Gator, making him a possible one-shot for the guns of the enemy team. Ruev indeed to pick him up. Dark Ninja bleeding for this peak as well, and slowly but surely bench with their gun advantage are edging ahead. Rise Glory needs to be careful though. 138 HP, that is not a lot.
It's not a lot of HP, but no one's realistically in position to go and kill him. Actually, scratch that, December is going to just go and search and destroy on that M5Y. Meanwhile, Dady is getting pressured away by Froto as well. The HP is dwindling here for Barbology, and now Froto has another crossfire angle on towards Dark Ninja in that 60 TP. Dady is doing what he can, trying to harass this M5Y, but he just doesn't have the health to really do anything about it. Froto is just going to swat him away like a fly. The Sente X has managed to escape as well on 300 HP, but with the amount of health that's remaining for bench, they do have 2 one-shots, which if they did go down, remember Barbology, they've got double bat and a T100 who's pretty healthy, so in theory this is throwable, but it would be very tough to do so.
Let's see, I mean, Hasaka and Rise Glory also very close together. Possible double strike on towards those tanks, as Ruev is now going to collect the strike in the middle of the map. December with the T100 though taking the info tower, and hopefully for him, he will also be ready to put the strike on towards one of the one-shots, or does he go to reset Ruev is the question. Did he use the info tower? No, he used the plane right after to respot Hasaka, and down goes the strike. Good job by December.
Yeah, and look at Dark now, just trying to back up. He doesn't want to get spotted because he knows that there is double strike on the side of bench. If Dark gets spotted, yep, he's going to be dead. That strike is going to get placed right on top of his head, and he is out of the round. So what was briefly turned into an even gun fight is back into the 4 versus 3 advantage for bench, still with the HP lead. And even though there's a lot of mobile tanks for Barbology, with the amount of time that's left in the game and the amount of health that bench have remaining, they should be fine to just sit.
Yeah, the thing is, bench need to get RNG in the game, because he is the one that holds the most HP for his team. I think he right now is driving towards the southern strike to pick up that one, just to have a little bit more tools available. As Froto gets spotted out in the south, and that means he is probably going to tell his team, yo, they are in the bush line at their spawn again. That is information about a tank, but he can't be sure which one, just because they're playing against T100 and double Batchat. However, the thing is, Dady in his Batchat is also not only possible one-shot, but definitely a possible one-strike.
Yeah, what I don't understand right now is that there's 3 points of interest, 3 objectives for Barbology to capture, and they are not going for any of them. December is just going on a solo quest through the middle of the map. He's looking for that one-shot kill of Rise Glory, but he is nowhere to be seen. He's just going to find the nice and healthy BZ of Ruev, which he can't really do anything about. Ruev's just going to chill, sit behind the rock. He's collected that strike. Now he gives December a shot for free. I don't really know what this play was looking to achieve, other than trying to sneak a kill on that one-shot tank, but this whole time they could have been collecting the radar and could have been collecting that strike in the north, and that would have been a way more effective and safer approach to trying to kill Rise Glory.
Yeah, I think the last time that Rise Glory was spotted was actually in sort of like G7, so also in the dried out riverbed. December steals away another information point, so they've got that going for them, but seeing as none on their team have any kind of strike available at this point in time,
well, they just wait. They just waited. They had a timing to collect the strike in the north, but they just waited for their opponent to collect 2 strikes. So now they can't do anything. That was the only chance they had to like try and get that one-shot kill. Now they're going to try and repush in towards the very, very healthy M5Y of RNG stands on and see if he can hold on versus both of these low-tier mobile tanks. December is trying to distract so that Muscles can get his clip out in the bat chat, and they are going to bleed a fair bit of HP, but then again, the strikes come in and your teammates can support you from the complete opposite side of the map.
Yeah, RNG missing that one, but it's not going to matter as RNG has more than enough HP to pick up December. And you could see Babology, they were trying to hold on somehow with those very low HPs. They had some, possibility to make some plays just because they had such mobile tanks with good camo. But this all-in blind commit in the south ending up not working here because Bench, they just have too many strikes accumulated. So Bench, the underdog against Babology, are starting to advance for the first time. They are ahead in the match. And the thing is, if we think back to the other one that Burbo played against Bench, it was also Bench winning at the end of the day. So maybe Bench is Babology's kryptonite. Who knows? Maybe.
I mean, they're starting to change the narrative now, going ahead 2-1. Babology definitely threw that game, though. There was a massive overreaction to send the IS-7 over the mid-ridge, exposing himself to the crossfires of everyone else just to go and support the 1E5, which already had escaped the situation. And if the BZs continue to try and push into that E5, he would have been fine. They would have been committing themselves into a bad spot. There was no reason. I can understand like what the thought process is. I want to go over the mid-ridge, I want to go and support my teammate, but November just exposing himself and just allowing Bench a way back into the game.
Yeah, no, I think after the easy pickup on towards Alio Pasta in the IS-7, they thought like, it's 7v6, it's already over, let's just drive over them. And they got ahead of themselves and they got punished. Like the play that November did, it's always hard to call out individual players, but it looked a little bit touristy, right?
I think
one over the ridge, got tracked, got held.
One of the bat chats did the same thing, right? I don't remember which one it was, but one of the bats also went over that ridge line at the same time with the IS-7, but they will escape criticism because they didn't die in that exact situation, so they managed to get away. But they still bled a lot of HP, and ultimately they threw that HP away and achieved nothing as a result of it.
And so now I think discussions might be starting on the TeamSpeak of Babology. Like, hey, we got ahead 1-0. Okay, we lost one gamble round on Ensk after that, but realistically, like, we opened this matchup fine. It was just after that we completely threw. Like, what the hell, guys? What's going on?
Yeah, that might be a discussion that's going on there. How did we throw that game? And that's the kind of round that can be quite tilting, especially because you know that you had such an advantage and you should have been completely fine. They even took the strike in the north of the map as well, which means that the cap was never a threat. So they were totally fine to just slow down the game from that point, especially with a light tank as well. They had a light tank and double bat chat. At that moment, you just want to slow down the game, just slow down the pace, and then you just slowly whittle down your opponent. You've already got that one gun advantage.
Which is also a question, right? Like, Alio had no business being there. What's the follow-up? Like, even if he denies the strike, he's dead.
I mean, the idea is that he's going to play on that strike and either capture it himself, or he's going to prevent the opposition from taking it. He had one Sente X covering him. I don't think that it's like a terrible position to be in. Perhaps they should react and try to run away, but you're not exactly going to anticipate double Batchat driving straight through the north of the map and push, because they basically flanked him immediately within the first minute of the game, which is not a super common thing to do.
All right, I'm going to hold my horses with the Babology lineup. As long as Dark Ninja still has the can opener still selected, I think they're not done yet. But I think it's just about final November with the IS-7. Then we have the Mivi, the Batchat, CS, CentAX, 430U, and an EBR.
Just bring one of everything. Meanwhile, Bench are going with the tried and true triple M5Y, CS63, CentAX, they got an E50M, and this time they are bringing an RHM Panzerwagen. So we got EBR versus RHM in the head-to-head. EBR is actually going to do aggro spot on K-Line, which is where the majority of Bench are going, so going to be some good early info.
Meanwhile, November getting pushed by Dark Ninja in that IS-7, so they're going to establish a lot of map control immediately. December outspotting Ruev here. Good job by him. Ruev even taking one as he tries to serve the ridgeline. Good shooting by the players of Babology.
Yeah, and December now just bailing out of the situation. Meanwhile, his team is taking control of the northern part of the map. They're taking the strike, actually being denied there by either an HE reset or a mini strike there. Chase being prevented from taking the strike early on. Not to worry too much though, because there's no cap attempt underway. Meanwhile, Bench, they've actually left the E50M in F9. Is he going to try and leave? No. The E50M under pressure here. Dark and November, they are not going to stop. They're going to keep driving and peeking in towards him. The covering fire needs to be good.
The covering fire, well, he has a Centurion right now. Liwi trying to respond, and, well, the focus fire actually not that great, but a strike is going to hit both of them. Dady with the Batchat fully loaded, coming in now as well. Do they want to commit to this is the question. It seems like right now the answer is no, but don't be fooled. Liwi is still under a lot of pressure in this E50M, and Hasaka bleeding in the CentAX behind him as RNG is trying to flank with the CS63 of his own, but that just leaves him open for a possible repush from Muscles and Gator. Big problems at the moment for the team of Bench.
I mean, Levy's completely fine in this situation now. The E50M, the initial push has been completely halted. November is still trying to have a poke, as is Dark, but the trades, they're by and large going in favor of Bench here. They're up about 3k as well. You've also got RNG in the CS63 who is trying to peek hold down against Dady, who you can see is in a very tight spot here. He can't really leave, or if he tries to, he's probably going to take a shot of damage as he gets spotted out. Now, that CS is also spotting the cross, so these three tanks, they're locked in here. That's quite a large rotational force that they have. They can't go anywhere else without Bench knowing about it.
Oh, RNG missing a shot there on towards Dady, but still, they are locked in towards this position. I think they're realizing this, that they're essentially dead meat in the water. Muscles in the middle of the map also taking a shot in his CentAX, trying to play the Crown Rise Glory. Meanwhile, his opponents have resorted to using HE, and Ruev in that RHM. Currently a little bit of free play, might be using the strike on towards this area that we see now. That would be a juicy one if it connects, and it does. 1200 damage immediately, but in comes Chase with that 430U. They realize it's do or die, and it's probably the latter as November, the first one to the grave. Liwi might be following soon, but that was costly.
Yeah, that's a more than reasonable trade for Levy to go down there in the E50M. Only one tank actually crossed, and that's Chase, so he's just going into a 1v1 versus a CentAX. It'll be interesting to see who actually wins the DPM fight there. Never mind, it's not going to be a fair 1v1 because the strike gets plonked right on top of his head. Rise Glory has picked up Dady in the meantime as well, and the HP is still more than favorable for Bench in this situation. And you can see even the CentAX, if he just trades it out 1-for-1, that's also going in Bench's favor.
But he won't have to, because he called for backup, and backup is coming. The Riders of Rohan driving in, but so far Proto not really able to put penetrations in towards Chase. Finally, that's going to be the case. Ruev also with the bounce, but it is Proto to shut it down. Very low HPs across the board on towards those tanks in the eastern part of the map. But now Babology, desperate at this point in time, trying to respond with a push on towards the tanks that Bench has in the middle. But those are ever so healthy. Rise Glory, Alio, 4000 HP between the two of them. RNG probably doesn't even care about the EBR flanking him. Instead, good focus fire picks up Muscles, and I think Morph Bench are starting to bring the upset here. Is this strike even going to connect on towards the EBR? No, but at the end of the day, only Gator left standing as he falls. Bench 3-1.
Yeah, that was just bad, honestly, from Babology. You make the initial push, and then you decide that you're not going to do it, and you have these 3 tanks locked in, then you allow your opponent to take the time to collect the strikes. I think all 3 of those guys that were stuck in that little corner there, they ended up taking both a strike. They took 2 strikes between the 3 of them, so they lost all that HP for free, which was quick maths, 2400 HP without your opponent even having to actually shoot you themselves. And eventually they just decide that they've got to make the push. They chase in with the 430U, but by that point it's already done. If you're gonna make that push, you need to actually commit to it fully, and you need to commit to it in a way with enough guns to ensure that you're going to pick up that kill. But they were not prepared for the Sente-X in the corner, I think.
Yeah. And I think with a push like this, you can really see that, well, if you're doing something, if something is called, which means in that case pushing the E50M, even if it might not be the best call, you should still commit to it and stick it. Because the way that this engagement went now was like they kept bleeding and bleeding and bleeding until they didn't have HP anymore for the initial thing. Because I think if they start committing at the start, then
it would have been the best. It would have been the best chance. If they just went straight away and pushed across. You could also another thing that they could do is they could cross to the red line, and that way they would be less exposed to some angles, and then they could just peek into only the E50M and allow the bat chats to clip, and then maybe the IS-7 can shield the bats a little bit as well. And it's just there's so many different ways that you could make that less bad. Not that it would be a winning situation, but they just did in the worst possible way to trade it. They just peek once, realize that they're going to get shot, and then it's just over, and they just sit there.
All right, so that is Sand River done and dusted. And Babology probably want to forget about that one. Actually, 3 back-to-back rounds now for Bench coming into this. All of our predictions at this point down the drain. No one gave the benefit of the doubt to Bench with 5-3 or better. So at this point, I mean, Bench can only surprise us more positively. Muravanka is the next map. And this deep into the pick and ban, you can sort of assume that both teams are kind of fine with playing it, as both teams had 2 bans before this. Maybe Bench were just getting lucky with the Sand River pick, and the Bears just didn't like this map at all. But
if he hated that much, then they definitely should have banned it. If
maybe they hated the map that they banned even more. But normally, like this deep and this late in the season, you should have a good idea and a good approach to just about every map in the pool. Like, yeah, you can permaban one, but after that, yeah.
Well, it's 3-1 now for Bench. Looking strong for them. Especially those 2 rounds on Sand River were pretty dominant, and our predictions are all in the bin. Who really cares about that? I'm mostly just looking for Babology to bounce back and try and give us a competitive match here, because if things continue on their current path, then it should be an easy win for Bench.
Well, Babology trying to turn things around, and that certainly is an interesting lineup. CS, Sente-X, Foshby, never mind. Also a bad chat, but then double 268 and the RHM. So no real stopping power on Babology when it comes to, getting penetrated, because there are no heavy tanks at all.
No, I mean, you can kind of say that the Foshby is a sort of pseudo-heavy tank with the heal ability, but I agree, it's not really designed to anchor a position. The closest thing they have to that is Dark Ninja in the Sente-X, but Bench are playing EBR and RHM, the deadly duo, which is absolutely lethal if played correctly. Taylor going for an aggressive spotting run to figure...
And I mean, he is getting a lot of information here. November is immediately booking it towards the middle strike, and Liwi is trying to capture the strike. He does get shielded by Froto, so the info is going to come through. We see that super heavy shield on towards the info point. happening more and more often, actually, as Burbology are pushing in this forest. And because of the information that Burbology had early on, they're kind of succeeding catching RNG out a little bit. That is a lot of tanks that are able to shoot and spot the cross, and definitely December should have a plane available, is going to catch both of those. This is big problems for Bench coming in. Ruev, the one to get focused out. Tracked even has a repair kit, does burn it, but of course December at this point, another plane is going to secure the respot. Once again, the 268's getting spotted as well, but no one able to shoot.
Yeah, both of these tanks are stuck here. They tried to get out of it, but December with a well-positioned plane, that's going to be basically 2 tanks dead and out of the round. And things they're not looking pretty for Bench in this one. Much like it didn't look great for Burbology in the Sand River game, this game is kind of over already, unless Burbology make another massive overstep like we saw on Sand River. They're now pushing through the center of town. They're going for the reloading Foch B, who's completely vulnerable. Gator pushing up in the 268, trying to round the corner. Ashleo trying to stall out for as long as he can, but you're really just prolonging the inevitable here. The repush comes in though, and they will find Muscles, which is a decent kill to find back, but they are going to lose the middle of the map completely. So still more than double the HP remaining here for Burbology. I don't think they're going to throw this one.
No, it doesn't look like it. Lewy taking another shot off December, who once again has a plane available. He has been the detriment of Bench this round. Absolutely crucial planes coming in. I mean, this one not so good, but at this point in time you have the information about the enemy tanks anyway, so it doesn't matter that this one didn't hit Hasaka in the K91. And yeah, cleanup operation, and pretty clean as well. So far only a single tank dropped on the side of Burbology. Meanwhile, for Bench, it's only Tailu alive in that EBR. And yeah, what's he gonna do? He is running to the hills. We have the police helicopter camera as we see a man on the run at the red line. He is really trying to go for it. But the thing is, the policemen in this example, Burbology, they can also just straight up send him to prison, to the garage, by capping.
He's going to get one hell of a speeding ticket, padding his distance travel across the map. As he looks to just like stall out the game for as long as possible. I don't think it's going to have any effect on tiebreaker rules. It might actually, because they did push in quite early.
I think the ends grounds were probably quicker than this.
Fastest round is 3 minutes 23, so it wasn't actually that far off being the fastest round win if he chose not to try and waste time here.
They found the fugitive now, but they're also in the cap. Not sure if they're going to arrest him. Another shot in towards the wheels, but now the reset comes through, and December is going to be the one to lock it in. Burbology, after losing 3 rounds in a row, they finally get one on the board again. Still not equalizing, but in striking distance, 2-3.
Yeah, both teams having quite dominant round wins, to be honest. There's not really much more to say about that, other than they just got caught in the forest and they didn't rotate out in time. I think maybe there's a question as to what the EBR spotted at the start of the game, and did that mislead them into thinking they could play more aggressive in the forest? But they got the radar anyway. They had an E100 shield, so they knew what was happening. They just were not prepared. They were not in position to run away on time.
Yeah, I think the decision to run was made, let's say, 10-15 seconds too late. But yep, here are the battle results, and the most crucial thing is those 3,000 assistance damage. December, using the plane ability 11 times in the match, was really the standout player here for his team. And yeah, I mean, Ruev got caught out with that RHM by the plane. That's always the worst thing that can happen, really, for you and Moravanka, is if you get planed and then you take damage, you know, like, ah, crap, the enemy light tank is going to have another plane. I'm going to be spotted forever.
Yeah, and sometimes it just goes that way. If it's just you make one initial mistake and you get shot, So then the light tank gets a replaying ability, which means that if you want to try and do anything else, then you get replaned, which means that you can't rotate, and sometimes just happens. I still think it's another just poor mistake from one of the teams where they've just been caught on a rotation where realistically they should have never been caught, or their team, either that or their team should have rotated in to support them. But based on the lineup they had, I don't think that was an option.
I know, I mean, what are you going to do? Rotate the E100? Like, the slow march of the elephant in towards the forest? That's not going to help either. And then still, like, the E100 then faces off against 268s that are like, oh yes,
well,
a tank that relies on armor and has a lot of HP? Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, those 268s really do love fighting against E100s, even with that buff turret. 395 heat pen is glorious to have it, a glorious tool to have at your disposal. I think maybe the only other thing that Bench could have done is if they can't run away, then they need to try and hold. But they didn't really commit to doing either. They sort of half ran away, but they ran away too late, and they didn't reinforce early enough to actually cover their teammates. If they got a K91 into the water anchor position, that could have been good for them. With other K91, they had two K91s. They could have had one covering from the red line in spawn. They could have had one in the water, and maybe that would have been enough to stem the tide.
Well, let's see. Second round on Morovanka is just around the corner, and while Burbology want to equalize the scoreline, Bench are on the cusp of greatness, looking for the match point. Burbology double 50B, MBY, Batchat, double 430U, and a Foch B, so no light tanks dropping the gloves.
Meanwhile, Bench are still figuring out what they want to do. It looks like it's going to be a 277, CS63, Sente X, double E50M, a Bliskovica, and a Foch B. So neither light tank, no light tanks rather, from either team. Both of them going to be looking for a fight. E50Ms on Murovanka is not the most common occurrence. Double 430U from the side of Burbology, probably almost certainly going to be pushing in towards the cap here. Double 50B is very aggressive, but they are going to be met by a lot of guns.
Muscles, though, with that Batchat booking it in towards the artillery strike, but he's going to be met with resistance. Alio and Hasaka, both of them firing on towards the Batchat, but now the fight actually erupting in the cap, and Laiwi having the worst of it, immediately getting clipped out by the 50Bs and dying completely. Froto, same thing for him. That back of the 50M can just be so juicy for those clip tanks, as after this exchange, Bench have had the absolutely worst of it, dropping 2 tanks while only able to respond with 1, and now Tailu, things are going from bad to worse. He's getting completely sandwiched by double 50B.
Yeah, and they're both on reload, so he's just getting a little bit of free farm, but it's irrelevant damage because now they're off and they go pum pum pum. He is dead, and that is another tank down and out. Double the HP here for Burbology, and again, a very quick round. They just took the initial advantage and ran with it. Bench were not able to put up enough resistance to stop them, and Burbology are going to be tying up the score.
Burbology in a fast and furious round of Morovanka will actually equalize it. So Sand River kind of disastrous for them, but making up for it on the next map. And Bench, we were kind of, applauding them for what they did on Sand River, but here on Morovanka, we really have to raise our eyebrows, to be honest. That was well played by Burbology, immediately having the correct tanks available, but for Bench, if you do a commit like this, you probably want to have a spot, because it's clear that the E50Ms are going to lose straight up versus 430Us and 50Bs.
I think they just got hard countered, to be honest. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. It's not super common for your opponent to send double 50B over towards the 129 at the start. I think they really just got the perfect counter to play against them. I still think perhaps Bench could have positioned their tanks a little bit better to try and claw back the game as best they could, but you can see there's the problem, right? Is Levy right at the bottom, only doing...
That's your problem right there.
Yeah, doing 0 damage in the funny button tank, which is... ideally supposed to be doing about 3-4k every game.
At least. Damage spread on the side of Babology, of course, a lot better. And yeah, chasing that 50B probably had a fun game. Getting an initial free clip on the 50B, then getting essentially a free clip on towards the Centex, and then getting another clip on towards some other tanks somewhere else. So for him, it was just cruising, easy. 2 kills as well. Can't fault the man. So good job to Barbology, and good job to them as well for stopping this series of defeats that they kind of had accumulated on Ensk and Sand River. They kind of make that irrelevant, and now we are going in towards Pilsen. But Pilsen being somewhat, well, no, not really similar to Ensk, but like the gameplay style or the tanks would maybe be somewhat close in the picks. If we split that as well, we're looking at the third tiebreaker in the 4th match today.
Yeah, that would be quite something if we manage to get to that point. They tie up the score. It's gone now into a best of 3, so we can pretty much wipe the slate clean. And both teams had a pretty disastrous map there. We had Sand River that was terrible for Barbology, and then we had Muravanka, which was pretty hopeless for Bench as well. And pretty much all of the games have been blowouts. And after about the first minute, it was kind of just over.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Pilsen is going to get split, or if one team actually manages to take 2 rounds. That would, of course, mean that they knock out the other. Because remember, guys, this is the lower bracket here in this double LM bracket. This means that for either team, it is quite the important match. If you don't win here, you're not going further.
Yeah, it's elimination, and whoever does win this will get to go into that rematch. Well, a rematch for Bench. I don't think Barbology actually played Stacked at any point during the playoffs. I mean, they have qualifying stages each week, so they probably played against some various different points there. But the way these two teams are playing against each other now, the level that they're bringing, and from what we saw against Stacked, I think whoever does end up winning this match needs to raise their game if they actually want to make the finals competitive.
Well, let's see. Pilsen, we saw Cashback earlier today with 2 very, very interesting strategies against Mafia, and to be honest, I think both should have kind of worked. Like, it didn't work out once, but that was due to
unfortunate
I said not
circumstances.
hitting unfortunate circumstances. All right, let's say it like this. If I said connects the shot, man, they straight up win. So I think there are still strategies that all the teams are hiding.
For sure, yeah. It was very weird to watch as well, right? It was so out of character for Cashback to play that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you remove the name tags of the teams, you almost certainly would have thought that it was something that W were doing, especially because it was with double light as well. It was so strange to do it like that. But that is a different server and very different teams. Barbology on Pilsen, they're going to be bringing a K91, double 430U, Foch B, double E4, and an EBR.
And for Bench, it's going to be the tracked light tank, the RHM, together with a 268 Foch B, double 430U, and the dynamic, well, not really, the slow duo of the German super heavy tanks, Maus and E100, but they can also play a very good anchor. Opening-wise, though, Froto and Liwi getting sent towards middle slash west, whereas the rest of the team kind of driving towards the coal piles. And for Barbology, everyone driving into this direction, hoping to profit off of the very aggro spot from December, but he does end up getting outspotted by RNG, who misses his shot on towards the EBR.
Yeah, if he connected that shot, he would have been able to get a replay, which would have been nice and handy. Pretty standard opening for both of the teams here. December needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught in the EBR here. He is a very, very important tank for his team in this lineup. But both teams are sending double 430U. It's a mirror matchup in the coal piles here. And so far, going into the strike first, that is fantastic for bench because it means that it's much more difficult for their opponent to push in towards them. Going to collect that strike for free. A nice start.
A nice start indeed, but to be honest, like the 800 damage, if he connects on towards both of the 430Us, would only make up for the hits that Alia took on the cross. I think one of E4, but like something else must have connected as well. He's only down towards 1800, so kind of relegated to the back lines to passively watch and support Hasaka, who doesn't really back off. He seems to be content to sit in this artillery strike, and they are kind of content to wait for Ruev to push, as Ruev takes 2 shots to the face immediately, has to back down. December playing a good spotting game of World of Tanks. He can probably do this for ages. Ruev is completely caught out.
Yeah, and he's stuck there now as well, because December is not going to let him leave for free. The only contention is, as Muscle gets reset on that strike, he is not going to be able to capture that, not while the opponent has control of the coal piles. But the only point of contention here is if there's a blind plane on towards December's position, because Ruev will know and he'll have an idea, because he just got respotted now, so they'll know roughly where the EBR is. So it depends whether RNG is able to get a plane here. If he can get a plane, they might be able to figure out December's position.
That's the question, right? RNG maybe going towards a spotting tower, for example. That should give him enough experience to generate the plane. Never mind, he does get spotted, so he needs to dip for the time being. He's playing a very dangerous game, obviously very squishy in that RHM himself. And, well, for Froto, in that E100, it's kind of waiting simulator, but he cannot commit further as RNG once again gets respotted, but in comes the hit squad on the 0 line. I think they've had just about enough of Ruev sitting there in the 4-speed. Dady and Chase getting spotted. December into the fray as well. An artillery strike going down, and it's going to hit home. Hit hard, but Ruev hit even harder. Does immediately get eliminated. And now the problems for bench are not going to get smaller.
No, and they're going to make a desperate push back towards the 0 line, but that is just not going to work. The K91 is going to make light work. Dady even managing to pick up the kill here, and that is pretty much surely going to be the game. They've just thrown away 3 tanks to try and recover the situation. Chase with the DPM in that K91 is going to be kiting the 430U as best he can. The 430U does have the funny button ability, but the K91 has massive DPM even despite that fact. Dark Ninja finds a kill in towards the middle of the map as well. The cleanup crew is out in full force, and it's just the 2 German super heavies left.
Yeah, Proto and Liwi did nothing wrong, is what some would say, but then again, their team also did not a whole lot right. That 0 line commitment by Ruev blind kind of opened them up towards repush by Babology. They had all the time in the world to rotate the Foshby, to rotate the K91, and at that point in time it was all over. The E100 and the Mouse, I mean, they were playing the anchor, but at the end of the day, they were really dragging the team down with them, or their team was dragging them down. And this means that Babology, after losing 3 rounds in a row, come back with 3 rounds of their own, making it a total of 4. This means Babology now on match point, and bench is staring once again into the grim and dark abyss of tournament elimination.
Yeah, it's not a fun place to be for them. I think Babology are starting to, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon because the match isn't over again, but I think they're starting to eke out ahead and show just a little bit more class, and longevity in this best of 9, putting themselves up to match point now. Just a very, very nice, simple, clean repush. They recognize that Ruev is in a compromised position. They've got double 430U in middle. The opponent has double super heavy on the other side, so they know there's a light tank as well, so they know realistically there can only be one other person who may be in position to support their teammate. So they know that they can just jump on towards Ruev, and they're not going to be spotted until the last second either. So altogether, just a very clean round.
Yeah, and I see the question popping up time and time again, why is the K91 actually being played? Well, since it now has the fully rotatable turret, it has this absolutely ludicrous DPM that can really come in clutch, and of course kind of low alpha, but that can also be a good thing because if you have to pick up kill shots, for example, you're not really wasting a whole lot of alpha usually on that. And on top of all that, you of course get the strike, which can be clutch coming in for those resets. But yeah, Pilsen, round number 1, not going bench's way. And this means that if they were holding anything back, now the time for that is over.
Yeah, you should definitely not be strat saving at the point of tournament elimination. That would be a slight misplay from the caller if they were in fact saving any strats. The K91 buff was massive. Just the fact that you can have a fully rotatable turret, I think sometimes it gets understated how valuable that is on any tank in the game. It just makes them infinitely more flexible. And the K91 really has come into its own since those changes.
Well, let's see. I think a little bit more preparation time being given considering what's on the line here for either team. But we're just about to head into what might be the last round in the AMD OLS Season 3 for Bench. And so far, they had quite the surprising run. They have beaten Burbo once, but now is actually when it counts. This is the darkness of the lower bracket. This is not having a safety net anymore. This is doing it live.
Jeez, you make it sound so grim, so morbid. So if you don't win this elimination, it's over. There is nothing after this point. It's
I mean, that's the case, though, no?
I suppose, but there's always another Pixel Tank tournament around the corner.
Well, let's see first of all if Bobology can get the knockout punch here, or if we will go the distance for the third time of the day. IS7, Mouse, Batchat, CS63, 430U, Foshby, and EBR.
Meanwhile, Bench are going to try and take us to tiebreaker with a Mouse T57 Heavy, double T57 Heavy, triple Fosh B, and the 430U. So a lot of burst fire on their side of things. EBR of December could come in clutch here if he gets the early spot.
Yeah, how much does December see here at the start is the question, because Bench's lineup is of course not designed for a longer game. They want to look for the decision very early on, sending, of course, their tanks towards the 1, 2, and 3 line. The EBR with quite the passive approach, but he does make his way, I guess, towards the artillery strike. They will really need that one. There is no 277 being sent by Bench in towards the artillery strike, and the EBR finally makes it into the 0 line, confirming what Barbology, must know at this point. The cap is starting. This is an all-in play by Bench. Dark Ninja is going to be the one that will get sent into the cap, most likely.
Yeah, and the mid strike has already been taken. Actually, the field strike got taken as well, so both teams picking up 1 there. And that's going to give them a little bit of a safety net with the cap, but it doesn't look like Bench have any intention, any plans to cap here. They're actually just going to push out in towards the north part of town with the Fosh Bees, but that Mouse of Dark Ninja has pulled back very, very far. A good strike there, manages to connect on towards 2, but of course the other T57 Heavy was in the cap for a lot longer, so has way more of the cap points, and now Dark feels like he needs to push in here, but perhaps he's just driving into his death. The Fosh Bees were ready and waiting. There's 16 seconds left on the cap.
Exactly, Dark Ninja is going to go down, but there is another tank that is hurrying towards the cap. That's a 430U, but a reset does come in. That was an artillery strike, probably, maybe a baby strike, so good aim on those. Bench ahead in HP at this point in time, and Gator is trying to fight for his life here as Ruev is committing on towards him. The heal ability is starting to come in. Froto needs one more shot, and indeed Gator does fall, but it is Froto to follow right after. Bench right now with the gun advantage, but Ruev in the midst of everyone down towards a 2-shot. Chase taking shots on the way out though. Hasaka with the Fosh B clipping out Chase towards a 2-shot.
Yeah, it looked like a decent trade for Chase there, but suddenly he gets jump scared by that Fosh B re-pushing in towards him, and as the dust settles, the HP is a little bit even, but there is no dust settling right now. Chase has fallen in his Batchat, and that means the crossfire is removed, which means Dady's position is now going to be compromised as they all get closer. They start to swarm, they start to circle him, and he is not going to be healing through that ability pop as he goes down. That means that all of the map control is gone. for Burbology here, and that is going to open the floodgates for the DPM.
Indeed, bench still 6 tanks up and available, and yeah, RNG taking some shots by that EDR, but well, November is not going to be able to keep up the crossfire because Tyloo, even with a damaged Amarak, should be picking up muscles, and this means that only 2 tanks, 2 kills separate bench from making it 1 round further in towards the tiebreaker. Alio, 1 pen, 2 pen, is he going to get the 3rd one? Yes, so 3 out of 4, but in comes the next T-57. It seems like a never-ending flood of autoloaders, and December in that EBR is not going to turn the game around. Instead, we are going to get ourselves the maximum possible content extension. We are gonna go to tiebreaker.
Again, this is the 3rd tiebreaker of the day. Oh, December with a slight driving error. Not that it makes a lick of difference whatsoever. Rev will pick up that kill. And we're gonna go into... what map is it? It's gonna be Westfield, right?
Yeah, I think Westfield, yes.
So good for bench to get back into it. Burbology were on a 3-round win streak and looked like they were just gonna run away with it, but again, another tiebreaker is calling.
Another tiebreaker is indeed calling, and I mean, for bench, you gotta hand it to them. They, with their backs against the wall, kind of go for an all-in strategy, and they're like, well, either it works or it doesn't. 50-50 possibility, right? Surely. But they end up getting the lucky side of the coin, and this means that, of course, we are headed to tiebreaker. But yeah, Dark Ninja getting caught out with that mouse. I'm not sure if I really agree with his decision making of falling back upon seeing the force in the hangar. Actually, in his case, I think if you have the cap siren already going, you should instead commit in towards the factory and go onto the cap. But because realistically, the Foshes will catch you either way. But if you go in, at least you give some seconds towards your team where some people don't need to suicide then.
Well, it's a tough position to be in, right? Because bench's push, it's designed to put you under a lot of pressure, put your opponent under a lot of pressure. And I think instinctively, Dark in that situation is thinking, okay, I need to fall back and preserve my life. But the reality is, you know, you exist to die in the mouse, you know, not to be throwing away his life, but you've got to. Your goal is just to stall out for the rest of his team. I think, unfortunately for Dark, I don't believe that Burbology I don't think they rotated anyone back to the north of the map to cover. So I don't think they were, you know, if let's say he did go into the inside of the hangar to go and block the cap, I still think they would have traded quite poorly for it.
Yep. Now, tiebreaker Westfield and Burble with the second Moravanka win have the fastest victory. 1 minute 44 seconds. They choose side 2, which is south. And if we think back to it, in the W against Cashback match, which also had a Westfield tiebreaker, W picked south, right?
Yes, they did pick south in that match as well. In Onslaught, I don't think it really matters too much which side you get. Sometimes it's just the case of there's some specific angles or perhaps timings that you want, or maybe you just feel more confident in a strat that you have from one side rather than the opposite one. Bench, we saw them play on Westfield already earlier today. It did not go well for them at all. They got completely rolled on that map. So we'll see if they can make some adjustments from that, whether they're going to do the same strategy and try and fix the problems, or are they going to do something completely different altogether.
Now, if it was you in such a situation, tiebreaker tournament life on the line for either teams, are you going to go with some cheesy strategy, or are you going to go like, hey, we're just going to go for the brawl, like back to basics, reset, just try to beat the enemy team straight up? And if they want to do some fancy shenanigans, they can, but we'll have the cap.
It depends whether you back yourself, because I think the games earlier today, what we learned is that you can do these cheese strats a lot. These cheese strats are usually more for the team that feels like they need to do it if they can't beat their opponent head to head in the straight up brawl. So I think it just depends whether you're confident enough in your players and in your team and your capability to just take that heads up fight, because the cheese strat, I mean, it's risky either way, right? If you go into the brawl, sometimes it can be a 50-50 situation. But the cheese strat can feel more comfortable to fall back into it, because if you get that early advantage, it's usually difficult for your opponent to make a recovery.
Well, the truth is going to lie on the lush greens of Westfield. For both teams, actually. Is it going to be a shootout? Maybe both teams try to play the offside. It's a possibility as well. I mean, we've seen that before in the past.
You know, I only learned this map was based in Scotland, based on the Liquipedia article. The Liquipedia page that said this map is in Scotland. I never noticed the castle before.
Like this bridge as well. Like it has a real life counterpart.
Yeah, I'm not down with my geography so much. I mean,
I think it's north of England.
Yeah, well, it's in Scotland, right? No? It's based in Scotland.
Yeah. All right. I think it's just about time to go into what will be the last game of the day, and the last game for one of those teams here. One of those is going to get knocked out. We can only have one winner, Burble on Westfield, going with an E100, an MVY double Blisker, an STRV, and then an RHM, and on top, America, baby, an M60 played by Muscles.
Meanwhile, Bench are going with 60p, BZ75, M5Y, AX, Bliskovice, Foshby, and RHM. M60, very, very unusual. 350 heat, fantastic. DPM, kind of, I mean, I suppose DPM is actually like bad compared to the other Inspire mediums, like the Cent AX.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's about half a second.
And the thing is, the gun handling, the gun handling on the M60 is like chef's kiss. It's absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And then imagine in Onslaught as well.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. Remember, because it's Onslaught, the difference between the gun handling of the better tanks and the worse ones is kind of negated somewhat when you have the Onslaught modifiers in place. So I'd be curious to see exactly what kind of intent there is behind bringing the M60. At the moment, he's just posted up in the south of the map, hanging around near the radar. Both teams mostly playing towards the top side. No one's committing to the full surround cheese strategy. We're going to have a very weird brawl between the lights, potentially. Both of them are going all the way over to the zero line, so far away from anyone else.
The question is, will either team be able to support their light tank?
Radar.
Because as soon as one of them loses the 1v1, that's going to be terrible and big trouble. And now a good information tower coming out. This means that December is aware that RNG could be flanking him. RNG, on the other hand, doesn't have any info anymore on towards the RHM of Burbo. So right now, I would say Burbo kind of winning the information war, if you want to call it that. December also picking up the artillery strike because of that. So steals it away from under RNG's nose. This means an additional layer of safety for Burbo right now if it comes to a cap. However, he does get outspotted by RNG, and he doesn't know at this point where the enemy RHM is. Ooh, a miss coming out by RNG, but he doesn't get spotted. Probably was waiting until the opposing light was behind some kind of bush.
Yeah, the thing is, it's kind of a big deal that he misses that shot, because then he would have been able to get a plane, which is very useful to just have in your back pocket to use whenever you feel like it. But at the moment, it's just a stalemate. Both teams are just have parked it in the cap. We've got
RNG taking damage, though. This is kind of huge. Yeah, December was using the plane, and the fact that RNG has taken damage because of this, of course, means that December has another plane available. He's immediately going to use it. Is RNG going to take damage now from this is the question. Seems like no for the time being. Both teams are going to play without
this strike.
And December getting spotted here. The HE does not connect RNG with an
That's
APC
so
up penetration. that's going to give him a tier 3 plane. He's immediately going to use this, and this means that December now needs to be the one that books it away.
Yeah, he was completely caught in the open, and he somehow won the trade while running away, firing on the move at his opponent. The strike missing was also a big deal because they were looking to try and give December a free replay by just getting a little bit of extra damage. Right now, everyone else is just AFK. It's pretty much... Ooh, good shot there from Aglio in the 60 TP towards November.
The Yo, it does have cupolas, and in Onslaught, I mean, even the 60 TP's gun handling, I'm not gonna call it good, but let's say acceptable, or another HE non-pen by December. This once again means no plane available. He could be spotting out Hasaka if that one peaks, but I think slowly but surely December is kind of winning the trade against RNG. However, now he does get spotted and he takes damage. Hasaka with the penetration as well. RNG might even be replaning him. We'll have to wait and see. Good HE from that Centurion. December is in dire straits here right now. RNG now trying to commit with the RHM of his own, but upon getting spotted decides, no, this is not the way that I want to die, because there might be tanks aiming on the cross, and he is correct in that assumption. The M60 is still standing there.
Yeah, I do wonder how December managed to get spotted, just exposed is any tiny part of his tank through that bush, and now he will be able to run away because RNG already used the plane, so he is at least going to bail out of that situation, and trade's going slightly in favor of bench, which is nice. It's not really round winning, but it's just going to put a bit more pressure on Burbology to do something else, which is exactly what they are doing. They're moving a Bliskowitzer over towards the south of the map. They're going for radar at the same time, and if they do reconfirm that the Sente X is still sitting in this low ground position just under the bridge, they might just send the Bliskowitzer to torpedo straight into him.
Well, let's see. The information tower did immediately get used, and I think the Bliskowitzer and the M60 are about to start booking it. However, the Bliska does get spotted by the RHM, so Hasaka probably knows what is coming his way. The RHM getting ready to support, but that's not really a lot of DPM. Finally, an HE by December that does actually connect, and he takes one in return by RNG. This is terrible. He becomes a one-shot, but he dodges one of the shots. Hasaka, in the meanwhile, though, has been caught out by Gator, is trying to stay safe. RNG, does he get the reload on towards December? No.
Bit of intuition.
Actually, from behind him, he takes a big one. Both of the lights on a one-shot right now.
Yeah, he should have intuition to HE there, because, of course, the Bliskowitzer has damage drop-off over range with the APCR shells, and now the repush is coming in from bench. They're actually just ignoring the south of the map. They just ram-killed into each other, or an eye for an eye between the RHMs, and at the moment I think that's certainly favoring bench, because Muscles is now caught as well, and he has nowhere to go. He's trying to kite as best he can around the underside of the bridge, but he's just driving into the line of fire of more of the guns from bench, and now that makes it so difficult for Burbology because they've got a repush in the north of the map, but repushing with an STRV is certainly not ideal.
It's not ideal, and you can see here the Bliskowitzer of Duck Ninja is probably going to win against Ruev, but at that point in time, Burbology is trying to clean up the heavy tanks of bench, but they're not able to do so. Alio with the shield for Liwi here as well. Good shot by the 60 TP in towards the back of the E100, and I think the underdogs Moth here right now with more HP and more guns are starting to do it. Yes, Liwi falls, but Dady probably not long for his world himself. As soon as the reinforcements by bench will start coming in from the lower ground, we might see a victory for the underdog. Never mind that. Alio going towards a one-shot himself, and that is a lot of open ground to cover.
Yeah, it's going to be into the 3 versus 4, but Dady is a one-shot in that E100, and he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Double cap has been started now. Photo has collected the strike, but of course they don't have access to a radar or a light tank to plane the cap right now, so as long as Burbology split up November and Chase on that cap circle, it's going to be pretty tough for Photo to hit the strike here. Dady is trying to capture the strike in the low ground. He's not actually under any threat of dying to the strike because Photo has to use it on the cap here, and it's gonna miss. It's gonna miss completely. Really tough to see that, and that is surely gonna be the round. There is a reset coming in. 2 seconds left, but there's no line of sight on that capture circle, which means that Burbology at the end of it all will win in tiebreaker.
Oh my god, what a heartbreak coming in from bench here. It looked like they had it, but then the crossfire angles around the heavy tanks that the team of Burbology was able to build. They weren't able to shut down the E100 either, then the strikes as well by mere meters. It is an absolute heartbreak for the team of bench that made it so far, but in the end, the experienced, more experienced team of the Bears, by the skin of their teeth, are going to make it into the next round.
They just barely got it over the line. No pun intended there.
Oh my god!
I have
a good influence. I see.
I did that completely unknowingly, by the way. They got it just over the line, and I think Ben should have won this round, man. It was going so well for them. But just unfortunate there. I think if Frodo hits one of them with the strike, that would probably give him about maybe, I'm not sure, maybe 5 to 10 seconds extra. And would that have been enough time for him to drive in and block the cap with his Foshby? And then, I mean, then it's kind of anyone's guess really as to who would win the round, because Frodo would be quite compromised having to drive in.
Well, let's see. I mean, where does this leave us? At the end of the day, I think most people, and that goes with the community prediction as well, most people would have expected for Burbology to win this matchup regardless of the previous results. And so, in the end, it is a 5-1.
You know what's fabulous? I get the exact same amount of points from the prediction game as everyone else, because everyone predicted Burbology, but no one expected Bench to get 4 points on the board.
No, I think, and for Bench, as soon as, of course, like initially this is going to be extremely disappointing, right? But as soon as the dust settles, they will be proud with what they were able to achieve, which is a 3rd place in the OLF. But yeah, this leaves us at the end with a grand final that we are, of course, going to have tomorrow on the stream, stacked against Burbology. That's going to be quite the banger. And yeah, today is the 24th of May. Tomorrow is the 25th, and it's going to mark the last day of the stream for the AMD OLS Season 3. It's been quite the blast, actually, watching it all so far. And tomorrow, not only are we going to have OLS tokens in the drops, but also we have a mystery drops lined up. You can see here today, there were 10 OLS tokens up for grabs. We are, as always, of course, going to raid Ducky after, where you can keep claiming if you haven't done so already. But tomorrow is when it gets really juicy, with a double 5 token drop and double mystery drop.
It's a Super Sunday, both in the matches and in the drops. A lot of stuff to be looking forward to tomorrow. We're going to have Burbology against Stacked. That's been decided just from this match, of course. And, you know, at the start of the day, you probably expect these two teams to be there. I think the big shock of the day is... Wait, no... Dude, for a second I thought that Cashback lost against Mafia, but that was not the big shock of the day. I think, by and large, did it go as expected? I mean, some people favoured Cashback and W, but I think it's just so close between the EU teams now. It's too close to call. I
mean, tomorrow we will have a team enter the fray that so far were able to sit back, relax, and enjoy. A team that was in the regular season the first. This means they start in the upper bracket finals. It's, of course, going to be the Polish juggernaut of HIT. They will face off against W, and the loser of that is going to play against Cashback in the lower bracket final. Safe to say we have a lot of very, very cool matches coming up tomorrow. Last but not least of all, of course, also the OLF finals in between Burbology and Stacked. But yeah, for today, that's going to be enough from all of us. Thank you very much for casting with me. Thanks also to Ducky, of course. We'll see you all tomorrow at the same time. Have a nice rest. Good night, good day, good morning, wherever you might be. See you tomorrow.
I have no idea when the last time was.
Because it's not gonna be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Onslaught Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.